Numbers chapter 1. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the tabernacle of the congregation, on the first day of the second month, in the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Take account of all the congregation of the children of Israel, by their families, by the house of their fathers, with the number of their names, every male by their polls, from 20 years old and upward, all who are able to go forth to war in Israel. You and Aaron shall number them by their armies. And there shall be with you a man of every tribe, each head of the house of his fathers. And these are the names of the men who shall stand with you. From the tribe of Reuben, Elizur, the son of Shedeur. From Simeon, Shalumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. From Judah, Nahshon, the son of Amminadab. From Issachar, Nathanael, the son of Zuar. From Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Helon. From the children of Joseph, of Ephraim, Elishama, the son of Ammihud. From Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. From Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gideoni. From Dan, Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. From Asher, Pagiel, the son of Ochran. From Gad, Eliasaph, the son of Duel. From Naphtali, Ahira, the son of Enan. These were the renowned of the congregation, princes of the tribes of their fathers, heads of thousands in Israel. And Moses and Aaron took these men who were expressed by their names, and they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their ancestry by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, by their polls. As the Lord commanded Moses, so he numbered them in the wilderness of Sinai. And the children of Reuben, Israel's eldest son, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Reuben were 46,500. From the children of Simeon, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, those who were numbered of them, according to the number of the names, by their polls, every male from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Simeon were 59,300. From the children of Gad, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Gad were 45,650. From the children of Judah, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Judah were 74,600. From the children of Issachar, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Issachar were 54,400. From the children of Zebulun, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Zebulun were 57,400. From the children of Joseph, namely of the children of Ephraim, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Ephraim were 40,500. From the children of Manasseh, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Manasseh were 32,200. From the children of Benjamin, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Benjamin were 35,400. From the children of Dan, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Dan were 62,700. From the children of Asher, by their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Asher were 41,500. From the children of Naphtali, throughout their generations, by their families, by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war. Those who were numbered of the tribe of Naphtali were 53,400. These are the ones who were numbered, whom Moses and Aaron numbered, and the princes of Israel, 12 men, each one from the house of his fathers. So all those who were numbered of the children of Israel, by the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and upward, all who were able to go forth to war in Israel, all those who were numbered were 603,550. But the Levites were not numbered among them by the tribe of their fathers. For the Lord had spoken to Moses, saying, "Only the tribe of Levi you shall not number. Do not take account of them among the children of Israel. But you shall appoint the Levites over the tabernacle of testimony, and over all its vessels, and over all things that belong to it. They shall bear the tabernacle and all its vessels, and they shall minister to it, and shall camp all around the tabernacle. And when the tabernacle sets forward, the Levites shall take it down. And when the tabernacle is to be pitched, the Levites shall set it up. And the stranger who comes near shall be put to death. And the children of Israel shall pitch their tents, every man by his own camp, and every man by his own standard, throughout their camps. But the Levites shall camp all around the tabernacle of testimony, that there may be no wrath on the congregation of the children of Israel. And the Levites shall take care of the needs of the tabernacle of testimony." And the children of Israel did so. According to all that the Lord commanded Moses, so they did. Numbers chapter 2. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, "Every man of the children of Israel shall camp by his own standard, with the banner of his father's house. They shall camp far off around the tabernacle of the congregation. And on the east side, toward the rising of the sun, those of the standard of the camp of Judah shall camp throughout their armies, and Nahshon the son of Amminadab shall be captain of the children of Judah. And his army, and those who were numbered from them, were 74,600. And those who camped next to him shall be the tribe of Issachar, and Nathanael the son of Zuar shall be the captain of the children of Issachar. And his army, and those who were numbered from it, were 54,400. Then the tribe of Zebulun, Eliab the son of Helon, shall be the captain of the children of Zebulun. And his army, and those who were numbered from it, were 57,400. All who were numbered throughout their armies in the camp of Judah were 186,400. These shall set forth first. On the south side shall be the standard of the camp of Reuben, according to their armies, and the captain of the children of Reuben shall be Elizur the son of Shedeur. And his army, and those who were numbered from them, were 46,500. And those who camp by him shall be the tribe of Simeon, and the captain of the children of Simeon shall be Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. And his army, and those who were numbered from them, were 59,300. Then the tribe of Gad, the captain of the sons of Gad shall be Eliasaph the son of Reuel. And his army, and those who were numbered from them, were 45,650. All who were numbered throughout their armies in the camp of Reuben were 151,450, and they shall set forth in the second rank. Then the tabernacle of the congregation shall set forward with the camp of the Levites in the midst of the camps. As they camp, so shall they set forward, every man in his place by their standards. On the west side shall be the standard of the camp of Ephraim, according to their armies. And the captain of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama, the son of Ammihud. And his army and those who were numbered from them were 40,500. And next to him shall be the tribe of Manasseh, and the captain of the children of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. And his army and those who were numbered from them were 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, the captain of the sons of Benjamin shall be Abidan, the son of Gideoni. And his army and those who were numbered from them were 35,400. All who were numbered throughout their armies from the camp of Ephraim were 108,100, and they shall go forward in the third rank. The standard of the camp of Dan shall be on the north side by their armies, and the captain of the children of Dan shall be Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. And his army and those who were numbered from them were 62,700. And those who camp by him shall be the tribe of Asher, and the captain of the children of Asher shall be Pagiel, the son of Ochran. And his army and those who were numbered from them were 41,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, the captain of the children of Naphtali shall be Ahira, the son of Enan. And his army and those who were numbered from them were 53,400. All those who were numbered in the camp of Dan were 157,600. They shall go last with their standards. These are the ones who were numbered from the children of Israel by the house of their fathers. All those who were numbered from the camps throughout their armies were 603,550. But the Levites were not numbered among the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. So they camped by their standards and set forward, every one by their families, according to the house of their fathers. Numbers chapter 3. These are also the generations of Aaron and Moses at the time when the Lord spoke with Moses on Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron: Nadab the firstborn, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These are the names of the sons of Aaron, the priests who were anointed, whom he consecrated to minister in the priest's office. And Nadab and Abihu died before the Lord, when they offered strange fire before the Lord in the wilderness of Sinai, and they had no children. And Eleazar and Ithamar ministered in the priest's office in the sight of Aaron their father. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Bring the tribe of Levi near, and present them before Aaron the priest, that they may minister to him. And they shall take care of his needs and the needs of the whole congregation before the tabernacle of the congregation, to do the service of the tabernacle. And they shall take care of all the instruments of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the needs of the children of Israel, to do the service of the tabernacle. And you shall give the Levites to Aaron and to his sons. They are wholly given to him out of the children of Israel. And you shall appoint Aaron and his sons, and they shall attend to their priest's office. And the stranger who comes near shall be put to death. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, And I, behold, I have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel, instead of all the firstborn who open the womb among the children of Israel. Therefore the Levites shall be mine, because all the firstborn are mine. For on the day that I struck all the firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified to myself all the firstborn in Israel, both man and beast. They shall be mine. I am the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, saying, Number the children of Levi by the house of their fathers, by their families. You shall number every male from a month old and upward. And Moses numbered them according to the word of the Lord, as he was commanded. And these were the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, and Kohath, and Merari. And these are the names of the sons of Gershon by their families, Libni and Shimei. And the sons of Kohath by their families, Amram and Izahar, Hebron and Uzziel. And the sons of Merari by their families, Mahli and Mushi. These are the families of the Levites according to the house of their fathers. From Gershon was the family of the Libnites and the family of the Shemites. These are the families of the Gershonites. Those who were numbered from them, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, those who were numbered from them were 7,500. The families of the Gershonites shall camp behind the tabernacle westward. And the chief of the house of the father of the Gershonites shall be Eliasaph, the son of Lael. And the responsibilities of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the congregation shall be the tabernacle and the tent, its covering, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the hangings of the court, and the curtain for the door of the court, which is all around by the tabernacle and by the altar, and its cords for all its service. And from Kohath was the family of the Amramites, and the family of the Izharites, and the family of the Hebronites, and the family of the Uzzielites. These are the families of the Kohathites. In the numbering of all the males from a month old and upward, there were 8,600 taking care of the responsibilities of the sanctuary. The families of the sons of Kohath shall camp on the southward side of the tabernacle. And the chief of the house of the father of the families of the Kohathites shall be Elzaphan, the son of Uzziel. And their responsibilities shall be the ark, and the table, and the candlestick, and the altars, and the vessels of the sanctuary with which they minister, and the hanging and all its service. And Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, shall be chief over the chief of the Levites, and have the oversight of those who take care of the needs of the sanctuary. From Merari was the family of the Mahlites, and the family of the Mushites. These are the families of Merari. And those who were numbered from them, according to the number of all the males from a month old and upward, were 6,200. And the chief of the house of the father of the families of Merari was Zuriel, the son of Abihail. These shall camp on the northward side of the tabernacle. And under the custody and responsibility of the sons of Merari shall be the boards of the tabernacle, and its bars, and its pillars, and its sockets, and all its vessels, and all that serves it, and the pillars of the court all around, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords. But those who camp before the tabernacle toward the east, before the tabernacle of the congregation eastward, shall be Moses and Aaron and his sons, keeping the responsibility of the sanctuary to take care of the needs of the children of Israel. And the stranger who comes near shall be put to death. All who were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron numbered at the commandment of the Lord, throughout their families, all the males from a month old and upward, were 22,000. And the Lord said to Moses, Number all the firstborn of the males of the children of Israel from a month old and upward, and take the number of their names. And you shall take the Levites for me, I am the Lord, instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites, instead of all the firstborn among the cattle of the children of Israel. And Moses numbered all the firstborn among the children of Israel, as the Lord commanded him. And all the firstborn males, by the number of names from a month old and upward, of those who were numbered of them, were 22,273. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites instead of all the firstborn among the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle. And the Levites shall be mine. I am the Lord. And for those who are to be redeemed of the 273 of the firstborn of the children of Israel, who are more than the Levites, you shall take 5 shekels apiece by the poll. You shall take them according to the shekel of the sanctuary, The shekel is 20 gerahs. And you shall give the money with which the odd number of them is to be redeemed, to Aaron and to his sons. And Moses took the redemption money from those who were over and above those who were redeemed by the Levites. He took the money from the firstborn of the children of Israel, 1,365 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. And Moses gave the money of those who were redeemed to Aaron and to his sons, according to the word of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. Numbers chapter 4. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Take account of the sons of Kohath from among the sons of Levi, by their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even until 50 years old, all who enter into the camp to do the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. This shall be the service of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the congregation about the most holy things. And when the camp sets forward, Aaron and his sons shall come, and they shall take down the covering veil, and cover the ark of testimony with it, and shall put the covering of badgers' skins on it, and shall spread over it a cloth wholly of blue, and shall put in its poles. And on the table of showbread they shall spread a cloth of blue, and put on it the dishes, and the spoons, and the bowls, and covers to cover with, and the continual bread shall be on it. And they shall spread a cloth of scarlet on them, and cover the same with a covering of badgers' skins, and shall put in its poles. And they shall take a cloth of blue, and cover the candlestick of the light, and its lamps, and its tongs, and its snuff dishes, and all its oil vessels with which they minister to it. And they shall put it and all its vessels within a covering of badgers' skins, and shall put it on a bar. And on the golden altar they shall spread a cloth of blue, and cover it with a covering of badgers' skins, and shall put in its poles. And they shall take all the instruments of ministry with which they minister in the sanctuary, and put them in a cloth of blue, and cover them with a covering of badgers' skins, and shall put them on a bar. And they shall take away the ashes from the altar, and spread a purple cloth on it. And they shall put on it all its vessels, with which they minister about it, even the censers, the forks, and the shovels, and the basins, all the vessels of the altar. And they shall spread on it a covering of badgers' skins, and put in its poles. And when Aaron and his sons have finished covering the sanctuary and all the vessels of the sanctuary, as the camp is to set forward, after that the sons of Kohath shall come to bear it. But they shall not touch any holy thing, lest they die. These things are the burden of the sons of Kohath in the tabernacle of the congregation. And to the office of Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest pertains the oil for the light, and the sweet incense, and the daily grain offering, and the anointing oil, and the oversight of all the tabernacle, and of all that is in it, in the sanctuary and in its vessels. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Do not cut off the tribe of the families of the Kohathites from among the Levites, but do thus to them, that they may live and not die when they approach the most holy things. Aaron and his sons shall go in and appoint each one to his service and to his burden. But they shall not go in to see when the holy things are covered, lest they die. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Also take account of the sons of Gershon throughout the houses of their fathers by their families. You shall number them from 30 years old and upward until 50 years old, all who enter in to perform the service, to do the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. This is the service of the families of the Gershonites, to serve and for burdens. They shall bear the curtains of the tabernacle, and the tabernacle of the congregation, its covering, and the covering of the badgers' skins that is on it, and the hanging for the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the hangings of the court, and the hanging for the door of the gate of the court, which is by the tabernacle and around the altar, and their cords, and all the instruments of their service, and all that is made for them. So shall they serve. All the service of the sons of the Gershonites shall be at the appointment of Aaron and his sons, in all their burdens and in all their service. and you shall appoint to them all their burdens in their charge. This is the service of the families of the sons of Gershon in the tabernacle of the congregation. And their responsibilities shall be under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. As for the sons of Merari, you shall number them by their families, by the house of their fathers. From 30 years old and upward, even to 50 years old, you shall number them, every one who enters into the service to do the work of the tabernacle of the congregation. And this is the charge of their burden, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the congregation. The boards of the tabernacle, and its bars, and its pillars, and its sockets, and the pillars of the court all around, and their sockets, and their pins, and their cords, with all their instruments, and with all their service. And by name you shall consider the instruments of the charge of their burden. This is the service of the families of the sons of Merari, according to all their service in the tabernacle of the congregation, under the direction of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. And Moses and Aaron and the chief of the congregation numbered the sons of the Kohathites by their families, and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even to 50 years old, every one who entered into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the congregation. And those who were numbered from them by their families were 2,750. These were those who were numbered from the families of the Kohathites, all who might do service in the tabernacle of the congregation, which Moses and Aaron numbered according to the commandment of the Lord through Moses. And those who were numbered of the sons of Gershon throughout their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even to 50 years old, everyone who entered into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the congregation, even those who were numbered from them throughout their families, by the house of their fathers, were 2,630. These are those who were numbered from the families of the sons of Gershon, of all who might do service in the tabernacle of the congregation, whom Moses and Aaron numbered, according to the commandment of the Lord. And those who were numbered from the families of the sons of Merari, throughout their families, by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even to 50 years old, everyone who entered into the service for the work in the tabernacle of the congregation, even those who were numbered from them by their families, were 3,200. These are those who were numbered from the families of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron numbered according to the word of the Lord through Moses. All those that were numbered of the Levites, whom Moses and Aaron and the chief of Israel numbered, by their families and by the house of their fathers, from 30 years old and upward, even to 50 years old, every one who came to do the service of the ministry and the service of the burden in the tabernacle of the congregation, even those who were numbered from them, were 8,580. According to the commandment of the Lord through Moses, they were numbered, every one according to his service and according to his burden. Thus they were numbered by him, as the Lord commanded Moses. Numbers chapter 5. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they put out of the camp every leper, and every one who has a discharge, and whoever is defiled by the dead. You shall put out both male and female. You shall put them outside the camp, that they do not defile their camps in the midst of which I dwell. And the children of Israel did so, and put them outside the camp. As the Lord spoke to Moses, so the children of Israel did. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, when a man or woman commits any sin that men commit, to do a trespass against the Lord, and that person is guilty, then they shall confess their sin that they have done. And he shall recompense his trespass with the principal of it, and add to it the fifth part of it, and give it to him against whom he has trespassed. But if the man has no kinsman to recompense the trespass to, let the trespass be recompensed to the Lord, even to the priest, besides the ram of the atonement by which an atonement shall be made for him. And every offering of all the holy things of the children of Israel that they bring to the priest shall be his. And every man's holy things shall be his, Whatever any man gives the priest, it shall be his. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, If any man's wife goes astray and commits a trespass against him, and a man lies with her sexually, and it is hidden from the eyes of her husband, and is kept quiet, and she is defiled, and there is no witness against her, and she is not caught in the act, and the spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife, and she is defiled. Or if the spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous of his wife, and she was not defiled, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and he shall bring her offering for her, the 10th part of an ephah of barley meal. He shall not pour oil on it, or put frankincense on it, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of memorial, bringing iniquity to remembrance. And the priest shall bring her near, and set her before the Lord. And the priest shall take holy water in an earthen vessel. And the priest shall take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, and put it into the water. And the priest shall set the woman before the Lord, and uncover the woman's head, and put the offering of memorial in her hands, which is the jealousy offering. And the priest shall have in his hand the bitter water that causes the curse. And the priest shall charge her by an oath, and say to the woman, If no man has lain with you, and if you have not gone astray to uncleanness with another instead of your husband, be free from this bitter water that causes the curse. But if you have gone astray to another instead of your husband, and if you are defiled, and some man has lain with you besides your husband, then the priest shall charge the woman with an oath of cursing, and the priest shall say to the woman, The Lord make you a curse and an oath among your people, when the Lord makes your thigh to rot and your belly to swell. And this water that causes the curse shall go into your bowels to make your belly to swell and your thigh to rot. And the woman shall say, Amen, Amen. And the priest shall write these curses in a book, and he shall blot them out with the bitter water. And he shall cause the woman to drink the bitter water that causes the curse, and the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter. Then the priest shall take the jealousy offering out of the woman's hand, and shall wave the offering before the Lord, and offer it on the altar. And the priest shall take a handful of the offering, even the memorial of it, and burn it on the altar, and afterward shall cause the woman to drink the water. And when he has made her to drink the water, then it shall come to pass that if she is defiled and has trespassed against her husband, that the water that causes the curse shall enter into her and become bitter, and her belly shall swell, and her thigh shall rot, and the woman shall be a curse among her people. And if the woman is not defiled, but is clean, then she shall be free, and shall conceive children. This is the law of jealousies, when a wife goes astray to another instead of her husband and is defiled, or when the spirit of jealousy comes on him, and he is jealous over his wife, and shall set the woman before the Lord, and the priest shall execute all this law on her. Then the man shall be guiltless from iniquity, and this woman shall bear her iniquity. Numbers chapter 6. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When either a man or woman separates themselves to vow a vow of a Nazirite, to separate themselves to the Lord, he shall separate himself from wine and strong drink, and shall drink no vinegar of wine or vinegar of strong drink. Nor shall he drink any liquor of grapes, or eat moist or dried grapes. All the days of his separation he shall eat nothing that is made of the grapevine, from the kernels even to the husk. All the days of the vow of his separation no razor shall come upon his head. Until the days are fulfilled in which he separated himself to the Lord, he shall be holy, and shall let the locks of the hair of his head grow. He shall not go near a dead body all the days that he separates himself to the Lord. He shall not make himself unclean for his father or for his mother, for his brother or for his sister, when they die, because the consecration of his God is upon his head. He is holy to the Lord all the days of his separation. And if any man dies very suddenly by him, and he has defiled the head of his consecration, then he shall shave his head in the day of his cleansing. On the 7th day he shall shave it. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the priest, to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the priest shall offer the one for a sin offering and the other for a burnt offering, and make an atonement for him, because he sinned by the dead, and shall consecrate his head that same day. And he shall consecrate to the Lord the days of his separation, and shall bring a lamb of the first year for a trespass offering. But the days that were before shall be lost, because his separation was defiled. And this is the law of the Nazirite. When the days of his separation are fulfilled, he shall be brought to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he shall offer his offering to the Lord, 1 male lamb of the first year without blemish for a burnt offering, and 1 ewe lamb of the first year without blemish for a sin offering, and 1 ram without blemish for peace offerings, and a basket of unleavened bread, cakes of fine flour mingled with oil, and wafers of unleavened bread anointed with oil, and their grain offering and their drink offerings. And the priest shall bring them before the Lord, and shall offer his sin offering and his burnt offering. And he shall offer the ram for a sacrifice of peace offerings to the Lord, with a basket of unleavened bread. The priest shall also offer his grain offering and his drink offering. And the Nazirite shall shave the head of his separation at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall take the hair of the head of his separation, and shall put it in the fire that is under the sacrifice of the peace offerings. And the priest shall take the boiled shoulder of the ram, and 1 unleavened cake out of the basket, and 1 unleavened wafer, and shall put them on the hands of the Nazirite after the hair of his separation is shaved. And the priest shall wave them for a wave offering before the Lord. This is holy for the priest, with the wave breast and the heave shoulder. And after that the Nazirite may drink wine. This is the law of the Nazirite who has vowed, and of his offering to the Lord for his separation, besides what his hand shall get. According to the vow that he vowed, so he must do according to the law of his separation. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, saying, In this way you shall bless the children of Israel, saying to them, The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you, and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance on you, and give you peace. And they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I will bless them. Numbers chapter 7. And it came to pass, on the day that Moses had fully set up the tabernacle, and had anointed it and sanctified it, and all its instruments, both the altar and all its vessels, and had anointed them and sanctified them, that the princes of Israel, heads of the house of their fathers, who were the princes of the tribes, and were over those who were numbered, offered. And they brought their offering before the Lord, 6 covered wagons and 12 oxen, a wagon for 2 of the princes, and for each one an ox. And they brought them before the tabernacle. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take it from them, that they may be used for the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And you shall give them to the Levites, to every man according to his service. And Moses took the wagons and the oxen, and gave them to the Levites. He gave 2 wagons and 4 oxen to the sons of Gershon, according to their service. And he gave 4 wagons and 8 oxen to the sons of Merari, according to their service, under the direction of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. But to the sons of Kohath he gave none, because the service of the sanctuary belonging to them was that they should bear on their shoulders. And the princes offered for dedicating of the altar at the time when it was anointed. Even the princes offered their offering before the altar. And the Lord said to Moses, They shall offer their offering, each prince on his day, for the dedicating of the altar. And he who offered his offering the first day was Nahshon, the son of Amminadab, of the tribe of Judah. And his offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. Both of them were full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 spoon of 10 shekels of gold, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nahshon the son of Amminadab. On the second day, Nathanael, the son of Zuar, prince of Issachar, offered. He offered for his offering 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 spoon of gold of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Nathanael, the son of Zuar. On the third day, Eliab, the son of Helon, prince of the children of Zebulun, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliab, the son of Helon. On the fourth day, Elizur, the son of Shedeur, prince of the children of Reuben, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elizur, the son of Shedeur. On the fifth day, Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai, prince of the children of Simeon, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Shelumiel, the son of Zurishaddai. On the sixth day, Eliasaph, the son of Duel, prince of the children of Gad, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter of the weight of 130 shekels, a silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Eliasaph, the son of Duel. On the seventh day, Elishama, the son of Ammihud, prince of the children of Ephraim, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, one young bull, one ram, one lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, one young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Elishama, the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day, Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur, prince of the children of Manasseh, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter of the weight of 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Gamaliel, the son of Pedazur. On the 9th day, Abidan, the son of Gideoni, prince of the children of Benjamin, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Abidan, the son of Gideoni. On the 10th day, Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai, prince of the children of Dan, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Ahiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day, Pagiel, the son of Ochran, prince of the children of Asher, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Pagiel, the son of Ochran. On the 12th day, Ahira, the son of Enan, prince of the children of Naphtali, offered. His offering was 1 silver platter, the weight of which was 130 shekels, 1 silver bowl of 70 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, both of them full of fine flour mingled with oil for a grain offering, 1 golden spoon of 10 shekels, full of incense, 1 young bull, 1 ram, 1 lamb of the first year for a burnt offering, 1 young goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of peace offerings, 2 oxen, 5 rams, 5 male goats, 5 lambs of the first year. This was the offering of Ahira, the son of Enan. This was the dedication of the altar on the day when it was anointed by the princes of Israel. 12 platters of silver, 12 silver bowls, 12 spoons of gold, each platter of silver weighing 130 shekels, each bowl 70. All the silver vessels weighed 2,400 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. The golden spoons were 12, full of incense, weighing 10 shekels apiece, according to the shekel of the sanctuary. All the gold of the spoons was 120 shekels. All the oxen for the burnt offering were 12 bulls, the rams 12, the lambs of the first year 12, with their grain offering, and the young goats for the sin offering 12. And all the oxen for the sacrifice of the peace offerings were 24 bulls, the rams 60, the male goats 60, the lambs of the first year 60. This was the dedication of the altar after it was anointed. And when Moses had gone into the tabernacle of the congregation to speak with him, then he heard the voice of one speaking to him from above the mercy seat that was on the ark of testimony, from between the two cherubim. And he spoke to him. Numbers chapter 8. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and say to him, When you light the lamps, the 7 lamps shall give light in front of the candlestick. And Aaron did so. He lit its lamps in the front of the candlestick, as the Lord commanded Moses. And this work of the candlestick was of beaten gold. From its shaft to its flowers it was beaten work. According to the pattern that the Lord had showed Moses, so he made the candlestick. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the Levites from among the children of Israel and cleanse them. And thus you shall do to them to cleanse them. Sprinkle water of purifying on them, and let them shave all their body, and let them wash their clothes, and so make themselves clean. Then let them take a young bull with its grain offering, even fine flour mingled with oil, and another young bull you shall take for a sin offering. And you shall bring the Levites before the tabernacle of the congregation, and you shall gather the whole assembly of the children of Israel together. And you shall bring the Levites before the Lord, and the children of Israel shall put their hands on the Levites. And Aaron shall offer the Levites before the Lord for an offering of the children of Israel, that they may execute the service of the Lord. And the Levites shall lay their hands on the heads of the bulls, and you shall offer to the Lord the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, to make an atonement for the Levites. And you shall set the Levites before Aaron and before his sons, and offer them as an offering to the Lord. Thus you shall separate the Levites from among the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. And after that the Levites shall go in to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And you shall cleanse them, and offer them as an offering. For they are wholly given to me from among the children of Israel. I have taken them to me instead of those who open every womb, even instead of the firstborn of all the children of Israel. For all the firstborn of the children of Israel are mine, both man and beast. On the day that I struck every firstborn in the land of Egypt, I sanctified them for myself. And I have taken the Levites for all the firstborn of the children of Israel. And I have given the Levites as a gift to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Israel, to do the service of the children of Israel in the tabernacle of the congregation, and to make an atonement for the children of Israel, that there may be no plague among the children of Israel when the children of Israel come near to the sanctuary. And Moses and Aaron and all the congregation of the children of Israel did to the Levites according to all that the Lord commanded Moses concerning the Levites. So the children of Israel did to them. And the Levites were purified, and they washed their clothes, and Aaron offered them as an offering before the Lord. And Aaron made an atonement for them to cleanse them. And after that the Levites went in to do their service in the tabernacle of the congregation before Aaron and before his sons. As the Lord had commanded Moses concerning the Levites, so they did to them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, This is what belongs to the Levites. From 25 years old and upward, they shall go in to attend to the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. And from the age of 50 years they shall cease attending to its service, and shall serve no more, but shall minister with their brothers in the tabernacle of the congregation to keep the charge, and shall do no service. Thus you shall do to the Levites concerning their responsibilities. Numbers chapter 9. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the first month of the second year after they had come out of the land of Egypt, saying, Let the children of Israel also keep the Passover at its appointed season. On the 14th day of this month, at evening, you shall keep it in its appointed season. You shall keep it according to all its rites and according to all its ceremonies. And Moses spoke to the children of Israel that they should keep the Passover. And they kept the Passover on the 14th day of the first month at evening in the wilderness of Sinai. So the children of Israel did according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. And there were certain men who were defiled by the dead body of a man, that they could not keep the Passover on that day. And they came before Moses and before Aaron on that day. And those men said to him, We are defiled by the dead body of a man. Why are we kept back, that we may not offer an offering of the Lord in its appointed season among the children of Israel? And Moses said to them, Stand still, and I will hear what the Lord will command concerning you. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, If any man of you or of your posterity shall be unclean because of a dead body, or is far off on a journey, he shall still keep the Passover to the Lord. The 14th day of the second month at evening they shall keep it and eat it with unleavened bread and bitter herbs. They shall leave none of it to the morning or break any of its bone. According to all the ordinances of the Passover they shall keep it. But the man who is clean and is not on a journey, and ceases to keep the Passover, even the same soul shall be cut off from among his people, because he did not bring the offering of the Lord in its appointed season. That man shall bear his sin. And if a stranger sojourns among you, and would keep the Passover to the Lord, so he shall do according to the ordinance of the Passover, and according to the manner of it. You shall have one ordinance, both for the stranger and for him who was born in the land. And on the day that the tabernacle was raised up, the cloud covered the tabernacle, namely the tent of the testimony. And at evening until the morning there was on the tabernacle, as it were, the appearance of fire. So it was always. The cloud covered it by day, and the appearance of fire by night. And when the cloud was taken up from the tabernacle, after that the children of Israel journeyed. And in the place where the cloud remained, there the children of Israel pitched their tents. At the commandment of the Lord the children of Israel journeyed, and at the commandment of the Lord they camped. As long as the cloud remained on the tabernacle, they rested in their tents. And when the cloud remained a long time, for many days on the tabernacle, then the children of Israel kept the charge of the Lord, and did not journey. And so it was, when the cloud was on the tabernacle a few days, according to the commandment of the Lord, they remained in their tents, and according to the commandment of the Lord they journeyed. And so it was, when the cloud remained from evening to the morning, and then the cloud was taken up in the morning, then they journeyed. Whether it was by day or by night that the cloud was taken up, they journeyed. Or whether it was 2 days, or a month, or a year that the cloud remained on the tabernacle, remaining on it, the children of Israel remained in their tents, and did not journey. But when it was taken up, they journeyed. At the commandment of the Lord they rested in the tents, and at the commandment of the Lord they journeyed. They kept the charge of the Lord, at the commandment of the Lord through Moses. Numbers chapter 10. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Make 2 trumpets of silver. You shall make them of a whole piece, that you may use them for the calling of the assembly, and for the journeying of the camps. And when they shall blow with them, all the assembly shall assemble themselves before you at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And if they blow with but 1 trumpet, then the princes, who are heads of the thousands of Israel, shall gather themselves to you. When you blow an alarm, then the camps that lie on the east parts shall go forward. When you blow an alarm the second time, then the camps that lie on the south side shall take their journey. They shall blow an alarm for their journeys. But when the congregation is to be gathered together, you shall blow, but you shall not sound an alarm. And the sons of Aaron, the priests, shall blow with the trumpets, and they shall be to you for an ordinance forever throughout your generations. And if you go to war in your land against the enemy who oppresses you, then you shall blow an alarm with the trumpets, and you shall be remembered before the Lord your God, and you shall be saved from your enemies. Also in the day of your gladness, and in your solemn days, and in the beginnings of your months, you shall blow with the trumpets over your burnt offerings, and over the sacrifices of your peace offerings, that they may be to you for a memorial before your God. I am the Lord your God. And it came to pass on the 20th day of the second month in the second year, that the cloud was taken up from above the tabernacle of the testimony. And the children of Israel took their journeys out of the wilderness of Sinai. And the cloud rested in the wilderness of Paran, and they first took their journey according to the commandment of the Lord through Moses. In the first place went the standard of the camp of the children of Judah according to their armies. And over its army was Nahshon the son of Amminadab. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Issachar was Nethanel the son of Zuar. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Zebulun was Eliab the son of Helon. And the tabernacle was taken down. And the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari set forward, bearing the tabernacle. And the standard of the camp of Reuben set forward according to their armies. And over its army was Elizur the son of Shedeur. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Simeon was Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Gad was Eliasaph the son of Duel. And the Kohathites set forward, bearing the sanctuary, and the others set up the tabernacle before they came. And the standard of the camp of the children of Ephraim set forward according to their armies. And over its army was Elishama the son of Ammihud. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Manasseh was Gamaliel the son of Pedazur. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Benjamin was Abidan the son of Gideoni. And the standard of the camp of the children of Dan set forward, which was the rear guard of all the camps throughout their armies. And over his army was Ahiezer the son of Ammishaddai. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Asher was Pagiel the son of Ochran. And over the army of the tribe of the children of Naphtali was Ahira the son of Enan. Thus were the journeys of the children of Israel according to their armies when they set forward. And Moses said to Hobab the son of Reuel the Midianite, Moses' father-in-law, We are journeying to the place of which the Lord said, I will give it to you. You come with us, and we will do you good, for the Lord has spoken good concerning Israel. And he said to him, I will not go, but I will depart to my own land and to my family. And he said, Do not leave us, I ask, since you know how we are to camp in the wilderness, and you may be to us instead of eyes. And it shall be, if you go with us, yes, it shall be, that what goodness the Lord shall do to us, the same will we do to you. And they departed from the mountain of the Lord 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord went before them on the 3 days' journey to search out a resting place for them. And the cloud of the Lord was on them by day when they went out of the camp. And it came to pass, when the ark set forward, that Moses said, Rise up, Lord, and let your enemies be scattered, and let those who hate you flee before you. And when it rested, he said, Return, O Lord, to the many thousands of Israel. Numbers chapter 11. And when the people complained, it displeased the Lord. And the Lord heard it, and his anger was kindled. And the fire of the Lord burned among them, and consumed those who were in the farthest parts of the camp. And the people cried to Moses, and when Moses prayed to the Lord, the fire was quenched. And he called the name of the place Taberah, because the fire of the Lord burned among them. And the mixed multitude who were among them began to crave. And the children of Israel also wept again, and said, Who shall give us meat to eat? We remember the fish that we ate freely in Egypt, the cucumbers and the melons and the leeks and the onions and the garlic. But now our soul is dried away. There is nothing at all besides this manna before our eyes." And the manna was as coriander seed, and the color of it as the color of bdellium. And the people went about and gathered it, and ground it in mills, or beat it in a mortar, and baked it in pans, and made cakes of it. And its taste was as the taste of fresh oil. And when the dew fell on the camp in the night, the manna fell on it. Then Moses heard the people weep throughout their families, every man in the door of his tent. And the anger of the Lord was kindled greatly. Moses was also displeased. And Moses said to the Lord, "Why have you afflicted your servant? And why have I not found favor in your sight, that you have laid the burden of all these people on me? Have I conceived all these people? Have I begotten them, that you should say to me, 'Carry them in your bosom, as a nursing father bears the sucking child, to the land that you swore to their fathers?' Where should I get meat to give to all these people? For they weep to me, saying, 'Give us meat that we may eat.' I am not able to bear all these people alone, because it is too heavy for me. And if you deal with me like this, kill me without delay, I ask, if I have found favor in your sight, and do not let me see my wretchedness." And the Lord said to Moses, "Gather to me 70 men of the elders of Israel, whom you know to be the elders of the people and officers over them, and bring them to the tabernacle of the congregation, that they may stand there with you. And I will come down and talk with you there. And I will take of the Spirit that is on you, and I will put it on them. And they shall bear the burden of the people with you, that you may not bear it yourself alone. And say to the people, 'Sanctify yourselves before tomorrow, and you shall eat meat. For you have wept in the ears of the Lord, saying, Who shall give us meat to eat? For it was well with us in Egypt. Therefore the Lord will give you meat, and you shall eat. You shall not eat 1 day, or 2 days, or 5 days, or 10 days, or 20 days, but even a whole month, until it comes out at your nostrils, and it becomes loathsome to you, because you have despised the Lord who is among you, and have wept before him, saying, Why did we come forth out of Egypt? And Moses said, The people whom I am among are 600,000 footmen, and you have said, I will give them meat that they may eat a whole month. Shall the flocks and the herds be slain for them, to satisfy them? Or shall all the fish of the sea be gathered together for them, to satisfy them? And the Lord said to Moses, Has the Lord's hand become shortened? You shall see now whether my word to you shall come to pass or not. And Moses went out and told the people the words of the Lord, and gathered the 70 men of the elders of the people, and set them all around the tabernacle. And the Lord came down in a cloud, and spoke to him, and took of the Spirit that was on him, and gave it to the 70 elders. And it came to pass that when the Spirit rested on them, they prophesied and did not cease. But 2 of the men remained in the camp. The name of the one was Eldad, and the name of the other Medad. And the Spirit rested on them, and they were of those who were written, but did not go out to the tabernacle. And they prophesied in the camp. And a young man ran and told Moses, and said, Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of Moses, one of his young men, answered and said, My lord Moses, forbid them. And Moses said to him, Do you envy for my sake? I wish that all the Lord's people were prophets, and that the Lord would put his Spirit on them. And Moses went into the camp, he and the elders of Israel. And there went forth a wind from the Lord, and brought quail from the sea, and let them fall by the camp, about a day's journey on this side, and about a day's journey on the other side, all around the camp, and about 2 cubits high on the face of the earth. And the people stood up all that day, and all that night, and all the next day, and they gathered the quail. He who gathered least gathered 10 homers, and they spread them all out for themselves, all around the camp. And while the meat was still between their teeth, before it was chewed, the wrath of the Lord was kindled against the people, and the Lord struck the people with a very great plague. And he called the name of that place Kibroth-Hattaavah, because there they buried the people who craved. And the people journeyed from Kibroth-Hattaavah to Hazeroth, and remained at Hazeroth. Numbers chapter 12. And Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses, because of the Ethiopian woman whom he had married, for he had married an Ethiopian woman. And they said, Has the Lord indeed spoken only by Moses? Has he not spoken also by us? And the Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was very meek, above all the men who were on the face of the earth. And the Lord spoke suddenly to Moses and to Aaron and to Miriam, Come out, you three, to the tabernacle of the congregation. And the three came out. And the Lord came down in the pillar of the cloud, and stood in the door of the tabernacle, and called Aaron and Miriam. And they both came forth. And he said, Hear now my words. If there is a prophet among you, I, the Lord, will make myself known to him in a vision, and will speak to him in a dream. Not so with my servant Moses, who is faithful in all my house. I will speak with him mouth to mouth, even clearly, and not in dark speeches, and he shall behold the form of the Lord. Why then were you not afraid to speak against my servant Moses? And the anger of the Lord was kindled against them, and he departed. And the cloud departed from over the tabernacle, and behold, Miriam became leprous, white as snow. And Aaron looked upon Miriam, and behold, she was leprous. And Aaron said to Moses, Alas, my Lord, I beseech you, do not lay the sin on us, in which we have done foolishly, and in which we have sinned. Do not let her be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of his mother's womb. And Moses cried to the Lord, saying, Heal her now, O God, I beseech you. And the Lord said to Moses, If her father had but spit in her face, should she not be ashamed 7 days? Let her be shut out from the camp 7 days, and after that let her be received in again. And Miriam was shut out from the camp 7 days, and the people did not journey until Miriam was brought in again. And afterward the people moved from Hazeroth and camped in the wilderness of Paran. Numbers chapter 13. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Send men that they may search the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel. From every tribe of their fathers you shall send a man, every one a ruler among them. And Moses sent them from the wilderness of Paran by the commandment of the Lord. All those men were heads of the children of Israel. And these were their names. From the tribe of Reuben, Shammua, the son of Zachar. From the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, the son of Hori. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb, the son of Jephunneh. From the tribe of Issachar, Igal, the son of Joseph. From the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, the son of Nun. From the tribe of Benjamin, Paltai, the son of Raphu. From the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, the son of Sodai. From the tribe of Joseph, namely of the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai, the son of Susai. From the tribe of Dan, Amiel, the son of Gamalai. From the tribe of Asher, Sethur, the son of Michael. From the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, the son of Vophsi. From the tribe of Gad, Geuel, the son of Machi. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent to spy out the land. And Moses called Hoshea, the son of Nun, Joshua. And Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan, and said to them, Go up this way southward, and go up into the mountain, and see what the land is like, and the people who dwell in it, whether they are strong or weak, few or many, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it is good or bad, and what cities they have that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it is fat or lean, whether there is wood in it or not. And be of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin to Rehob, as men come to Hamath. And they ascended by the south, and came to Hebron, where Ahiman, Sheshai, and Talmai, the children of Anak, were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zoan in Egypt. And they came to the brook of Eshcol, and from there cut down a branch with 1 cluster of grapes. And they carried it on a staff between 2 men, and they brought some of the pomegranates and some of the figs. The place was called the brook Eshcol because of the cluster of grapes that the children of Israel cut down from there. And after 40 days they returned from searching the land. And they went and came to Moses and to Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel, to the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back word to them and to all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, We came to the land where you sent us, and surely it flows with milk and honey, and this is its fruit. Nevertheless, the people who dwell in the land are strong, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. The Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the side of the Jordan. And Caleb quieted the people before Moses and said, Let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it. But the men who went up with him said, We are not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we are. And they brought up to the children of Israel an evil report of the land that they had searched, saying, The land through which we have gone to search is a land that eats up its inhabitants, and all the people that we saw in it are men of a great stature. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, who come from the giants, and we were like grasshoppers in our own sight, and so we were in their sight. Numbers chapter 14. And all the congregation lifted up their voices and cried, and the people wept that night. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, and the whole congregation said to them, If only we had died in the land of Egypt, or if only we had died in this wilderness. And why has the Lord brought us to this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be a plunder? Would it not be better for us to return into Egypt? And they said to one another, Let us make a captain, and let us return to Egypt. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were among those who searched the land, tore their clothes, and they spoke to all the company of the children of Israel, saying, The land that we passed through to search is an exceedingly good land. If the Lord delights in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it to us, a land that flows with milk and honey. Only do not rebel against the Lord. Do not fear the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Their defense has departed from them, and the Lord is with us. Do not fear them. But all the congregation said to stone them with stones. And the glory of the Lord appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, How long will these people provoke me? And how long will it be before they believe me, for all the signs that I have showed among them? I will strike them with the pestilence, and disinherit them, and will make of you a nation greater and mightier than they. And Moses said to the Lord, Then the Egyptians shall hear it, for in your might you brought up these people from among them, and they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land. For they have heard that you, Lord, are among these people, that you, Lord, are seen face to face, and that your cloud stands over them, and that you go before them in a pillar of a cloud by daytime and in a pillar of fire by night. Now if you kill all these people as one man, then the nations that have heard of your fame will speak, saying, Because the Lord was not able to bring these people into the land that he swore to them, therefore he has slain them in the wilderness. And now, I beseech you, let the power of my Lord be great, just as you have spoken, saying, The Lord is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation. Pardon the iniquity of these people, I beseech you, according to the greatness of your mercy, and as you have forgiven these people from Egypt even until now. And the Lord said, I have pardoned, according to your word. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord. Because all those men who have seen my glory and my miracles that I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have now tempted me these 10 times, and have not listened to my voice, surely they shall not see the land that I swore to their fathers. Nor shall any of them who provoked me see it. But my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and has followed me fully, I will bring him into the land where he went, and his descendants shall possess it. Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelled in the valley. Tomorrow turn and go into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, How long shall I bear with this evil congregation who murmur against me? I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel, that they murmur against me. Say to them, As truly as I live, says the Lord, as you have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all who were numbered of you, according to your whole number, from 20 years old and upward, who have murmured against me. Truly you shall not come into the land that I swore to make you dwell in, except Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. But your little ones, whom you said should be a plunder, I will bring them in, and they shall know the land that you have despised. But as for you, your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your idolatry, until your carcasses are wasted in the wilderness. According to the number of days in which you searched the land, even 40 days, a year for each day, you shall bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and you shall know my breach of promise. I, the Lord, have said this. I will surely do it to all this evil congregation who are gathered together against me. In this wilderness they shall be consumed, and there they shall die. And the men whom Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander on the land, even those men who brought up the evil report on the land, died by the plague before the Lord. But Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who were of the men who went to search the land, still lived. And Moses told these sayings to all the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early in the morning, and went up to the top of the mountain, saying, Look, we are here, and will go up to the place that the Lord has promised, for we have sinned. And Moses said, Why now do you transgress the commandment of the Lord? But it shall not succeed. Do not go up, that you will not be struck before your enemies, for the Lord is not among you. For the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and you shall fall by the sword. Because you have turned away from the Lord will not be with you. But they presumed to go up to the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark of the covenant of the Lord and Moses did not depart out of the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who dwelled on that hill came down and struck them and defeated them, even to Hormah. Numbers chapter 15. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you have come into the land of your dwellings, which I give to you, and make an offering by fire to the Lord from the herd or from the flock, a burnt offering or a sacrifice, in performing a vow or in a freewill offering or in your solemn feasts, to make a sweet savor to the Lord, then he who offers his offering to the Lord shall bring a grain offering of 1/10 of a portion of flour, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of oil. And you shall prepare with the burnt offering or sacrifice the fourth part of a hin of wine for a drink offering for one lamb. Or for a ram you shall prepare for a grain offering 2/10 of a portion of flour, mingled with the third part of a hin of oil. And for a drink offering you shall offer the third part of a hin of wine, for a sweet savor to the Lord. And when you prepare a bull for a burnt offering or for a sacrifice, in performing a vow or peace offerings to the Lord, then he shall bring with a bull a grain offering of 3/10 of a portion of flour, mingled with half a hin of oil. And you shall bring for a drink offering half a hin of wine, for an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. Thus it shall be done for one bull, or for one ram, or for a lamb, or a young goat. According to the number that you shall prepare, so shall you do to everyone according to their number. All who are born of the country shall do these things in this way, in offering an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. And if a stranger sojourns with you, or whoever is among you in your generations, and will offer an offering made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord, so he shall do as you do. One ordinance shall be both for you of the congregation, and also for the stranger who sojourns with you, an ordinance forever in your generations. As you are, so the stranger shall be before the Lord. One law and one manner shall be for you and for the stranger who sojourns with you. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land to which I bring you, then it shall be that when you eat the bread of the land, you shall offer up a heave offering to the Lord. You shall offer up a cake of the first of your dough for a heave offering. As you do the heave offering of the threshing floor, so shall you heave it. You shall give to the Lord a heave offering of the first of your dough in your generations. And if you have erred, and not observed all these commandments that the Lord has spoken to Moses, even all that the Lord has commanded you through Moses, from the day that the Lord commanded Moses, and from now on among your generations, then it shall be, if anything is committed by ignorance, without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bull for a burnt offering, for a sweet savor to the Lord, with its grain offering and its drink offering, according to the manner, and one young goat for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them, for it was ignorance. And they shall bring their offering, a sacrifice made by fire to the Lord, and their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel, and the stranger who sojourns among them, seeing that all the people were in ignorance. And if any soul sins through ignorance, then he shall bring a female goat of the first year for a sin offering. And the priest shall make an atonement before the Lord for the soul who sins ignorantly, when he sins by ignorance, to make an atonement for him, and it shall be forgiven him. You shall have one law for him who sins through ignorance, both for him who is born among the children of Israel, and for the stranger who sojourns among them. But the soul who does anything presumptuously, whether he is born in the land or a stranger, the same reproaches the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Because he has despised the word of the Lord, and has broken his commandment, that soul shall be utterly cut off. His iniquity shall be on him. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man who gathered sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks brought him to Moses and Aaron and to all the congregation. And they put him in custody, because it was not explained what should be done to him. And the Lord said to Moses, The man shall surely be put to death. All the congregation shall stone him with stones outside the camp. And as the Lord commanded Moses, all the congregation brought him outside the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and tell them to make themselves fringes on the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and to put a cord of blue on the fringe of the borders. and it shall be a fringe for you, that you may look on it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them, and that you may not seek after your own heart and your own eyes, after which you used to prostitute yourselves, that you may remember and do all my commandments, and be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Numbers chapter 16. Now Korah the son of Izhar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben, took men, and they rose up before Moses with some of the children of Israel, 250 princes of the assembly, famous in the congregation, men of renown. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron, and said to them, You take too much on you, seeing all the congregation are holy, every one of them, and the Lord is among them. Why then do you lift up yourselves above the congregation of the Lord? And when Moses heard it, he fell on his face, and he spoke to Korah and to all his company, saying, Even tomorrow the Lord will show who is his and who is holy, and will cause him to come near to him. He will cause even him who he has chosen to come near to him. Do this: take censers, Korah and all his company, and put fire in them, and put incense in them before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord chooses, he shall be holy. You take too much on you, you sons of Levi. And Moses said to Korah, Here I ask you, you sons of Levi, does it seem but a small thing to you that the God of Israel has separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do the service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister to them? And that he has brought you near to himself, and all your brothers, the sons of Levi, with you, and you also seek the priesthood? For this reason, both you and all your company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron that you murmur against him? And Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, who said, We will not come up. Is it a small thing that you have brought us up out of a land that flowed with milk and honey to kill us in the wilderness, but you altogether make yourself a prince over us? Moreover, you have not brought us into a land that flows with milk and honey, or given us an inheritance of fields and vineyards. Will you put out the eyes of these men? We will not come up. And Moses was very angry, and said to the Lord, Do not respect their offering. I have not taken one donkey from them, nor have I hurt one of them. And Moses said to Korah, You and all your company come before the Lord tomorrow, you and they and Aaron. And let every man take his censer and put incense in it, and every man bring his censer before the Lord, 250 censers. You also and Aaron, each of you, his censer. And every man took his censer and put fire in it and laid incense on it, and stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation with Moses and Aaron. And Korah gathered all the congregation against them at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And the glory of the Lord appeared to all the congregation. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Separate yourselves from among this congregation, that I may consume them in a moment. And they fell on their faces and said, O God, the God of the spirits of all flesh, shall one man sin, and you will be angry with all the congregation? And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the congregation, saying, Get away from around the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Moses rose up and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the elders of Israel followed him. And he spoke to the congregation, saying, Depart, I ask you, from the tents of these wicked men, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be consumed in all their sins. So they got away on every side from the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And Dathan and Abiram, and their wives, and their sons, and their little children, came out and stood in the door of their tents. And Moses said, By this you shall know that the Lord has sent me to do all these works, for I have not done them of my own mind. If these men die the common death of all men, or if they are visited according to the visitation of all men, then the Lord has not sent me. But if the Lord makes a new thing, and the earth opens its mouth and swallows them up with all that pertains to them, and they go down alive into the pit, then you shall understand that these men have provoked the Lord. And it came to pass, as he had finished speaking all these words, that the ground that was under them split apart. And the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, and their houses, and all the men who pertained to Korah, and all their goods. They and all who pertained to them went down alive into the pit, and the earth closed on them, and they perished from among the congregation. And all Israel who were all around them fled at their cry, for they said, "Lest the earth also swallow us up." And a fire came out from the Lord, and consumed the 250 men who offered incense. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, that he shall take up the censers out of the fire, for they are holy, and scatter the fire over there. The censers of these sinners against their own souls, let them be made into broad plates for a covering of the altar, for they offered them before the Lord. Therefore they are holy, and they shall be a sign to the children of Israel. And Eleazar the priest took the brazen censers, which those who were burned had offered, and they were made into broad plates for a covering of the altar, to be a memorial to the children of Israel, that no stranger who is not a descendant of Aaron should come near to offer incense before the Lord, that he should not become as Korah and as his company, as the Lord said to him through Moses. But on the next day, all the congregation of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron, saying, You have killed the people of the Lord. And it came to pass, when the congregation was gathered against Moses and against Aaron, that they looked toward the tabernacle of the congregation, and behold, the cloud covered it, and the glory of the Lord appeared. And Moses and Aaron came before the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Get away from among this congregation, that I may consume them as in a moment. And they fell upon their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, Take a censer, and put fire in it from off the altar, and put on incense, and go quickly to the congregation, and make an atonement for them. For wrath has gone out from the Lord, the plague has begun. And Aaron took it as Moses commanded, and ran into the midst of the congregation. And behold, the plague had begun among the people. And he put on incense, and made an atonement for the people. And he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was stopped. Now those who died in the plague were 14,700, besides those who died in the matter of Korah. And Aaron returned to Moses to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and the plague was stopped. Numbers chapter 17. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and take a rod from every one of them according to the house of their fathers, from all their princes according to the house of their father, 12 rods. Write every man's name on his rod. And you shall write Aaron's name on the rod of Levi. For one rod shall be for the head of the house of their fathers. And you shall lay them in the tabernacle of the congregation before the testimony, where I will meet with you. And it shall come to pass that the rod of the man whom I shall choose shall blossom, and I will make the murmurings of the children of Israel, which they murmur against you, to cease. And Moses spoke to the children of Israel, and every one of their princes gave him a rod apiece, one for each prince according to their fathers' houses, even 12 rods. And the rod of Aaron was among their rods. And Moses laid the rods before the Lord in the tabernacle of witness. And it came to pass that on the next day Moses went into the tabernacle of witness, and behold, the rod of Aaron for the house of Levi had budded, and brought forth buds, and bloomed blossoms, and yielded almonds. And Moses brought out all the rods from before the Lord to all the children of Israel. And they looked, and every man took his rod. And the Lord said to Moses, Bring Aaron's rod again before the testimony, to be kept for a sign against the rebels, and you shall take away their murmurings from me, that they do not die. And Moses did so. As the Lord commanded him, so he did. And the children of Israel spoke to Moses, saying, Behold, we die, we perish, we all perish. Whoever comes near to the tabernacle of the Lord shall die. Shall we be consumed with dying? Numbers chapter 18. And the Lord said to Aaron, You and your sons and your father's house with you shall bear the iniquity of the sanctuary. And you and your sons with you shall bear the iniquity of your priesthood. And also bring with you your brothers of the tribe of Levi, the tribe of your father, that they may be joined to you and minister to you. But you and your sons with you shall minister before the tabernacle of witness. And they shall take care of your needs, and the needs of all the tabernacle. Only they shall not come near the vessels of the sanctuary and the altar, that they and you also will not die. And they shall be joined to you, and take care of the needs of the tabernacle of the congregation, for all the service of the tabernacle. And a stranger shall not come near you. And you shall take care of the needs of the sanctuary and of the altar, so that there will be no more wrath on the children of Israel. And I, behold, I have taken your brothers the Levites from among the children of Israel. They are given to you as a gift for the Lord to do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. Therefore you and your sons with you shall keep your priest's office for everything at the altar and within the veil. And you shall serve. I have given your priest's office to you as a gift of service, and the stranger who comes near shall be put to death. And the Lord spoke to Aaron, Behold, I have also given you the charge of my heave offerings, of all the holy things of the children of Israel. I have given them to you and to your sons because of the anointing, by an ordinance forever. This shall be yours of the most holy things reserved from the fire. Every offering of theirs, every grain offering of theirs, and every sin offering of theirs, and every trespass offering of theirs that they shall render to me, shall be most holy for you and for your sons. You shall eat it in the most holy place. Every male shall eat it. It shall be holy to you. And this is yours, the heave offering of their gift, with all the wave offerings of the children of Israel. I have given them to you, and to your sons and to your daughters with you, by a statute forever. Everyone who is clean in your house shall eat of it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine, and of the wheat, the first fruits of theirs that they offer to the Lord, I have given them to you. And whatever is first ripe in the land, which they shall bring to the Lord, shall be yours. Everyone who is clean in your house shall eat of it. Everything devoted in Israel shall be yours. Everything that opens the womb in all flesh, which they bring to the Lord, whether it be of men or beasts, shall be yours. Nevertheless, the firstborn of man you shall surely redeem, and the firstborn of unclean beasts you shall redeem. And those that are to be redeemed you shall redeem from a month old, according to your estimation, for the price of 5 shekels, according to the shekel of the sanctuary, which is 20 gerahs. But you shall not redeem the firstborn of a cow, or the firstborn of a sheep, or the firstborn of a goat. They are holy. You shall sprinkle their blood on the altar, and shall burn their fat for an offering made by fire, for a sweet savor to the Lord. And their flesh shall be yours, as the wave breast and as the right shoulder are yours. All the heave offerings of the holy things that the children of Israel offer to the Lord I have given you, and your sons and your daughters with you, by a statute forever. It is a covenant of salt forever before the Lord, to you and to your offspring with you. And the Lord spoke to Aaron, You shall have no inheritance in their land, nor shall you have any part among them. I am your part and your inheritance among the children of Israel. And behold, I have given the children of Levi all the tenth in Israel for an inheritance for their service that they serve, even the service of the tabernacle of the congregation. From now on, the children of Israel must not come near the tabernacle of the congregation, lest they bear sin and die. But the Levites shall do the service of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they shall bear their iniquity. It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations, that among the children of Israel they have no inheritance. But the tithes of the children of Israel, which they offer as a heave offering to the Lord, I have given to the Levites to inherit. Therefore I have said to them, they shall have no inheritance among the children of Israel. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak thus to the Levites, and say to them, When you take from the children of Israel the tithes that I have given you from them for your inheritance, then you shall offer up a heave offering of it for the Lord, even a 10th part of the tithe. And this your heave offering shall be counted to you as though it were the grain of the threshing floor, and as the fullness of the winepress. Thus you shall also offer a heave offering to the Lord of all your tithes that you receive from the children of Israel. And from it you shall give the Lord's heave offering to Aaron the priest. Out of all your gifts you shall offer every heave offering of the Lord, of all the best of it, even the sanctified part of it out of it. Therefore you shall say to them, When you have heaved the best of it from it, then it shall be counted to the Levites as the increase of the threshing floor and as the increase of the winepress. And you shall eat it in every place, you and your households, for it is your reward for your service in the tabernacle of the congregation. And you shall bear no sin because of it, when you have heaved from it the best of it. Neither shall you pollute the holy things of the children of Israel, lest you die. Numbers chapter 19. And the Lord spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, This is the ordinance of the law that the Lord has commanded, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, that they bring you a red heifer without spot, in which there is no blemish, and on which never came a yoke. And you shall give it to Eleazar the priest, that he may bring it forth outside the camp, and one shall slay it before his face. And Eleazar the priest shall take some of its blood with his finger, and sprinkle some of its blood 7 times directly before the tabernacle of the congregation. And one shall burn the heifer in his sight. He shall burn its skin and its flesh and its blood with its dung. And the priest shall take cedar wood and hyssop and scarlet, and cast it into the midst of the burning of the heifer. Then the priest shall wash his clothes, and he shall bathe his body in water. And afterward he shall come into the camp. And the priest shall be unclean until the evening. And he who burns it shall wash his clothes in water, and bathe his body in water, and shall be unclean until the evening. And a man who is clean shall gather up the ashes of the heifer, and lay them up outside the camp in a clean place. And it shall be kept for a water of separation for the congregation of the children of Israel. It is a purification for sin. And he who gathers the ashes of the heifer shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And it shall be for a statute forever to the children of Israel, and to the stranger who sojourns among them. He who touches the dead body of any man shall be unclean 7 days. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day he shall be clean. But if he does not purify himself the 3rd day, then the 7th day he shall not be clean. Whoever touches the dead body of any man that is dead, and does not purify himself, defiles the tabernacle of the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off from Israel. He shall be unclean, because the water of separation was not sprinkled on him. His uncleanness is yet on him. This is the law when a man dies in a tent. All who come into the tent, and all that is in the tent, shall be unclean 7 days. And every open vessel that has no covering bound on it is unclean. And whoever in the open fields touches one who is slain with a sword, or a dead body, or a bone of a man, or a grave, shall be unclean 7 days. And for an unclean person, they shall take of the ashes of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put on them in a vessel. And a clean person shall take hyssop, and dip it in the water, and sprinkle it on the tent, and on all the vessels, and on the persons who were there, and on him who touched a bone, or one slain, or one dead, or a grave. And the clean person shall sprinkle on the unclean, on the 3rd day, and on the 7th day. And on the 7th day he shall purify himself, and wash his clothes, and bathe himself in water, and shall be clean at evening. But the man who shall be unclean, and shall not purify himself, that soul shall be cut off from among the congregation, because he has defiled the sanctuary of the Lord. The water of separation has not been sprinkled on him. He is unclean. And it shall be a perpetual statute to them, that he who sprinkles the water of separation shall wash his clothes, and he who touches the water of separation shall be unclean until evening. And whatever the unclean person touches shall be unclean, and the soul who touches it shall be unclean until evening. Numbers chapter 20. Then the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, came into the desert of Zin in the 1st month. And the people abided in Kadesh. And Miriam died there, and was buried there. And there was no water for the congregation. And they gathered themselves together against Moses and against Aaron. And the people argued with Moses and spoke, saying, If only we had died when our brothers died before the Lord. And why have you brought up the congregation of the Lord into this wilderness, that we and our cattle should die there? And why have you made us to come up out of Egypt, to bring us into this evil place? It is not a place of seed, or of figs, or of vines, or of pomegranates, nor is there any water to drink. And Moses and Aaron went from the presence of the assembly to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and they fell on their faces. And the glory of the Lord appeared to them. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take the rod, and gather the assembly together, you and Aaron your brother, and speak to the rock before their eyes, and it shall give forth its water. And you shall bring forth water out of the rock to them, so you shall give the congregation and their beasts drink. And Moses took the rod from before the Lord, as he commanded him. And Moses and Aaron gathered the congregation together before the rock. And he said to them, Hear now, you rebels, must we fetch you water out of this rock? And Moses lifted up his hand, and he struck the rock twice with his rod. And the water came out abundantly, and the congregation drank, and also their beasts. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, Because you did not believe me, to sanctify me in the eyes of the children of Israel, therefore you shall not bring this congregation into the land that I have given them. This is the water of Meribah, because the children of Israel fought with the Lord, and he was sanctified in them. And Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. Thus says your brother Israel, You know all the hardship that has happened to us, how our fathers went down into Egypt, and we have dwelled in Egypt a long time, and the Egyptians oppressed us and our fathers. And when we cried to the Lord, he heard our voice, and sent an angel, and has brought us forth out of Egypt. And behold, we are in Kadesh, a city in the farthest part of your border. Let us pass, I ask, through your country. We will not pass through the fields or through the vineyards, nor will we drink from the water of the wells. We will go by the king's highway. We will not turn to the right hand or to the left until we have passed your borders. And Edom said to him, You shall not pass by me, lest I come out against you with a sword. And the children of Israel said to him, We will go by the highway, and if I and my cattle drink of your water, then I will pay for it. I will only go through on my feet, without doing anything else. And he said, You shall not go through. And Edom came out against him with many people and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Israel passage through his border. Therefore Israel turned away from him. And the children of Israel, even the whole congregation, journeyed from Kadesh and came to Mount Hor. And the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron in Mount Hor by the border of the land of Edom, saying, Aaron shall be gathered to his people, for he shall not enter into the land that I have given to the children of Israel, because you rebelled against my word at the water of Meribah. Take Aaron and Eleazar his son, and bring them up to Mount Hor, and strip Aaron of his garments, and put them on Eleazar his son. And Aaron shall be gathered to his people, and shall die there. And Moses did as the Lord commanded, and they went up to Mount Hor in the sight of all the congregation. And Moses stripped Aaron of his garments, and put them on Eleazar his son. And Aaron died there on the top of the mountain. And Moses and Eleazar came down from the mountain. And when all the congregation saw that Aaron was dead, they mourned for Aaron 30 days, even all the house of Israel. Numbers chapter 21. And when the king of Arad the Canaanite, who dwelled in the south, heard that Israel came by way of the spies, he fought against Israel, and took some of them prisoners. And Israel vowed a vow to the Lord, and said, If you will indeed deliver these people into my hand, then I will utterly destroy their cities. And the Lord listened to the voice of Israel, and delivered up the Canaanites, and they utterly destroyed them and their cities. And he called the name of the place Hormah. And they journeyed from Mount Hor by the way of the Red Sea, to surround the land of Edom. And the soul of the people was very discouraged on the way. And the people spoke against God and against Moses, Why have you brought us up out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? For there is no bread, nor is there any water, and our soul loathes this light bread. And the Lord sent fiery serpents among the people, and they bit the people, and many people of Israel died. Therefore the people came to Moses and said, We have sinned, for we have spoken against the Lord and against you. Pray to the Lord that he would take away the serpents from us. And Moses prayed for the people. And the Lord said to Moses, Make a fiery serpent and set it on a pole, and it shall come to pass that everyone who is bitten, when he looks on it, shall live. And Moses made a serpent of bronze, and put it on a pole. And it came to pass that if a serpent had bitten any man, when he saw the serpent of bronze, he lived. And the children of Israel sent forward, and camped in Oboth. And they journeyed from Oboth, and camped at Ijah-Abarim, in the wilderness that is before Moab, toward the sunrise. From there they moved and camped in the valley of Zered. From there they moved and camped on the other side of the Arnon, which is in the wilderness that comes out of the border of the Amorites. For the Arnon is the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. Therefore it is said in the book of the wars of the Lord, What he did in the Red Sea, and in the brooks of Arnon, and at the stream of the brooks that goes down to the dwelling of Ar, and lies on the border of Moab. And from there they went to Beer. That is the well of which the Lord spoke to Moses, Gather the people together, and I will give them water. Then Israel sang this song, Spring up, O well, sing to it. The princes dug the well, the nobles of the people dug it, by the direction of the lawgiver, with their staffs. And from the wilderness they went to Mattanah, and from Mattanah to Nahaliel, and from Nahaliel to Bamoth, and from Bamoth, in the valley that is in the country of Moab, to the top of Pisgah, which looks toward Jeshimon. And Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, Let me pass through your land. We will not turn into the fields or into the vineyards. We will not drink of the waters of the well, but we will go along by the king's highway until we have passed your borders. And Sihon would not allow Israel to pass through his border. But Sihon gathered all his people together, and went out against Israel into the wilderness. And he came to Jahaz, and fought against Israel. And Israel struck him with the edge of the sword, and possessed his land from the Arnon to the Jabbok, even to the children of Ammon, for the border of the children of Ammon was strong. And Israel took all these cities, and Israel dwelled in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon, and in all its villages. For Heshbon was the city of Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who had fought against the former king of Moab, and taken all his land out of his hand, even to the Arnon. Therefore those who speak in Proverbs say, "Come into Heshbon, let the city of Sihon be built and prepared. For a fire has gone out of Heshbon, a flame from the city of Sihon. It has consumed Ar of Moab, with the lords of the high places of Arnon. Woe to you, Moab! You are undone, O people of Chemosh. He has given his sons who escaped and his daughters into captivity, to Sihon, king of the Amorites. We have shot at them. Heshbon has perished even to Dibon, and we have laid them waste even to Nophah, which reaches to Medeba." Thus Israel dwelled in the land of the Amorites. And Moses sent to spy out Jazer, and they took its villages, and drove out the Amorites who were there. And they turned and went up by the way of Bashan. And Og, the king of Bashan, went out against them, he and all his people, to the battle at Edrei. And the Lord said to Moses, "Do not fear him, for I have delivered him into your hand, and all his people and his land. And you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelled at Heshbon." So they struck him and his sons and all his people, until there was none left of him alive. And they possessed his land. Numbers chapter 22. And the children of Israel set forward, and camped in the plains of Moab on this side of the Jordan by Jericho. And Balak, the son of Zippor, saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites. And Moab was greatly afraid of the people, because they were many, and Moab was distressed because of the children of Israel. And Moab said to the elders of Midian, "Now this company shall lick up all who are all around us, as the ox licks up the grass of the field." And Balak the son of Zippor was king of the Moabites at that time. Therefore he sent messengers to Balaam the son of Beor, to Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the children of his people, to call him, saying, "Behold, there is a people who came out from Egypt. Behold, they cover the face of the earth, and they abide next to me. Therefore come now, I ask, curse these people for me, for they are too mighty for me. Perhaps I shall prevail, that we may strike them, and that I may drive them out of the land. For I know that he whom you bless is blessed, and he whom you curse is cursed." And the elders of Moab and the elders of Midian departed with the rewards of divination in their hand. And they came to Balaam and spoke to him the words of Balak. And he said to them, "Lodge here this night, and I will bring you word again, as the Lord shall speak to me." And the princes of Moab abided with Balaam. And God came to Balaam and said, "What men are these with you?" And Balaam said to God, "Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, has sent to me, saying, Behold, there is a people who has come out of Egypt, who cover the face of the earth. Come now, curse them for me. Perhaps I shall be able to overcome them and drive them out." And God said to Balaam, "You shall not go with them. You shall not curse the people, for they are blessed." And Balaam rose up in the morning and said to the princes of Balak, "Get into your land, for the Lord refused to give me leave to go with you." And the princes of Moab rose up, and they went to Balak and said, "Balaam refuses to come with us." And yet again Balak sent princes, more and more honorable than those. And they came to Balaam and said to him, "Thus says Balak the son of Zippor, Let nothing I ask hinder you from coming to me. For I will promote you to very great honor, and I will do whatever you say to me. Therefore come, I ask, curse these people for me." And Balaam answered and said to the servants of Balak, "If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the word of the Lord my God to do less or more. Now therefore, I ask, you also remain here this night, that I may know what more the Lord will say to me." And God came to Balaam at night and said to him, If the men come to call you, rise up and go with them. But only the word that I shall say to you, that you shall do." And Balaam rose up in the morning, and saddled his donkey, and went with the princes of Moab. And God's anger was kindled, because he went, and the angel of the Lord stood in the road as an adversary against him. Now he was riding on his donkey, and his 2 servants were with him. And the donkey saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road, and his sword drawn in his hand. And the donkey turned aside out of the road and went into the field. And Balaam struck the donkey to turn her into the road. But the angel of the Lord stood in a path of the vineyards, a wall being on this side and a wall on that side. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she thrust herself to the wall and crushed Balaam's foot against the wall. And he struck her again. And the angel of the Lord went farther and stood in a narrow place where there was no way to turn either to the right hand or to the left. And when the donkey saw the angel of the Lord, she fell down under Balaam. And Balaam's anger was kindled, and he struck the donkey with a staff. And the Lord opened the mouth of the donkey, and she said to Balaam, "What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? And Balaam said to the donkey, "Because you have mocked me, I wish that there were a sword in my hand, for now I would kill you." And the donkey said to Balaam, "Am not I your donkey, on which you have ridden ever since I was yours to this day? Was I ever accustomed to do so to you?" And he said, "No." Then the Lord opened the eyes of Balaam, and he saw the angel of the Lord standing in the road, and his sword drawn in his hand. And he bowed down his head and fell flat on his face. And the angel of the Lord said to him, "Why have you struck your donkey these 3 times? Behold, I went out to withstand you, because your way is perverse before me. And the donkey saw me, and turned from me these 3 times. Unless she had turned from me, surely now I also would have slain you and saved her alive." And Balaam said to the angel of the Lord, "I have sinned, for I did not know that you stood in the way against me. Now therefore, if it displeases you, I will get back again." And the angel of the Lord said to Balaam, "Go with the men, but only the word that I shall speak to you, that you shall speak." So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. And when Balak heard that Balaam had come, he went out to meet him in a city of Moab, which is on the border at Arnon, which is at the farthest border. And Balak said to Balaam, "Did I not earnestly send to you to call you? Why did you not come to me? Am I not indeed able to promote you to honor?" And Balaam said to Balak, "Behold, I have come to you. Do I now have any power at all to say anything? The word that God puts in my mouth, that I shall speak." And Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath Huzoth. And Balak offered oxen and sheep, and sent to Balaam and to the princes that were with him. And it came to pass on the next day that Balak took Balaam and brought him up into the high places of Baal, that from there he might see the farthest part of the people. Numbers chapter 23. And Balaam said to Balak, "Build me 7 altars here, and prepare me 7 oxen and 7 rams here." And Balak did as Balaam had spoken, and Balak and Balaam offered a bull and a ram on every altar. And Balaam said to Balak, "Stand by your burnt offering, and I will go. Perhaps the Lord will come to meet me, and whatever he shows me I will tell you." And he went to a high place. And God met Balaam, and he said to him, "I have prepared 7 altars, and I have offered a bull and a ram on every altar." And the Lord put a word in Balaam's mouth, and said, "Return to Balak, and thus you shall speak." And he returned to him. And behold, he stood by his burnt sacrifice, he and all the princes of Moab. And he took up his parable, and said, "Balak the king of Moab has brought me from Aram out of the mountains of the east, saying, 'Come, curse Jacob for me, and come, defy Israel.' How shall I curse whom God has not cursed? Or how shall I defy whom the Lord has not defied? For from the top of the rocks I see him, and from the hills I behold him. Look, the people shall dwell alone, and shall not be counted among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob, and the number of 1/4 of Israel? Let me die the death of the righteous, and let my last end be like his. And Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have blessed them altogether. And he answered and said, Must I not be careful to speak what the Lord has put in my mouth? And Balak said to him, Come, I ask, with me to another place, from which you may see them. You shall see but the utmost part of them, and shall not see them all. And curse them for me from there. And he brought him into the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bull and a ram on every altar. And he said to Balak, Stand here by your burnt offering, while I meet the Lord over there. And the Lord met Balaam, and put a word in his mouth, and said, Go again to Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the princes of Moab were with him. And Balak said to him, What has the Lord spoken? And he took up his parable, and said, Rise up, Balak, and hear. Listen to me, you son of Zippor. God is not a man, that he should lie, nor the Son of Man, that he should repent. Has he said, and shall he not do it? Or has he spoken, and shall he not make it good? Behold, I have received a commandment to bless, and he has blessed, and I cannot reverse it. He has not seen iniquity in Jacob, neither has he seen perverseness in Israel. The Lord his God is with him, and the shout of a king is among them. God brought them out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the strength of a wild ox. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, nor is there any divination against Israel. According to this time it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, What has God done? Behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion, and lift itself up as a young lion. It shall not lie down until it eats the prey and drinks the blood of the slain. And Balak said to Balaam, Neither curse them at all, nor bless them at all. But Balaam answered and said to Balak, Did I not tell you, saying, All that the Lord speaks, that I must do? And Balak said to Balaam, Come, I ask. I will bring you to another place. Perhaps it will please God that you may curse them for me from there. And Balak brought Balaam to the top of Peor, that looks toward Jeshimon. And Balaam said to Balak, Build me 7 altars here, and prepare me 7 bulls and 7 rams here. And Balak did as Balaam had said, and offered a bull and a ram on every altar. Numbers chapter 24. And when Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless Israel, he did not go, as at other times, to seek to use enchantments, but he set his face toward the wilderness. And Balaam lifted up his eyes, and he saw Israel abiding in their tents according to their tribes. And the Spirit of God came on him. And he took up his parable, and said, Balaam the son of Beor has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he who heard the words of God, who saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open, has said, How beautiful are your tents, O Jacob, and your tabernacles, O Israel. They spread forth like the valleys, like gardens by the river's side, like the trees of line aloes that the Lord has planted, and like cedar trees beside the waters. He shall pour the water out of his buckets, and his seed shall be in many waters. And his king shall be higher than Agag, and his kingdom shall be exalted. God brought him forth out of Egypt. He has, as it were, the strength of a wild ox. He shall eat up the nations, his enemies, and shall break their bones and pierce them through with his arrows. Like a lion he crouches and lies down, and as a great lion, who shall stir him up? Blessed is he who blesses you, and cursed is he who curses you. And Balak's anger was kindled against Balaam, and he struck his hands together. And Balak said to Balaam, I called you to curse my enemies, and behold, you have altogether blessed them these 3 times. Therefore now flee to your place. I thought to promote you to great honor, but behold, the Lord has kept you back from honor. And Balaam said to Balak, Did I not also speak to your messengers whom you sent to me, saying, If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I could not go beyond the commandment of the Lord to do either good or bad of my own mind, but what the Lord says, that I will speak? And now, behold, I am going to my people. Therefore come, and I will tell you what these people shall do to your people in the latter days. And he took up his parable and said, Balaam the son of Beor has said, and the man whose eyes are open has said, he who heard the words of God and knew the knowledge of the Most High, who saw the vision of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open, has said, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not near. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall strike the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Sheth. And Edom shall be a possession. Seir shall also be a possession for his enemies, and Israel shall do valiantly. Out of Jacob shall come he who shall have dominion, and shall destroy those who remain in the city. And when he looked on Amalek, he took up his parable and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his end shall be that he perishes forever. And he looked on the Kenites, and took up his parable and said, Your dwelling place is strong, and you put your nest in a rock. Nevertheless the Kenite shall be wasted, until Ashur shall carry you away captive. And he took up his parable and said, Alas, who shall live when God does this? And ships shall come from the coast of Cyprus, and shall afflict Ashur, and shall afflict Eber, and he shall also perish forever. And Balaam rose up, and went and returned to his place. And Balak also went his way. Numbers chapter 25. And Israel remained in Shittim, and the people began to commit prostitution with the daughters of Moab. And they called the people to the sacrifices of their gods, and the people ate and bowed down to their gods. And Israel joined himself to Baal of Peor, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel. And the Lord said to Moses, Take all the leaders of the people and hang them up before the Lord in the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said to the judges of Israel, Every one of you slay his men who were joined to Baal of Peor. And behold, one of the children of Israel came and brought to his brothers a Midianite woman in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of all the congregation of the children of Israel, who were weeping before the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And when Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he rose up from among the congregation and took a javelin in his hand. And he went after the man of Israel into the tent and thrust both of them through, the man of Israel and the woman through her belly. So the plague was stopped from the children of Israel, and those who died in the plague were 24,000. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned my wrath away from the children of Israel, because he was zealous for my sake among them, so that I did not consume the children of Israel in my jealousy. Therefore say, Behold, I give to him my covenant of peace. And he and his descendants after him shall have it, even the covenant of an everlasting priesthood, because he was zealous for his God, and made an atonement for the children of Israel. Now the name of the Israelite who was slain with the Midianite woman, was Zimri, the son of Salu, a prince of a chief house among the Simeonites. And the name of the Midianite woman who was slain was Cozbi, the daughter of Zur. He was head over a people, and of a chief house in Midian. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Afflict the Midianites and strike them, for they afflict you with their schemes, with which they have deceived you in the matter of Peor and in the matter of Cosbi, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, who was slain in the day of the plague for Peor's sake. Numbers chapter 26. And it came to pass, after the plague, that the Lord spoke to Moses and to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, saying, Take account of all the congregation of the children of Israel, from 20 years old and upward, throughout their fathers' houses, all who are able to go to war in Israel. And Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke with them in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan near Jericho, saying, Take account of the people from 20 years old and upward, as the Lord commanded Moses and the children of Israel, who went forth out of the land of Egypt. The children of Reuben, the eldest son of Israel, Hanoch, of whom came the family of the Hanochites, of Pallu, the family of the Palluites, of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Carmi, the family of the Carmites. These are the families of the Reubenites, and those who were numbered of them were 43,730. And the sons of Pallu, Eliab. And the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Abiram. These are the Dathan and Abiram who were famous in the congregation, who fought against Moses and against Aaron in the company of Korah, when they fought against the Lord, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, together with Korah, when that company died, when the fire devoured 250 men, and they became a sign. However, the children of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon, according to their families. Of Nemuel, the family of the Nemuelites. Of Jamin, the family of the Jaminites. Of Jachin, the family of the Jachinites. Of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. Of Shaul, the family of the Shaulites. These are the families of the Simeonites, 22,200. The children of Gad, according to their families. Of Zephon, the family of the Zephonites. Of Haggi, the family of the Haggites. Of Shuni, the family of the Shunites. Of Ozni, the family of the Oznites. Of Eri, the family of the Erites. Of Arad, the family of the Aradites. Of Areli, the family of the Arelites. These are the families of the children of Gad, according to those who were numbered of them, 40,500. The sons of Judah were and Onan, and and Onan died in the land of Canaan. And the sons of Judah, according to their families, were of Shelah, the family of the Shelanites, of Periz, the family of the Perizzites, of Zerah, the family of the Zerahites. And the sons of Periz were of Hezron, the family of the Hezronites, of Hamel, the family of the Hamelites. These are the families of Judah according to those who were numbered of them, 76,500. Of the sons of Issachar according to their families, of Tola, the family of the Tolaites, of Puvah, the family of the Punites, of Jashub, the family of the Jashubites, of Shimron, the family of the Shimronites. These are the families of Issachar, according to those who were numbered of them, 64,300. Of the sons of Zebulun, according to their families, of Sered, the family of the Sardites, of Elon, the family of the Elonites, of Jaleel, the family of the Jaleelites. These are the families of the Zebulunites, according to those who were numbered of them, 60,500. The sons of Joseph, according to their families, were Manasseh and Ephraim. Of the sons of Manasseh, of Machir, the family of the Machirites, and Machir begot Gilead. Of Gilead came the family of the Gileadites. These are the sons of Gilead. Of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites. Of Helek, the family of the Helekites. And of Azriel, the family of the Azrielites. And of Shechem, the family of the Shechemites. And of Shemida, the family of the Shemidaites. And of Hepher, the family of the Hepherites. And Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, had no sons, but daughters. And the names of the daughters of Zelophehad were Mahlah and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the families of Manasseh, and those who were numbered of them, 52,700. These are the sons of Ephraim, according to their families. Of Shuthelah, the family of the Shuthelaites. Of Becher, the family of the Bachrites. Of Tahan, the family of the Tahanites. And these are the sons of Shuthelah. Of Eran, the family of the Eranites. These are the families of the sons of Ephraim, according to those who were numbered of them, 32,500. These are the sons of Joseph, according to their families. The sons of Benjamin, according to their families. Of Bela, the family of the Belaites. Of Ashbel, the family of the Ashbelites. Of Ahiram, the family of the Ahiramites. Of Shupham, the family of the Shuphamites. Of Hupham, the family of the Huphamites. And the sons of Bela were Ard and Naaman. Of Ard, the family of the Ardites, and of Naaman, the family of the Naamites. These are the sons of Benjamin, according to their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,600. These are the sons of Dan, according to their families. Of Shuham, the family of the Shuhamites. These are the families of Dan, according to their families. All the families of the Shuhamites, according to those who were numbered of them, were 64,400. Of the children of Asher, according to their families. Of Jimnah, the family of the Jimnites. Of Jesui, the family of the Jesuites. Of Beriah, the family of the Beriaites. Of the sons of Beriah. Of Heber, the family of the Heberites. Of Malchiel, the family of the Malchielites. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Serah. These are the families of the sons of Asher, according to those who were numbered of them, who were 53,400. Of the sons of Naphtali, according to their families. Of Jeziel, the family of the Jezielites. Of Guni, the family of the Gunites. Of Jezer, the family of the Jezerites. Of Shillem, the family of the Shillemites. These are the families of Naphtali, according to their families, and those who were numbered of them were 45,400. These were the numbered of the children of Israel, 601,730. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, To these the land shall be divided for an inheritance according to the number of names. To many you shall give the larger inheritance, and to few you shall give the smaller inheritance. Each one shall be given his inheritance according to those who were numbered of him. However, the land shall be divided by lot. They shall inherit according to the names of the tribes of their fathers. According to the lot, the possession of it shall be divided between many and few. And these are those who were numbered of the Levites according to their families. Of Gershon, the family of the Gershonites. Of Kohath, the family of the Kohathites. Of Merari, the family of the Merarites. These are the families of the Levites. The family of the Libnites, the family of the Hebronites, the family of the Malites, the family of the Mushites, the family of the Korathites. And Kohath begot Amram. And the name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, the daughter of Levi, who her mother bore to Levi in Egypt. And to Amram she bore Aaron and Moses and their sister Miriam. And to Aaron were born Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. And Nadab and Abihu died when they offered strange fire before the Lord. And those who were numbered of them were 23,000, all males from a month old and upward, for they were not numbered among the children of Israel, because there was no inheritance given to them among the children of Israel. These are those who were numbered by Moses and Eleazar the priest, who numbered the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan near Jericho. But among these there was not a man of those whom Moses and Aaron the priest numbered when they numbered the children of Israel in the wilderness of Sinai. For the Lord had said of them, They shall surely die in the wilderness. And there was not a man of them left, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. Numbers chapter 27. Then came the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. And these are the names of his daughters: Mahlah, Noah, and Hoglah, and Milcah and Tirzah. And they stood before Moses and before Eleazar the priest, and before the princes and all the congregation by the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, saying, Our father died in the wilderness, and he was not in the company of those who gathered themselves together against the Lord in the company of Korah, but died in his own sin, and had no sons. Why should the name of our father be done away from among his family, because he had no son? Therefore give to us a possession among the brothers of our father. And Moses brought their case before the Lord. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, The daughters of Zelophehad speak right. You shall surely give them a possession of an inheritance among their father's brothers, and you shall cause the inheritance of their father to pass to them. And you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, If a man dies and has no son, then you shall cause his inheritance to pass to his daughter. And if he has no daughter, then you shall give his inheritance to his brothers. And if he has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his father's brothers. And if his father has no brothers, then you shall give his inheritance to his kinsman who is next to him of his family, and he shall possess it. And it shall be to the children of Israel a statute of judgment, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the Lord said to Moses, Go up into this Mount Abarim, and see the land that I have given to the children of Israel. And when you have seen it, you also shall be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother was gathered. For you rebelled against my commandment in the desert of Zin, in the strife of the congregation, to sanctify me at the water before their eyes. That is the water of Meribah in Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin. And Moses spoke to the Lord, saying, Let the Lord, the God of the spirits of all flesh, set a man over the congregation, who may go out before them, and who may go in before them, and who may lead them out, and who may bring them in, that the congregation of the Lord may not be as sheep that have no shepherd. And the Lord said to Moses, Take Joshua the son of Nun, a man in whom is the Spirit, and lay your hand on him, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation, and give him a charge in their sight. And you shall put some of your honor on him, that all the congregation of the children of Israel may be obedient. And he shall stand before Eleazar the priest, who shall ask counsel before the Lord for him after the judgment of Urim. At his word they shall go out, and at his word they shall come in, both he and all the children of Israel with him, even all the congregation. And Moses did as the Lord commanded him. And he took Joshua, and set him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the congregation. And he laid his hands on him, and gave him a charge, as the Lord commanded through Moses. Numbers chapter 28. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say to them, My offering and my bread for my sacrifices made by fire, for a sweet savor to me, you shall observe to offer to me in their due season. And you shall say to them, This is the offering made by fire that you shall offer to the Lord: 2 lambs of the first year without spot, day by day, for a continual burnt offering. You shall offer the 1 lamb in the morning, and you shall offer the other lamb at evening, and a 10th part of an ephah of flour for a grain offering, mingled with the 4th part of a hin of beaten oil. It is a continual burnt offering that was ordained on Mount Sinai for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire to the Lord. And its drink offering shall be the 4th part of a hin for the 1 lamb. In the holy place you shall cause the strong wine to be poured to the Lord for a drink offering. And you shall offer the other lamb at evening. You shall offer it as the grain offering of the morning, and as its drink offering, a sacrifice made by fire, of a sweet savor to the Lord. And on the Sabbath day, 2 lambs of the first year without spot, and 2/10 of a portion of flour for a grain offering, mingled with oil, and its drink offering. This is the burnt offering of every Sabbath, besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. And in the beginnings of your months you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 young bulls and 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without spot, and 3/10 of a portion of flour for a grain offering, mingled with oil, for 1 bull, and 2/10 of a portion of flour for a grain offering, mingled with oil, for 1 ram, and a separate 1/10 of a portion of flour mingled with oil for a grain offering for each lamb, for a burnt offering of a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire to the Lord. And their drink offerings shall be half a hin of wine for a bull, and the 1/3 part of a hin for a ram, and a 1/4 part of a hin for a lamb. This is the burnt offering for every month throughout the months of the year. And 1 young goat shall be offered for a sin offering to the Lord, besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the 14th day of the first month is the Passover of the Lord, and on the 15th day of this month is the feast. Unleavened bread shall be eaten 7 days. On the first day shall be a holy convocation. You shall do no manner of servile work on it. But you shall offer a sacrifice made by fire for a burnt offering to the Lord, 2 young bulls and 1 ram and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be for you without blemish. And their grain offering shall be of flour mingled with oil. You shall offer 3/10 of a portion for a bull, and 2/10 of a portion for a ram. You shall offer a separate 1/10 of a portion for each of the 7 lambs, and 1 goat for a sin offering, to make an atonement for you. You shall offer these besides the burnt offering in the morning, which is for a continual burnt offering. In this way you shall offer the meat of the sacrifice made by fire daily throughout the 7 days, of a sweet savor to the Lord. It shall be offered besides the continual burnt offering and its drink offering. And on the 7th day you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work. Also on the day of the firstfruits, when you bring a new grain offering to the Lord after your weeks are out, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work. But you shall offer the burnt offering for a sweet savor to the Lord, 2 young bulls, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year, and their grain offering of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 of a portion for 1 bull, 2/10 of a portion for 1 ram, a separate 1/10 of a portion for each of the 7 lambs, and 1 young goat to make an atonement for you. They shall be for you without blemish. You shall offer them and their drink offerings, besides the continual burnt offering and its grain offering. Numbers chapter 29. And in the 7th month, on the first day of the month, you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work. It is for you a day of blowing the trumpets. And you shall offer a burnt offering for a sweet savor to the Lord, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year without blemish. And their grain offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 of a portion for a bull, and 2/10 of a portion for a ram, and 1/10 of a portion for each of the 7 lambs, and 1 young goat for a sin offering, to make an atonement for you, besides the burnt offering of the month and its grain offering, and the daily burnt offering and its grain offering, and their drink offerings, according to their manner, for a sweet savor, a sacrifice made by fire to the Lord. And on the 10th day of this 7th month you shall have a holy convocation, and you shall afflict your souls. You shall not do any work on it. But you shall offer a burnt offering to the Lord for a sweet savor, 1 young bull, 1 ram, and 7 lambs of the first year. They shall be for you without blemish. And their grain offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 of a portion for a bull, and 2/10 of a portion for 1 ram, a separate 1/10 of a portion for each of the 7 lambs, 1 young goat for a sin offering, besides the sin offering of atonement, and the continual burnt offering and its grain offering, and their drink offerings. And on the 15th day of the 7th month you shall have a holy convocation. You shall do no servile work, and you shall keep a feast to the Lord 7 days. And you shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor to the Lord, 13 young bulls, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year. They shall be without blemish. And their grain offering shall be of flour mingled with oil, 3/10 of a portion for every bull of the 13 bulls, 2/10 of a portion for each ram of the 2 rams, and a separate 10th of a portion for each lamb of the 14 lambs, and 1 young goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. And on the 2nd day you shall offer 12 young bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their grain offering and their drink offerings, for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 young goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and its grain offering, and their drink offerings. And on the 3rd day 11 bulls, 2 rams, 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. And on the 4th day 10 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 young goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. And on the 5th day 9 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without spot, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. And on the 6th day 8 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. And on the 7th day 7 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 lambs of the first year without blemish, and their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, for the rams, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering, its grain offering, and its drink offering. On the 8th day you shall have a solemn assembly. You shall do no servile work on it. But you shall offer a burnt offering, a sacrifice made by fire of a sweet savor to the Lord. 1 bull, 1 ram, 7 lambs of the first year without blemish, their grain offering and their drink offerings for the bull, for the ram, and for the lambs, shall be according to their number, according to the manner, and 1 goat for a sin offering, besides the continual burnt offering and its grain offering and its drink offering. These things you shall offer to the Lord in your set feasts, besides your vows and your free will offerings, for your burnt offerings, and for your grain offerings, and for your drink offerings, and for your peace offerings. And Moses told the children of Israel according to all that the Lord commanded Moses. Numbers chapter 30. And Moses spoke to the leaders of the tribes concerning the children of Israel, saying, This is the thing that the Lord has commanded. If a man vows a vow to the Lord, or swears an oath to bind his soul with a bond, he shall not break his word. He shall do according to all that proceeds out of his mouth. If a woman also vows a vow to the Lord, and binds herself by a bond, being in her father's house in her youth, and her father hears her vow and her bond with which she has bound her soul, and her father says nothing to her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she has bound her soul shall stand. But if her father disallows her on the day that he hears, Not any of her vows or her bonds with which she has bound her soul shall stand. And the Lord shall forgive her, because her father disallowed her. And if she had at all a husband when she vowed or uttered anything out of her lips with which she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and said nothing to her on the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds with which she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow that she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, with which she bound her soul, of none effect, and the Lord shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow and of a woman who is divorced, by which they have bound their souls, shall stand against her. And if she vowed in her husband's house, or bound her soul by a bond with an oath, and her husband heard it, and said nothing to her, and did not disallow her, then all her vows shall stand, and every bond with which she bound her soul shall stand. But if her husband has utterly made them void on the day he heard them, then whatever proceeded out of her lips concerning her vows, or concerning the bond of her soul, shall not stand. Her husband has made them void, and the Lord shall forgive her. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void. But if her husband altogether says nothing to her from day to day, then he establishes all her vows or all her bonds that are on her. He confirms them, because he said nothing to her on the day that he heard them. But if he shall in any way make them void after he has heard them, then he shall bear her iniquity. These are the statutes that the Lord commanded Moses, between a man and his wife, between the father and his daughter who is still in her youth in her father's house. Numbers chapter 31. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take vengeance on the Midianites for the children of Israel. Afterward you shall be gathered to your people. And Moses spoke to the people, saying, Arm some of yourselves for war, and let them go against the Midianites, and take vengeance on Midian for the Lord. You shall send to the war 1,000 from every tribe, throughout all the tribes of Israel. So there were sent, out of the thousands of Israel, 1,000 from every tribe, 12,000 armed for war. And Moses sent them to the war, 1,000 from every tribe, they and Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the war, with the holy instruments and the trumpets to blow in his hand. And they warred against the Midianites, as the Lord commanded Moses, and they slew all the males. And they slew the kings of Midian, besides the rest of those who were slain, namely Evi, and Rechem, and Zur, and Hur, and Reba, 5 kings of Midian. They also slew Balaam the son of Beor with the sword. And the children of Israel took captive all the women of Midian and their little ones, and took the spoil of all their cattle, and all their flocks, and all their goods. And they burned with fire all their cities in which they dwelled, and all their beautiful castles. And they took all the spoil and all the plunder, both of men and of beasts. And they brought the captives and the plunder and the spoil to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and to the congregation of the children of Israel, to the camp at the plains of Moab, which are by the Jordan near Jericho. And Moses and Eleazar the priest, and all the princes of the congregation, went out to meet them outside the camp. And Moses was angry with the officers of the army, with the captains over thousands and captains over hundreds, who came from the battle. And Moses said to them, Have you saved all the women alive? Behold, these, through the counsel of Balaam, caused the children of Israel to trespass against the Lord in the matter of Peor, and there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman who has known a man by lying with him. But keep alive for yourselves all the girls who have not known a man by lying with him, and remain outside the camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person, and whoever has touched any slain, purify both yourselves and your captives on the 3rd day and on the 7th day. And purify all your clothing, and all that is made of skins, and all work of goat's hair, and all things made of wood. And Eleazar the priest said to the men of war who went to the battle, This is the ordinance of the law that the Lord commanded Moses. Only the gold and the silver, the bronze, the iron, the tin, and the lead, everything that may withstand the fire, you shall make it go through the fire, and it shall be clean. Nevertheless, it shall be purified with the water of separation. And all that does not withstand the fire, you shall make go through the water. And you shall wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you shall be clean. And afterward you shall come into the camp. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Take account of the plunder that was taken, both of man and of beast, you and Eleazar the priest, and the chief fathers of the congregation. And divide the plunder into 2 parts, between those who took the war upon them, who went out to battle, and between all the congregation. And collect a tribute to the Lord from the men of war who went out to battle, 1 soul of 500, from the persons, and from the cattle, and from the donkeys, and from the sheep. Take it from their half, and give it to Eleazar the priest for a heave offering to the Lord. And from the children of Israel's half, you shall take 1 portion of 50, from the persons, from the cattle, from the donkeys, and from the flocks, from all manner of beasts, and give them to the Levites who take care of the needs of the tabernacle of the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest did as the Lord commanded Moses. And the booty, the rest of the plunder that the men of war had taken, was 675,000 sheep, and 72,000 cattle, and 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 persons in all, of women who had not known a man by lying with him. And the half that was the portion of those who went out to war numbered 337,500 sheep. And the Lord's tribute from the sheep was 675. And the cattle were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 72. And the donkeys were 30,500, of which the Lord's tribute was 61. And the persons were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. And Moses gave the tribute, which was the Lord's heave offering, to Eleazar the priest, as the Lord commanded Moses. And from the children of Israel's half, which Moses divided from the men who warred, now the half that pertained to the congregation was 337,500 sheep, and 36,000 cattle, and 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 persons. Even from the children of Israel's half, Moses took 1 portion of 50, both of man and of beast, and gave them to the Levites, who took care of the needs of the tabernacle of the Lord, as the Lord commanded Moses. And the officers who were over thousands of the army, the captains of thousands and captains of hundreds, came near to Moses. And they said to Moses, Your servants have taken account of the men of war who are under our charge, and not one man is missing. Therefore we have brought an offering for the Lord, what every man has gotten, of jewels of gold, chains and bracelets, rings, earrings, and tablets, to make an atonement for our souls before the Lord. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold from them, even all ornamental jewels. And all the gold of the offering that they offered up to the Lord, from the captains of thousands and from the captains of hundreds, was 16,750 shekels. For the men of war had taken spoil, every man for himself. And Moses and Eleazar the priest took the gold from the captains of thousands and of hundreds, and brought it into the tabernacle of the congregation for a memorial for the children of Israel before the Lord. Numbers chapter 32. Now the children of Reuben and the children of Gad had a very great multitude of cattle. And when they saw the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead, that behold, the place was a place for cattle, the children of Gad and the children of Reuben came and spoke to Moses and to Eleazar the priest, and the princes of the congregation, saying, Ataroth and Dibon, and Jazer, and Nimrah, and Heshbon, and Elealeh, and Shebam, and Nebo, and Beon, the country that the Lord struck before the congregation of Israel, is a land for cattle, and your servants have cattle. Therefore they said, "If we have found grace in your sight, let this land be given to your servants for a possession, and do not bring us over the Jordan." And Moses said to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, "Shall your brothers go to war while you sit here? And why will you discourage the heart of the children of Israel from going over into the land that the Lord has given them? This is what your fathers did when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to see the land. For when they went up the valley of Eshcol and saw the land, they discouraged the heart of the children of Israel, that they should not go into the land that the Lord had given them. And the Lord's anger was kindled at that time, and he swore, saying, Surely none of the men who came up out of Egypt, from 20 years old and upward, shall see the land that I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, because they have not wholly followed me, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, for they have wholly followed the Lord. And the Lord's anger was kindled against Israel, and he made them wander in the wilderness 40 years, until all the generation that had done evil in the sight of the Lord was consumed. And behold, you have risen up in your father's place, an increase of sinful men, to further add to the fierce anger of the Lord toward Israel. For if you turn away from following him, he will yet again leave them in the wilderness, and you shall destroy all these people. And they came near to him and said, We will build sheepfolds here for our cattle, and cities for our little ones, but we ourselves will go armed and ready before the children of Israel, until we have brought them to their place. And our little ones shall dwell in the fenced cities because of the inhabitants of the land. We will not return to our houses until every one of the children of Israel has inherited his inheritance. For we will not inherit with them on the other side of the Jordan or beyond, because our inheritance has fallen to us on this east side of the Jordan. And Moses said to them, If you will do this thing, if you will go armed before the Lord to war, and all of you go armed over the Jordan before the Lord until he has driven out his enemies from before him, and the land is subdued before the Lord, then afterward you shall return and be guiltless before the Lord and before Israel, and this land shall be your possession before the Lord. But if you will not do so, behold, you will have sinned against the Lord, and be sure your sin will find you out. Build cities for your little ones, and folds for your sheep, and do what has proceeded out of your mouth. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben spoke to Moses, saying, Your servants will do as my Lord commands. Our little ones, our wives, our flocks, and all our cattle shall be there in the cities of Gilead. But your servants will cross over, every man armed for war, before the Lord to battle, as my Lord says. So Moses gave the command concerning them to Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel. And Moses said to them, If the children of Gad and the children of Reuben cross over the Jordan with you, every man armed to battle before the Lord, and the land is subdued before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they will not cross over armed with you, they shall have possessions among you in the land of Canaan. And the children of Gad and the children of Reuben answered, saying, As the Lord has said to your servants, so we will do. We will cross over armed before the Lord into the land of Canaan, that the possession of our inheritance on this side of the Jordan may be ours. And Moses gave to them, to the children of Gad and to the children of Reuben, and to half the tribe of Manasseh the son of Joseph, the kingdom of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, the land and the cities within its borders, even the cities of the surrounding country. And the children of Gad built Dibon, and Ataroth, and Aroer, and Atroth, Shophan, and Jazer, and Jogbehah, and Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fortified cities, and folds for sheep. And the children of Reuben built Heshbon, and Elealeh, and Kiriathaim, and Nebo, and Baal-meon, their names being changed, and Shibmah. And they gave other names to the cities that they built. And the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, went to Gilead, and took it, and dispossessed the Amorites who were in it. And Moses gave Gilead to Machir the son of Manasseh, and he dwelled in it. And Jair the son of Manasseh went and took its small towns, and called them Haveth Jair. And Nobah went and took Kenath and its villages, and called it Nobah, after his own name. Numbers chapter 33. These are the journeys of the children of Israel, who went forth out of the land of Egypt with their armies under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. And Moses wrote of places of their departure, according to their journeys, by the commandment of the Lord. And these are their journeys, according to their places of departure. And they departed from Ramesses in the 1st month, on the 15th day of the 1st month. On the day after the Passover, the children of Israel went out boldly in the sight of all the Egyptians. For the Egyptians buried all their firstborn, whom the Lord had struck among them. The Lord also executed judgments on their gods. And the children of Israel moved from Ramesses and camped at Succoth. And they departed from Succoth and camped at Etham, which is on the edge of the wilderness. And they moved from Etham and turned again to Pi-hahiroth, which is before Baal-zephon, and they camped before Migdol. And they departed from Pi-hahiroth and passed through the midst of the sea into the wilderness, and went 3 days' journey in the wilderness of Etham, and camped at Marah. And they moved from Marah and came to Elim. And in Elim were 12 fountains of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there. And they moved from Elim and camped by the Red Sea. And they moved from the Red Sea and camped in the wilderness of Sin. And they journeyed out of the wilderness of Sin and camped at Dophkah. And they departed from Dophkah and camped at Alush. And they moved from Alush and camped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. And they departed from Rephidim and camped in the wilderness of Sinai. And they moved from the desert of Sinai and camped at Kibroth-Hattaavah. And they departed from Kibroth-Hattaavah and camped at Hazeroth. And they departed from Hazeroth and camped at Rithmah. And they departed from Rithmah and camped at Rimmon-Perez. And they departed from Rimmon-Perez and camped at Libnah. And they moved from Libnah and camped at Rissah. And they journeyed from Rissah and camped at Kehelatha. And they went from Kehelatha and camped at Mount Shepher. And they moved from Mount Shepher and camped at Harada. And they moved from Harada and camped at Makheloth. And they moved from Makheloth and camped at Tahath. And they departed from Tahath and camped at Terah. And they moved from Terah and camped at Mithkah. And they went from Mithkah and camped at Hashmonah. And they departed from Hashmonah and camped at Moserath. And they departed from Moserath and camped at Beni-Jaakan. And they moved from Beni-Jaakan and camped at Hor-Haggidgad. And they went from Hor-Haggidgad and camped at Jotbathah. And they moved from Jotbathah and camped at Abrona. And they departed from Abrona and camped at Ezion-Geber. And they moved from Ezion-Geber and camped in the wilderness of Zin, which is Kadesh. And they moved from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor, on the edge of the land of Edom. And Aaron the priest went up to Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord, and died there in the 40th year after the children of Israel had come out of the land of Egypt, on the 1st day of the 5th month. And Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. And the king of Arad the Canaanite, who dwelled in the south in the land of Canaan, heard of the coming of the children of Israel. And they departed from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmunna. And they departed from Zalmunna and camped at Punon. And they departed from Punon and camped at Oboth. And they departed from Oboth and camped at Ijah-Abarim, at the border of Moab. And they departed from Ijim and camped at Dibon-Gad. And they moved from Dibon-Gad and camped at Almon-Diblathaim. And they moved from Almon-Diblathaim and camped in the mountains of Abarim before Nebo. And they departed from the mountains of Abarim, and camped in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan, near Jericho. And they camped by the Jordan, from Beth Jeshemoth even to Abel Shittim, in the plains of Moab. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab, by the Jordan, near Jericho, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you have passed over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall drive out all the inhabitants of the land from before you, and destroy all their carved images, and destroy all their molten images, and completely tear down all their high places. And you shall dispossess the inhabitants of the land, and dwell in it. For I have given you the land to possess it. And you shall divide the land by lot for an inheritance among your families. And to the larger you shall give more inheritance, and to the smaller you shall give less inheritance. Every man's inheritance shall be in the place where his lot falls. You shall inherit according to the tribes of your fathers. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land from before you, then it shall come to pass that those whom you let remain of them shall be barbs in your eyes and thorns in your sides, and shall afflict you in the land in which you dwell. Moreover, it shall come to pass that I shall do to you as I thought to do to them. Numbers chapter 34. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the land of Canaan, this is the land that shall fall to you for an inheritance, even the land of Canaan with its borders. Then your southern region shall be from the wilderness of Zin along the border of Edom, and your southern border shall be the outermost end of the salt sea eastward. And your border shall turn from the south to the ascent of Akrabim, and pass on to Zin, and then it shall go forth from the south to Kadesh Barnea, and shall go on to Hazar Atter, and pass on to Asmon. And the border shall go around from Asmon to the brook of Egypt, and the end of it shall be at the sea. And as for the western border, you shall have the great sea for a border. This shall be your western border. And this shall be your northern border. From the great sea you shall point out for you Mount Hor. From Mount Hor you shall point out your border to the entrance of Hamath, and the border shall continue to Zedad. And the border shall go on to Ziphron, and the end of it shall be at Hazar Enan. This shall be your northern border. And you shall point out your eastern border from Hazar Enan to Shepham. And the border shall go down from Shepham to Riblah on the east side of Ain. And the border shall descend, and shall reach to the side of the sea of Kinnereth eastward. And the border shall go down to the Jordan, and the end of it shall be at the salt sea. This shall be your land with its borders all around. And Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the land that you shall inherit by lot, which the Lord commanded to give to the 9 tribes and to the half-tribe. For the tribe of the children of Reuben according to the house of their fathers, and the tribe of the children of Gad according to the house of their fathers, have received their inheritance. And half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance. The 2 tribes and the half-tribe have received their inheritance on this side of the Jordan, near Jericho eastward, toward the sunrise. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, These are the names of the men who shall divide the land for you, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun. And you shall take 1 prince from every tribe to divide the land for inheritance. And these are the names of the men. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. And from the tribe of the children of Simeon, Shemuel the son of Ammihud. From the tribe of Benjamin, Elidad the son of Kislon. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Dan, Bukai the son of Joglai. The prince of the children of Joseph, for the tribe of the children of Manasseh, Haniel the son of Ephod. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Ephraim, Kemuel the son of Shiftan. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Zebulun, Elzaphan the son of Parnak. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Issachar, Paltiel the son of Azan. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Asher, Ahihud, the son of Shalomai. And the prince of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, Pedahel, the son of Ammihud. These are those whom the Lord commanded to divide the inheritance for the children of Israel in the land of Canaan. Numbers chapter 35. And the Lord spoke to Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan near Jericho, saying, Command the children of Israel that they give to the Levites of the inheritance of their possession cities to dwell in. And you shall also give to the Levites suburbs for the cities all around them. And they shall have the cities to dwell in. And their suburbs shall be for their cattle, and for their goods, and for all their beasts. And the suburbs of the cities that you shall give to the Levites shall reach from the wall of the city and outward 1,000 cubits all around. And you shall measure from outside the city 2,000 cubits on the east side, and 2,000 cubits on the south side, and 2,000 cubits on the west side, and 2,000 cubits on the north side. And the city shall be in the middle. This shall be the suburbs of the cities for them. And among the cities that you shall give to the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which you shall appoint for the manslayer, that he may flee there. And to them you shall add 42 cities. So all the cities that you shall give to the Levites shall be 48 cities. These you shall give with their suburbs. And the cities that you shall give shall be from the possession of the children of Israel. From those who have many you shall give many, but from those who have few you shall give few. Every one shall give of his cities to the Levites according to his inheritance that he inherits. And the Lord spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come over the Jordan into the land of Canaan, then you shall appoint cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer who kills any person unintentionally may flee there. And they shall be to you cities for refuge from the avenger, that the manslayer may not die until he stands before the congregation in judgment. And of these cities that you shall give, you shall have 6 cities for refuge. You shall give 3 cities on this side of the Jordan, and you shall give 3 cities in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. These 6 cities shall be a refuge both for the children of Israel, and for the stranger and for the sojourner among them, that every one who kills any person unintentionally may flee there. And if he struck him with an instrument of iron, so that he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. And if he struck him by throwing a stone, with which he would die, and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Or if he struck him with a hand weapon of wood, with which he would die, and he died, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. The avenger of blood himself shall slay the murderer. When he meets him, he shall slay him. But if he pushed him in hatred, or hurled at him while lying in wait, so that he died, or in enmity struck him with his hand so that he died, he who struck him shall surely be put to death, for he is a murderer. The avenger of blood shall slay the murderer when he meets him. But if he pushed him suddenly without enmity, or threw anything on him without lying in wait, or threw any stone with which a man may die on him so that he dies, not seeing him, and not being his enemy, and not seeking his harm, then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the avenger of blood, according to these judgments. And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hand of the avenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge where he had fled, and he shall abide in it until the death of the high priest who is anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time come outside the border of the city of his refuge where he has fled, and the avenger of blood finds him outside the borders of the city of his refuge, and the avenger of blood kills the slayer, he shall not be guilty of blood, because he should have remained in the city of his refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the slayer shall return to the land of his possession. So these things shall be for a statute of judgment to you throughout your generations in all your dwellings. If anyone kills any person, the murderer shall be put to death by the mouth of witnesses. But one witness shall not testify against any person to cause him to die. Moreover, you shall take no ransom for the life of a murderer who is guilty of death, but he shall surely be put to death. And you shall take no ransom for him who has fled to the city of his refuge, that he should come again to dwell in the land until the death of the priest. So you shall not pollute the land in which you are, for blood defiles the land. And the land cannot be cleansed of the blood that is shed in it, except by the blood of him who shed it. Therefore do not defile the land that you shall inhabit, in which I dwell, for I, the Lord, dwell among the children of Israel. Numbers chapter 36. And the chief fathers of the families of the children of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, of the families of the sons of Joseph, came near and spoke before Moses and before the princes, the chief fathers of the children of Israel. And they said, The Lord commanded my Lord to give the land as an inheritance by lot to the children of Israel, and my Lord was commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of our brother Zelophehad to his daughters. And if they are married to any of the sons of the other tribes of the children of Israel, then their inheritance shall be taken from the inheritance of our fathers, and shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they are received. So it shall be taken from the lot of our inheritance. And when the Jubilee of the children of Israel comes, then their inheritance shall be added to the inheritance of the tribe to which they are received. So their inheritance shall be taken away from the inheritance of the tribe of our fathers. And Moses commanded the children of Israel according to the word of the Lord, saying, The tribe of the sons of Joseph has spoken correctly. This is the thing that the Lord commands concerning the daughters of Zelophehad, saying, Let them marry whom they think best, only they shall marry within the family of the tribe of their father. So the inheritance of the children of Israel shall not move from tribe to tribe, for every one of the children of Israel shall keep himself to the inheritance of the tribe of his fathers. And every daughter who possesses an inheritance in any tribe of the children of Israel shall be wife to one of the family of the tribe of her father, so that every one of the children of Israel may enjoy the inheritance of his fathers. The inheritance shall not move from one tribe to another tribe, but every one of the tribes of the children of Israel shall keep itself to its own inheritance. So the daughters of Zelophehad did as the Lord commanded Moses. For Mahlah, Tirzah, and Hoglah, and Milcah, and Noah, the daughters of Zelophehad, were married to their father's brothers' sons. And they were married into the families of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and their inheritance remained in the tribe of the family of their father. These are the commandments and the judgments that the Lord commanded through Moses to the children of Israel in the plains of Moab by the Jordan near Jericho. Deuteronomy chapter 1. These are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel on this side of the Jordan in the wilderness, in the plain next to the Red Sea, between Paran and Tophel and Laban and Hazeroth and Dizahab. There are 11 days' journey from Horeb by the way of Mount Seir to Kadesh Barnea. And it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the first day of the month, that Moses spoke to the children of Israel according to all that the Lord had given him in commandment to them, after he had slain Sihon, the king of the Amorites, who dwelled in Heshbon, and Og, the king of Bashan, who dwelled at Ashtaroth, in Edrei. On this side of the Jordan, in the land of Moab, Moses began to declare this law, saying, The Lord our God spoke to us in Horeb, saying, You have dwelled long enough at this mountain. Turn and take your journey, and go to the mountain of the Amorites, and to all the places near to it, in the plain, in the hills, and in the valley, and in the south and by the seaside, to the land of the Canaanites, and to Lebanon, to the great river, the river Euphrates. Behold, I have set the land before you. Go in and possess the land that the Lord swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give to them and to their descendants after them. And I spoke to you at that time, saying, I am not able to bear you alone. The Lord your God has multiplied you, and behold, you are this day like the stars of heaven in number. May the Lord God of your fathers make you 1,000 times more than you are, and bless you as he has promised you. How can I myself alone bear your trouble, and your burden, and your strife? Take for yourselves wise and understanding and known men among your tribes, and I will make them rulers over you. And you answered me and said, The thing that you have spoken is good for us to do. So I took the chiefs of your tribes, wise and known men, and made them heads over you, captains over thousands, and captains over hundreds, and captains over 50s, and captains over 10s, and officers among your tribes. And I charged your judges at that time, saying, Hear the cases between your brothers, and judge righteously between every man and his brother and the foreigner who is with him. You shall not show partiality in judgment, but you shall hear the small as well as the great. You shall not be afraid of the face of man, for the judgment is God's. And the case that is too hard for you, bring it to me, and I will hear it. And I commanded you at that time all the things that you should do. And when we departed from Horeb, we went through all that great and terrible wilderness that you saw by the way of the mountain of the Amorites, as the Lord our God commanded us. And we came to Kadesh Barnea. And I said to you, You have come to the mountain of the Amorites that the Lord our God is giving to us. Behold, the Lord your God has set the land before you. Go up and possess it, as the Lord God of your fathers has said to you. Do not fear or be discouraged. And you came near to me, every one of you, and said, We will send men before us, and they shall search out the land for us, and bring back word to us of which way we must go up, and into which cities we shall come. And the saying pleased me well, and I took 12 men from you, one from each tribe, and they turned and went up into the mountain, and came to the valley of Eshcol, and searched it out. And they took some of the fruit of the land in their hands, and brought it down to us, and brought back word to us, and said, It is a good land that the Lord our God is giving us. However, you would not go up, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God. And you murmured in your tents, and said, Because the Lord hated us, he has brought us forth out of the land of Egypt to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us. Where shall we go up? Our brothers have discouraged our hearts, saying, The people are greater and taller than we. The cities are great and walled up to heaven. And moreover, we have seen the sons of the Anakim there. Then I said to you, Do not dread or be afraid of them. The Lord your God, who goes before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes, and in the wilderness, where you have seen how the Lord your God bore you, as a man bears his son, all the way that you went until you came into this place. Yet in spite of all this, you did not believe the Lord your God, who went on the way before you to search out a place for you to pitch your tents, to show you by which way you should go, in fire by night and in a cloud by day. And the Lord heard the voice of your words, and was angry, and swore, saying, Surely not one of these men of this evil generation shall see that good land that I swore to give to your fathers, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh. He shall see it, and to him and to his children I will give the land that he has walked on, because he has wholly followed the Lord. The Lord was also angry with me for your sakes, saying, Also you shall not go in there. But Joshua the son of Nun, who stands before you, he shall go in there. Encourage him, for he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, who you said would become plunder, and your children, who in that day had no knowledge of good and evil, they shall go in there, and I will give it to them, and they shall possess it. But as for you, turn and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then you answered and said to me, We have sinned against the Lord. We will go up and fight according to all that the Lord our God commanded us. And when every man had girded on his weapons of war, you were ready to go up into the hill. And the Lord said to me, Say to them, Do not go up or fight, for I am not among you, lest you be struck before your enemies. So I spoke to you, and you would not hear, but rebelled against the commandment of the Lord, and presumptuously went up into the hill. And the Amorites who dwelled in that mountain came out against you and chased you as bees do, and destroyed you in Seir, even to Hormah. And you returned and wept before the Lord, but the Lord would not listen to your voice or give ear to you. So you remained in Kadesh many days, according to the days that you remained there. Deuteronomy chapter 2. Then we turned and took our journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea, as the Lord spoke to me, and we circled Mount Seir many days. And the Lord spoke to me, saying, You have circled this mountain long enough. Turn northward. And command the people, saying, You are going to pass through the coast of your brothers, the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, and they shall be afraid of you. Therefore be careful. Do not meddle with them, for I will not give you any of their land, no, not so much as a footbreadth, because I have given Mount Seir to Esau for a possession. You shall buy meat from them with money that you may eat, and you shall also buy water from them with money that you may drink. For the Lord your God has blessed you in all the works of your hand. He knows your walking through this great wilderness. The Lord your God has been with you these 40 years. You have lacked nothing. And when we passed by from our brothers, the children of Esau, who dwell in Seir, through the way of the plain from Elath and from Ezion-Geber, we turned and passed by the way of the wilderness of Moab. And the Lord said to me, Do not distress the Moabites, or contend with them in battle, for I will not give you any of their land for a possession, because I have given Ar to the children of Lot for a possession. The Emim dwelled there in times past, a people as great and many and tall as the Anakim. They were also considered giants, as the Anakim, but the Moabites called them Emim. The Horites also formerly dwelled in Seir, but the children of Esau succeeded them when they destroyed them from before them, and dwelled in their place, as Israel did to the land of their possession that the Lord gave to them. Now rise up, I said, and get over the brook Zered. And they went over the brook Zered. And the time from when we came from Kadesh Barnea until we had come over the brook Zered was 38 years, until all the generation of the men of war had perished from among the army, as the Lord swore to them. For indeed the hand of the Lord was against them, to destroy them from among the camp until they had perished. So it came to pass, when all the men of war had perished, and were dead from among the people, that the Lord spoke to me, saying, This day you are to cross over through Ar, the border of Moab. And when you come near the children of Ammon, do not distress them or meddle with them, for I will not give you any possession from the land of the children of Ammon, because I have given it to the children of Lot for a possession. That also was considered a land of giants. Giants formerly dwelled in it. And the Ammonites called them Zamzummim, a people as great and many and tall as the Anakim. But the Lord destroyed them before them, and they succeeded them, and dwelled in their place, as he did to the children of Esau, who dwelled in Seir, when he destroyed the Horites from before them. And they succeeded them, and dwelled in their place even to this day. And the Avim, who dwelled in Hazarim, even to Gaza, the Caphtorim, who came forth out of Caphtor, destroyed them, and dwelled in their place. Rise up, take your journey, and cross over the river Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to possess it, and contend with him in battle. This day I will begin to put the dread of you and the fear of you on the nations that are under the whole heaven, who shall hear the report of you, and shall tremble and be in anguish because of you. And I sent messengers out of the wilderness of Kedemoth to Sihon, king of Heshbon, with words of peace, saying, Let me pass through your land. I will go along by the highway. I will turn neither to the right hand nor to the left. You shall sell me food for money, that I may eat, and give me water for money, that I may drink. Only I will pass through on my feet, as the children of Esau who dwell in Seir and the Moabites who dwell in Ar did for me, until I cross over the Jordan into the land that the Lord our God is giving us. But Sihon king of Heshbon would not let us pass by him, for the Lord your God hardened his spirit, and made his heart obstinate, that he might deliver him into your hand, as appears this day. And the Lord said to me, Behold, I have begun to give Sihon and his land to you. Begin to take possession, that you may inherit his land. Then Sihon came out against us, he and all his people, to fight at Jahaz. And the Lord our God delivered him to us, and we struck him and his sons and all his people. And we took all his cities at that time, and utterly destroyed the men and the women and the little ones of every city. We left none remaining. We took for ourselves only the cattle for plunder, and the spoil of the cities that we took. From Aroer, which is by the bank of the river of Arnon, and from the city that is by the river, even to Gilead, there was not one city too strong for us. The Lord our God delivered all to us. Only you did not go into the land of the children of Ammon, or to any place of the river Jabbok, or to the cities in the mountains, or to whatever the Lord our God forbade us. Deuteronomy chapter 3. Then we turned and went up the way to Bashan, and Og the king of Bashan came out against us, he and all his people, to battle at Edrei. And the Lord said to me, Do not fear him, for I will deliver him and all his people and his land into your hand. And you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelled at Heshbon. So the Lord our God also delivered into our hands Og the king of Bashan, and all his people, and we struck him until he had no one left. And we took all his cities at that time. There was not a city that we did not take from them. 60 cities, all the region of Argob, the kingdom of Og in Bashan. All these cities were fenced with high walls, gates, and bars, besides a great many unwalled towns. And we utterly destroyed them, as we did to Sihon king of Heshbon, utterly destroying the men, women, and children of every city. But we took all the cattle and the spoil of the cities as plunder for ourselves. And at that time we took out of the land of the 2 kings of the Amorites, the land that was on this side of the Jordan, from the river of Arnon to Mount Hermon. The Sidonians call Hermon Syrian, and the Amorites call it Senir. All the cities of the plain, and all Gilead, and all Bashan, to Salakah and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan. For only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of giants. Behold, his bed was a bed of iron. Is it not in Rabbah of the children of Ammon? Its length was 9 cubits, and its breadth was 4 cubits, according to the cubit of a man. And this land, which we possessed at that time, from Aroer, which is by the river Arnon, and half the mountain of Gilead and its cities, I gave to the Reubenites and to the Gadites. And the rest of Gilead and all Bashan, being the kingdom of Og, I gave to the half-tribe of Manasseh. All the region of Argob, with all Bashan, was called the land of giants. Jair, the son of Manasseh, took all the country of Argob, to the borders of Geshurai and Maacathai, and called them after his own name, Havoth Jair, to this day. And I gave Gilead to Machir. And to the Reubenites and to the Gadites I gave from Gilead, even to the river Arnon, half the valley, and the border even to the river Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon. Also the plain, and the Jordan and its border, from Kinnereth even to the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, under Ashdoth Pisgah eastward. And I commanded you at that time, saying, The Lord your God has given you this land to possess it. All who are suitable for war shall cross over armed before your brothers, the children of Israel. But your wives and your little ones and your cattle, for I know that you have much cattle, shall remain in your cities that I have given you, until the Lord has given rest to your brothers and to you, and until they also possess the land that the Lord your God has given them beyond the Jordan. And then every man shall return to his possession that I have given you. And I commanded Joshua at that time, saying, Your eyes have seen all that the Lord your God has done to these two kings, so shall the Lord do to all the kingdoms that you cross into. You shall not fear them, for the Lord your God himself shall fight for you. And I implored the Lord at that time, saying, O Lord God, you have begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. For what God is there in heaven or in earth who can do according to your works and according to your might? I ask you, let me go over and see the good land that is beyond the Jordan, that fine mountain, and Lebanon. But the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and would not hear me. And the Lord said to me, Let it be enough for you. Do not speak to me any longer about this matter. Go up into the top of Pisgah, and lift up your eyes westward and northward and southward and eastward, and behold it with your eyes, for you shall not go over this Jordan. But charge Joshua, and encourage him, and strengthen him, for he shall go over before this people, and he shall cause them to inherit the land that you shall see. So we remained in the valley on the other side of Beth Peor. Deuteronomy chapter 4. Now therefore listen, O Israel, to the statutes and to the judgments that I teach you to do, that you may live and go in and possess the land that the Lord God of your fathers is giving you. You shall not add to the word that I command you, nor shall you take away anything from it, that you may keep the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you. Your eyes have seen what the Lord did because of Baal of Peor. For the Lord your God has destroyed from among you all the men who followed Baal of Peor. But you who clung to the Lord your God are alive this day, every one of you. Behold, I have taught you statutes and judgments, just as the Lord my God commanded me, that you should do them in the land that you are going to possess. Therefore keep and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations, who shall hear all these statutes and say, Surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people. For what great nation is there that has God so near to them as the Lord our God is in all things, when we call on him? And what great nation is there that has statutes and judgments so righteous as all this law that I set before you this day? Only be careful that you diligently watch over your soul, lest you forget the things that your eyes have seen, and lest they depart from your heart all the days of your life. But teach them to your sons and your sons' sons, especially the day that you stood before the Lord your God in Horeb, when the Lord said to me, Gather the people together to me, and I will make them hear my words, that they may learn to fear me all the days that they shall live on the earth, and that they may teach their children. And you came near and stood at the foot of the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire to the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. And the Lord spoke to you out of the midst of the fire. You heard the sound of the words, but saw no form. You only heard a voice. And he declared to you his covenant that he commanded you to perform, even the 10 Commandments. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone. And the Lord commanded me at that time to teach you statutes and judgments, that you might do them in the land that you are going over to possess. Therefore be very careful yourselves, for you saw no kind of form on the day that the Lord spoke to you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire, lest you corrupt yourselves and make for yourselves an engraved image, the form of any figure, the likeness of male or female, the likeness of any beast that is on the earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flies in the air, the likeness of anything that creeps on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth. And lest you lift up your eyes to heaven, And when you see the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the host of heaven, you should be driven to worship them and serve them, which the Lord your God has distributed to all nations under the whole heaven. But the Lord has taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be a people of inheritance to him, as you are this day. Furthermore, the Lord was angry with me for your sakes, and swore that I should not go over the Jordan, and that I should not go into that good land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance. But I must die in this land. I must not go over the Jordan, but you shall go over and possess that good land. Be careful, lest you forget the covenant of the Lord your God that he made with you, and make for yourselves an engraved image, or the likeness of anything that the Lord your God has forbidden you. For the Lord your God is a consuming fire, even a jealous God. When you have children and grandchildren, and you have remained for a long time in the land, and corrupt yourselves, and make an engraved image or the likeness of anything, and do evil in the sight of the Lord your God to provoke him to anger, I call heaven and earth to witness against you this day, that you shall soon utterly perish from off the land to which you go over the Jordan to possess. You shall not prolong your days in it, but shall utterly be destroyed. And the Lord shall scatter you among the nations, and you shall be left few in number among the nations where the Lord shall lead you. And there you shall serve gods, the work of men's hands, wood and stone, which neither see, nor hear, nor eat, nor smell. But if, from there, you seek the Lord your God, you shall find him, if you seek him with all your heart and with all your soul. When you are in tribulation, and all these things have come on you, even in the latter days, if you turn to the Lord your God and are obedient to his voice, for the Lord your God is a merciful God, he will not forsake you or destroy you or forget the covenant of your fathers that he swore to them. For ask now of the days that are past that were before you, since the day that God created man on the earth, and ask from the one side of heaven to the other, whether there has been or has been heard like it, any such thing as this great thing. Did people ever hear the voice of God speaking out of the midst of the fire, as you have heard, and live? Or has God attempted to go and take for himself a nation from the midst of another nation by temptations, by signs, and by wonders, and by war, and by a mighty hand, and by an outstretched arm, and by great terrors, according to all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt before your eyes? It was shown to you that you might know that the Lord, he is God. There is none else beside him. Out of heaven he made you to hear his voice, that he might instruct you. And on earth he showed you his great fire, and you heard his words out of the midst of the fire. And because he loved your fathers, therefore he chose their descendants after them, and brought you out in his sight with his mighty power out of Egypt, to drive out nations from before you, greater and mightier than you are, to bring you in, to give you their land for an inheritance, as it is this day. Therefore know this day, and consider it in your heart, that the Lord, he is God in heaven above and on the earth beneath. There is no one else. Therefore you shall keep his statutes and his commandments that I command you this day, that it may go well with you and with your children after you, and that you may prolong your days on the earth, which the Lord your God gives you forever. Then Moses set apart 3 cities on this side of the Jordan toward the sunrise, that the slayer might flee there, who unintentionally kills his neighbor and did not hate him in times past, and that fleeing to one of these cities he might live. Namely, Bezer in the wilderness in the plain country for the Reubenites, and Ramoth in Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. And this is the law that Moses set before the children of Israel. These are the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments that Moses spoke to the children of Israel after they came out of Egypt, on this side of the Jordan, in the valley on the other side of Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelled at Heshbon, whom Moses and the children of Israel struck after they came out of Egypt. And they possessed his land and the land of Og, king of Bashan, 2 kings of the Amorites, who were on this side of the Jordan toward the sunrise, from Aroer, which is by the bank of the river Arnon, even to Mount Sion, which is Hermon, and all the plain on this side of the Jordan eastward, even to the sea of the plain under the springs of Pisgah. Deuteronomy chapter 5. And Moses called all Israel and said to them, Hear, O Israel, the statutes and judgments that I speak this day in your ears, that you may learn them and keep and do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us in Horeb. The Lord made this covenant not with our fathers, but with us, even us, all of us who are here alive this day. The Lord talked with you face to face on the mountain out of the midst of the fire. I stood between the Lord and you at that time, to show you the word of the Lord, for you were afraid because of the fire and did not go up into the mountain, saying, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself any engraved image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. You shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the 3rd and 4th generation of those who hate me, and showing mercy to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, for the Lord will not hold him guiltless who takes his name in vain. Keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as the Lord your God has commanded you. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work, you, nor your son, nor your daughter, nor your manservant, nor your maidservant, nor your ox, nor your donkey, nor any of your cattle, nor your foreigner who is within your gates, that your manservant and your maidservant may rest as well as you. And remember that you were a servant in the land of Egypt, and that the Lord your God brought you out from there with a mighty hand and by an outstretched arm. Therefore the Lord your God commanded you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, as the Lord your God has commanded you, that your days may be prolonged, and that it may go well with you in the land that the Lord your God is giving you. You shall not kill. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not desire your neighbor's wife. You shall not covet your neighbor's house, his field, or his manservant, or his maidservant, his ox, or his donkey, or anything that is your neighbor's. The Lord spoke these words to all your assembly at the mountain out of the midst of the fire, from the cloud and from the thick darkness, with a great voice. And he added no more. And he wrote them on 2 tablets of stone, and delivered them to me. And it came to pass, when you heard the voice out of the midst of the darkness, for the mountain burned with fire, that you came near to me, even all the heads of your tribes and your elders. And you said, Behold, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and his greatness, and we have heard his voice out of the midst of the fire. This day we have seen that God talks with man, and he lives. Now therefore, why should we die? For this great fire will consume us. If we hear the voice of the Lord our God any longer, then we shall die. For who is there of all flesh who has heard the voice of the living God speaking out of the midst of the fire as we have, and lived? You go near and hear all the Lord our God says, and you speak to us all that the Lord our God speaks to you, and we will hear it and do it. And the Lord heard the sound of your words when you spoke to me. And the Lord said to me, I have heard the sound of the words of this people, which they have spoken to you. They have spoken correctly, all that they have spoken. Oh, that there were such a heart in them, that they would fear me and always keep all my commandments, that it might be well with them and with their children forever. Go and say to them, get into your tents again. But as for you, stand here by me, and I will speak to you all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments that you shall teach them, that they may do them in the land that I am giving them to possess. Therefore you shall be careful to do as the Lord your God has commanded you. You shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. You shall walk in all the ways that the Lord your God has commanded you, that you may live, and that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days in the land that you shall possess. Deuteronomy chapter 6. Now these are the commandments, the statutes, and the judgments that the Lord your God commanded to teach you, that you might do them in the land that you are going to possess, that you might fear the Lord your God, to keep all his statutes and his commandments that I command you, you and your son and your son's son, all the days of your life, and that your days may be prolonged. Therefore hear, O Israel, and be careful to do it, that it may be well with you, and that you may increase mightily, as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you, in the land that flows with milk and honey. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words that I command you this day shall be in your heart, and you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise up. And you shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall write them on the posts of your house and on your gates. And it shall be, when the Lord your God brings you into the land that he swore to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give you great and fine cities that you did not build, and houses full of all good things that you did not fill, and wells dug that you did not dig, vineyards and olive trees that you did not plant. When you have eaten and are full, then beware, lest you forget the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. You shall fear the Lord your God, and serve him, and shall swear by his name. You shall not go after other gods, the gods of the people who are surrounding you, for the Lord your God is a jealous God among you, lest the anger of the Lord your God is kindled against you, and destroy you from off the face of the earth. You shall not tempt the Lord your God as you tempted him in Massah. You shall diligently keep the commandments of the Lord your God, and his testimonies and his statutes that he has commanded you. And you shall do what is right and good in the sight of the Lord, that it may be well with you, and that you may go in and possess the good land that the Lord swore to your fathers, to cast out all your enemies from before you, as the Lord has spoken. And when your son asks you in time to come, saying, what do the testimonies and the statutes and the judgments mean that the Lord our God has commanded you? Then you shall say to your son, we were Pharaoh's bondmen in Egypt, and the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And the Lord showed great and severe signs and wonders before our eyes, on Egypt, on Pharaoh, and on all his household. And he brought us out from there, that he might bring us in, to give us the land that he swore to our fathers. And the Lord commanded us to do all these statutes, to fear the Lord our God for our good always, that he might preserve us alive, as it is at this day. And it shall be our righteousness, if we are careful to do all these commandments before the Lord our God, as he has commanded us. Deuteronomy chapter 7. When the Lord your God brings you into the land that you are going to possess, and has cast out many nations before you, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than you. And when the Lord your God delivers them before you, you shall strike them and utterly destroy them. You shall make no covenant with them, and show no mercy to them. Nor shall you make marriages with them. You shall not give your daughter to his son, nor shall you take his daughter for your son. For they will turn your son away from following me, that they may serve other gods. So the anger of the Lord will be kindled against you and destroy you suddenly. But this is how you shall deal with them. You shall destroy their altars, and break down their images, and cut down their groves, and burn their engraved images with fire. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you to be a special people to himself, above all people who are on the face of the earth. The Lord did not set his love on you or choose you because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he would keep the oath that he had sworn to your fathers, the Lord has brought you out with a mighty hand, and redeemed you out of the house of bondmen, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt. Therefore, know that the Lord your God, he is God, the faithful God, who keeps covenant and mercy to 1,000 generations with those who love him and keep his commandments, and repays those who hate him to their face to destroy them. He will not be slack to him who hates him. He will repay him to his face. Therefore you shall keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments that I command you this day, to do them. Therefore it shall come to pass, if you listen to these judgments, and keep and do them, the Lord your God shall keep with you the covenant and the mercy that he swore to your fathers. And he will love you and bless you and multiply you. He will also bless the fruit of your womb and the fruit of your land, your grain and your wine and your oil, the increase of your cattle and the flocks of your sheep in the land that he swore to your fathers to give you. You shall be blessed above all people. There shall not be male or female barren among you or among your cattle. And the Lord will take away all sickness from you, and will put none of the evil diseases of Egypt, which you know, on you, but will lay them on all those who hate you. And you shall destroy all the people whom the Lord your God shall deliver to you. Your eye shall have no pity on them, nor shall you serve their gods, for that will be a snare to you. If you say in your heart, these nations are greater than I, how can I dispossess them? You shall not be afraid of them, but shall well remember what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and to all Egypt, the great temptations that your eyes saw, and the signs and the wonders, and the mighty hand and the outstretched arm by which the Lord your God brought you out. So shall the Lord your God do to all the people of whom you are afraid. Moreover, the Lord your God will send the hornet among them, until those who are left are destroyed, and hide themselves from you. You shall not be afraid of them, for the Lord your God is among you, a mighty and awesome God. And the Lord your God will drive out those nations before you by little and little. You may not destroy them at once, lest the beasts of the field increase on you. But the Lord your God shall deliver them to you, and shall destroy them with a mighty destruction until they are destroyed. And he shall deliver their kings into your hand, and you shall destroy their name from under heaven. No man shall be able to stand before you until you have destroyed them. You shall burn the engraved images of their gods with fire. You shall not desire the silver or gold that is on them, nor take it for yourselves, lest you be ensnared by it, for it is an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not bring an abomination into your house, lest you be a cursed thing like it, but you shall utterly detest it, and you shall utterly hate it, for it is a cursed thing. Deuteronomy chapter 8. All the commandments that I command you this day you shall be careful to do, that you may live and multiply, and go in and possess the land that the Lord swore to your fathers. And you shall remember all the way that the Lord your God led you in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble you and to test you, to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. And he humbled you, and permitted you to hunger, and fed you with manna that you did not know, nor did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread alone, but man lives by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Lord. Your clothing did not grow old on you, nor did your foot swell these 40 years. You shall also consider in your heart that as a man chastens his son, so the Lord your God chastens you. Therefore you shall keep the commandments of the Lord your God, to walk in his ways and to fear him. For the Lord your God brings you into a good land, a land of brooks of water, of fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vines and fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land in which you shall eat bread without scarceness, in which you shall not lack anything, a land whose stones are iron, and out of whose hills you may dig bronze. When you have eaten and are full, then you shall bless the Lord your God for the good land that he has given you. Beware that you do not forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes that I command you this day, lest when you have eaten and are full, and have built fine houses and dwell in them, and when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold is multiplied, and all that you have is multiplied, then your heart will be lifted up, and you will forget the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, in which were fiery serpents and scorpions and drought, where there was no water, who brought water for you out of the rock of flint, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers did not know, that he might humble you, and that he might test you, to do good for you at the end. And you say in your heart, My power and the might of my hand has gotten me this wealth. But you shall remember the Lord your God, for it is he who gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant that he swore to your fathers, as it is this day. And it shall be, if you do at all forget the Lord your God, and walk after other gods, and serve them and worship them, I testify against you this day that you shall surely perish. Like the nations that the Lord destroys before your face, so you shall perish, because you would not be obedient to the voice of the Lord your God. Deuteronomy chapter 9. Hear, O Israel, you are to cross over the Jordan this day, to go in to possess nations greater and mightier than yourself, cities great and fenced up to heaven, a people great and tall, the children of the Anakim, whom you know, and of whom you have heard say, Who can stand before the children of Anak? Therefore understand this day that the Lord your God is he who goes over before you as a consuming fire. He shall destroy them, and he shall bring them down before your face. So you shall drive them out and destroy them quickly, as the Lord has said to you. Do not speak in your heart after the Lord your God has cast them out from before you, saying, For my righteousness the Lord has brought me in to possess this land. But because of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord is driving them out from before you. It is not for your righteousness or for the uprightness of your heart that you are going to possess their land. But because of the wickedness of these nations, the Lord your God is driving them out from before you, and that he may perform the word that the Lord swore to your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Therefore understand that the Lord your God is not giving you this good land to possess it for your righteousness, for you are a stiff-necked people. Remember and do not forget how you provoked the Lord your God to wrath in the wilderness. From the day that you departed out of the land of Egypt until you came to this place, you have been rebellious against the Lord. Also in Horeb you provoked the Lord to wrath, so that the Lord was angry with you to have destroyed you. When I had gone up onto the mountain to receive the tablets of stone, even the tablets of the covenant that the Lord made with you, then I remained on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water. And the Lord delivered to me 2 tablets of stone written with the finger of God, and on them was written according to all the words that the Lord spoke with you on the mountain out of the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days and 40 nights, that the Lord gave me the 2 tablets of stone, even the tablets of the covenant. And the Lord said to me, Arise, go down quickly from here, for your people whom you have brought forth out of Egypt have corrupted themselves. They have quickly turned aside from the way that I commanded them. They have made themselves a molten image. Furthermore, the Lord spoke to me, saying, I have seen this people, and behold, they are a stiff-necked people. Leave me alone, that I may destroy them and blot out their name from under heaven, and I will make of you a nation mightier and greater than they. So I turned and came down from the mountain, and the mountain burned with fire, and the 2 tablets of the covenant were in my 2 hands. And I looked, and behold, you had sinned against the Lord your God, and had made yourselves a molten calf. You had quickly turned aside from the way that the Lord had commanded you. And I took the 2 tablets and cast them out of my 2 hands, and broke them before your eyes. And I fell down before the Lord, like at first, 40 days and 40 nights. I neither ate bread nor drank water, all because of your sins that you sinned, in doing wickedly in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger. For I was afraid of the anger and hot displeasure with which the Lord was wrathful against you to destroy you. But the Lord listened to me at that time also. And the Lord was very angry with Aaron, enough to have destroyed him. And I also prayed for Aaron the same time. And I took your sin, the calf that you had made, and burned it with fire, and stamped it, and ground it very small, until it was as small as dust. And I cast its dust into the brook that descended from the mountain. And at Taberah, and at Massah, and at Kibroth-Hattaavah, you provoked the Lord to wrath. Likewise, when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, saying, Go up and possess the land that I have given you, then you rebelled against the commandment of the Lord your God, and you did not believe him or listen to his voice. You have been rebellious against the Lord from the day that I knew you. Thus I fell down before the Lord 40 days and 40 nights, as I had fallen down at first, because the Lord had said he would destroy you. Therefore I prayed to the Lord and said, O Lord God, do not destroy your people and your inheritance, whom you have redeemed through your greatness, whom you have brought forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Do not look to the stubbornness of this people, or to their wickedness, or to their sin, lest the land from which you brought us out should say, Because the Lord was not able to bring them into the land that he promised them, and because he hated them, he has brought them out to slay them in the wilderness. Yet they are your people, and your inheritance, whom you brought out by your mighty power and by your outstretched arm. Deuteronomy chapter 10. At that time the Lord said to me, Cut for yourself 2 tablets of stone, similar to the first, and come up to me on the mountain, and make yourself an ark of wood. And I will write on the tablets the words that were on the first tablets that you broke, and you shall put them in the ark. And I made an ark of shittim wood, and cut 2 tablets of stone, similar to the first, and went up on the mountain, having the 2 tablets in my hand. And he wrote on the tablets, according to the first writing, the 10 commandments that the Lord spoke to you on the mountain out of the midst of the fire on the day of the assembly. And the Lord gave them to me. And I turned myself and came down from the mountain, and put the tablets in the ark that I had made. And there they are, as the Lord commanded me. And the children of Israel took their journey from Beeroth of the children of Jachin to Mosera. Aaron died there, and he was buried there. And Eleazar his son ministered in the priest's office in his place. From there they journeyed to Gudgoda, and from Gudgoda to Jotbathah, a land of rivers of water. At that time the Lord separated the tribe of Levi to bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, to stand before the Lord to minister to him and to bless in his name to this day. Therefore Levi has no part or inheritance with his brothers. The Lord is his inheritance, as the Lord your God promised him. And I stayed on the mountain 40 days and 40 nights, according to the first time, and the Lord also listened to me at that time, and the Lord was not willing to destroy you. And the Lord said to me, Arise, take your journey before the people, that they may go in and possess the land that I swore to their fathers to give them. And now, Israel, what does the Lord your God require of you, but to fear the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, to keep the commandments of the Lord and his statutes that I command you this day for your good? Behold, heaven and the heaven of heavens belong to the Lord your God, also the earth with all that is in it. Only the Lord had delight in your fathers, to love them, and he chose their descendants after them, even you above all people, as it is this day. Therefore circumcise the foreskin of your heart, and no longer be stiff-necked. For the Lord your God is God of gods and Lord of lords, a great God, mighty and awesome, who does not favor persons or take bribes. He executes the judgment of the fatherless and widow, and loves the foreigner, in giving him food and clothing. Therefore love the foreigner, for you were foreigners in the land of Egypt. You shall fear the Lord your God. You shall serve him, and you shall cling to him and swear by his name. He is your praise, and he is your God, who has done for you these great and awesome things that your eyes have seen. Your fathers went down into Egypt with 70 persons, and now the Lord your God has made you as the stars of heaven in number. Deuteronomy chapter 11. Therefore you shall love the Lord your God, and always keep his charge and his statutes and his judgments and his commandments. And know this day that I do not speak with your children, who have not known and who have not seen the chastisement of the Lord your God, his greatness, his mighty hand, and his outstretched arm, and his miracles and his acts that he did in the midst of Egypt, to Pharaoh the king of Egypt, and to all his land, and what he did to the army of Egypt, to their horses and to their chariots, how he made the water of the Red Sea to overflow them as they pursued after you, and how the Lord has destroyed them to this day, and what he did to you in the wilderness until you came into this place, and what he did to Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, the son of Reuben, how the earth opened its mouth and swallowed them up, and their households and their tents, and all the substance that was in their possession, in the midst of all Israel. But your eyes have seen all the great acts of the Lord that he did. Therefore you shall keep all the commandments that I command you this day, that you may be strong and go in and possess the land that you are going to possess, and that you may prolong your days in the land that the Lord swore to your fathers to give to them and to their descendants, a land that flows with milk and honey. For the land that you are going to possess is not like the land of Egypt from which you came, where you sowed your seed and watered it by foot like a garden of herbs. But the land that you are going to possess is a land of hills and valleys, and drinks water from the rain of heaven, a land that the Lord your God cares for. The eyes of the Lord your God are always on it, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And it shall come to pass, if you listen diligently to my commandments that I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in its due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that you may gather in your grain and your wine and your oil. And I will send grass in your fields for your cattle, that you may eat and be full. Be careful that your heart is not deceived, and you turn away and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath will be kindled against you, and he will shut up the heavens so that there will be no rain, and that the land will not yield its fruit, and lest you perish quickly from off the good land that the Lord is giving you. Therefore you shall lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your soul, and bind them as a sign on your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And you shall teach them to your children, speaking of them when you sit in your house and when you walk by the way, when you lie down and when you rise up. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates, that your days and the days of your children may be multiplied in the land that the Lord swore to your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven on the earth. For if you diligently keep all these commandments that I command you to do, to love the Lord your God, to walk in all his ways, and to cling to him, then the Lord will drive out all these nations from before you, and you shall possess greater and mightier nations than yourselves. Every place in which the soles of your feet tread shall be yours, from the wilderness and Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even to the uttermost sea shall be your territory. No man shall be able to stand before you, for the Lord your God shall lay the fear of you and the dread of you on all the land that you shall tread on, as he has said to you. Behold, I set before you this day a blessing and a curse. A blessing, if you obey the commandments of the Lord your God that I command you this day, and a curse, if you will not obey the commandments of the Lord your God, but turn aside out of the way that I command you this day, to go after other gods that you have not known. And it shall come to pass, when the Lord your God has brought you into the land that you are going to possess, that you shall put the blessing on Mount Gerizim, and the curse on Mount Ebal. Are they not on the other side of the Jordan, by the way where the sun goes down, in the land of the Canaanites who dwell in the plain on the other side of Gilgal, beside the plains of Moreh? For you shall cross over the Jordan to go in to possess the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and you shall possess it and dwell in it. And you shall be careful to do all the statutes and judgments that I set before you this day. Deuteronomy chapter 12. These are the statutes and judgments that you shall be careful to do in the land that the Lord God of your fathers is giving you to possess all the days that you live on the earth. You shall utterly destroy all the places in which the nations that you shall possess serve their gods, on the high mountains and on the hills and under every green tree. And you shall overthrow their altars, and break their pillars, and burn their groves with fire. And you shall cut down the engraved images of their gods, and destroy their names from that place. You shall not do so to the Lord your God, but you shall seek the place that the Lord your God chooses out of all your tribes, to put his name there, even to his habitation, and there you shall come. And there you shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstborn of your herds and of your flocks. And there you shall eat before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice in all that you put your hand to, you and your households, in which the Lord your God has blessed you. You shall not do according to all the things that we are doing here this day, every man doing whatever is right in his own eyes. For you have not yet come to the rest and to the inheritance that the Lord your God is giving you. But when you go over the Jordan and dwell in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to inherit, and when he gives you rest from all your enemies all around, so that you dwell in safety, then there shall be a place that the Lord your God shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. There you shall bring all that I command you, your burnt offerings and your sacrifices, your tithes and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows that you vow to the Lord. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your sons and your daughters and your manservants and your maidservants, and the Levite who is within your gates, since he has no part or inheritance with you. Be careful that you do not offer your burnt offerings in every place that you see, but you shall offer your burnt offerings in the place that the Lord shall choose in one of your tribes, and there you shall do all that I command you. However, you may kill and eat meat within all your gates, whatever your soul craves, according to the blessing of the Lord your God that he has given you. The unclean and the clean may eat of it, as of the gazelle and as of the deer. Only you shall not eat the blood, you shall pour it on the earth as water. You may not eat within your gates the tithe of your grain or of your wine, or of your oil, or the firstborn of your herds or of your flock, or any of your vows that you vow, or your freewill offerings, or heave offering of your hand. But you must eat them before the Lord your God, in the place that the Lord your God shall choose. You and your son and your daughter, and your manservant and your maidservant, and the Levite who is within your gates. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God in all that you put your hands to. Be careful that you do not forsake the Levite as long as you live on the earth. When the Lord your God enlarges your border, as he has promised you, and you say, I will eat meat, because your soul longs to eat meat, you may eat meat, whatever your soul craves. If the place that the Lord your God has chosen to put his name there is too far from you, then you shall kill from your herd and from your flock that the Lord has given you, as I have commanded you, and you shall eat in your gates whatever your soul craves. Even as the gazelle and the deer are eaten, so shall you eat them. The unclean and the clean alike shall eat of them. Only be sure that you do not eat the blood, for the blood is the life, and you may not eat the life with the meat. You shall not eat it, you shall pour it on the earth as water. You shall not eat it, that it may go well with you and your children after you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. Only your holy things that you have, and your vows, you shall take and go to the place that the Lord shall choose. And you shall offer your burnt offerings, the flesh and the blood, on the altar of the Lord your God, and the blood of your sacrifices shall be poured out on the altar of the Lord your God, and you shall eat the meat. Observe and hear all these words that I command you, that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, when you do what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. When the Lord your God cuts off from before you the nations that you are going to possess, and you succeed them and dwell in their land, be careful that you are not ensnared by following them, after they are destroyed from before you, and that you do not inquire about their gods, saying, How did these nations serve their gods? Even so I will do likewise. You shall not do so to the Lord your God, for every abomination to the Lord that he hates they have done for their gods. For they have even burned their sons and their daughters in the fire to their gods. Whatever I command you, be careful to do it. You shall not add to it or take away from it. Deuteronomy chapter 13. If a prophet or a dreamer of dreams arises among you, and gives you a sign or a wonder, and the sign or the wonder comes to pass, of which he spoke to you, saying, Let us go after other gods, which you have not known, and let us serve them. You shall not listen to the words of that prophet or that dreamer of dreams. For the Lord your God is testing you, to know whether you love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. You shall walk after the Lord your God, and fear him, and keep his commandments, and obey his voice, and you shall serve him and cleave to him. And that prophet or that dreamer of dreams shall be put to death, because he has spoken to turn you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, to thrust you out of the way that the Lord your God commanded you to walk in. So you shall put the evil away from your midst. If your brother, the son of your mother, or your son or your daughter, or the wife who you love, or your friend who is as your own soul, secretly entices you, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which you and your fathers have not known, namely, of the gods of the people who are all around you, near to you or far off from you, from the one end of the earth to the other end of the earth. You shall not consent to him or listen to him, nor shall your eye pity him, nor shall you spare him, nor shall you conceal him, but you shall surely kill him. Your hand shall be first on him to put him to death, and afterward the hand of all the people. And you shall stone him with stones so that he dies, because he has sought to push you away from the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage. And all Israel shall hear and fear, and shall no longer do any such wickedness as this is among you. If you hear it said in one of your cities, that the Lord your God has given you to dwell in, that certain men, the children of Belial, have gone out from among you, and have withdrawn the inhabitants of their city, saying, Let us go and serve other gods, which you have not known. Then you shall inquire, and search, and ask diligently. And behold, if it is true, and the matter is certain that such an abomination was done among you, you shall surely strike the inhabitants of that city with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying it and all who are in it, and its cattle, with the edge of the sword. And you shall gather all its spoil into the middle of its street, and burn with fire the city and all its spoil, every bit, for the Lord your God. And it shall be a heap forever, it shall not be built again. And none of the cursed things shall cling to your hand, that the Lord may turn from the fierceness of his anger, and show you mercy, and have compassion on you, and multiply you, as he has sworn to your fathers, when you listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to keep all his commandments that I command you this day, to do what is right in the eyes of the Lord your God. Deuteronomy chapter 14. You are the children of the Lord your God. You shall not cut yourselves or shave between your eyes for the dead. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God, and the Lord has chosen you to be a special people to himself, above all the nations that are on the earth. You shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts that you shall eat: the ox, the sheep, and the goat, the deer, and the gazelle, and the fallow deer, and the wild goat, and the antelope, and the wild ox, and the mountain goat. And you shall eat every beast that parts the hoof, and splits the cleft into two claws, and chews the cud among the beasts. Nevertheless, you shall not eat the following of those who chew the cud, or of those who divide the cloven hoof: the camel, and the hare, and the coney, for they chew the cud, but do not divide the hoof. Therefore they are unclean for you. And the swine, because it divides the hoof, yet does not chew the cud, is unclean for you. You shall not eat their flesh, or touch their dead carcasses. These you shall eat of all that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales you shall eat. And whatever does not have fins and scales you may not eat. It is unclean for you. You shall eat all clean birds. But these are the ones that you shall not eat: the eagle, and the bearded vulture, and the osprey, and the buzzard, and the kite, and the vulture, according to their kinds, and every raven according to its kind, and the owl, and the nighthawk, and the seagull, and the hawk, according to their kinds, the little owl, and the great owl, and the swan, and the pelican, and the carrion vulture, and the cormorant, and the stork, and the heron according to its kind, and the lapwing, and the bat. And every creeping thing that flies is unclean for you. They shall not be eaten. But you may eat all clean fowl. You shall not eat anything that dies by itself. You shall give it to the foreigner that is in your gates, that he may eat it, or you may sell it to a foreigner. For you are a holy people to the Lord your God. You shall not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. You shall truly tithe all the increase of your seed that the field brings forth year by year. And you shall eat before the Lord your God, in the place that he shall choose to place his name there, the tithe of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the firstborn of your herds and of your flocks, that you may learn to fear the Lord your God always. And if the way is too long for you, so that you are not able to carry it, or if the place that the Lord your God chooses to set his name there is too far from you, when the Lord your God has blessed you, then you shall turn it into money, and bind up the money in your hand, and go to the place that the Lord your God chooses. And you shall use that money for whatever your soul cares, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatever your soul desires. And you shall eat there before the Lord your God, and you shall rejoice, you and your household. And the Levite who is within your gates, you shall not forsake him, for he has no part or inheritance with you. At the end of 3 years you shall bring forth all the tithe of your increase the same year, and shall lay it up within your gates. And the Levite, because he has no part or inheritance with you, and the foreigner, and the fatherless, and the widow who are within your gates, shall come and shall eat and be satisfied, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hand that you do. Deuteronomy chapter 15. At the end of every 7 years you shall make a release. And this is the kind of release. Every creditor who lends anything to his neighbor shall release it. He shall not collect it from his neighbor or from his brother, because it is called the Lord's release. You may collect it from a foreigner, but your hand shall release what is yours with your brother, except when there shall be no poor among you. For the Lord shall greatly bless you in the land that the Lord your God gives you to possess it for an inheritance. Only if you carefully listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to be careful to do all these commandments that I command you this day. For the Lord your God will bless you as he promised you, and you shall lend to many nations, but you shall not borrow, and you shall reign over many nations, but they shall not reign over you. If there is a poor man among you, one of your brothers, within any of your gates in your land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not harden your heart or shut your hand from your poor brother, but you shall open your hand wide to him, and shall surely lend him sufficient for his need in what he wants. Beware that there is not a wicked thought in your heart, saying, The 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and your eye is evil against your poor brother, and you give him nothing, and he cries to the Lord against you, and it becomes sin to you. You shall surely give to him, and your heart shall not be grieved when you give to him. Because for this thing the Lord your God shall bless you in all your works, and in all that you put your hand to. For the poor shall never cease being in the land. Therefore I command you, saying, You shall open your hand wide to your brother, to your poor, and to your needy in your land. And if your brother, a Hebrew man or a Hebrew woman, is sold to you, and serves you 6 years, then in the 7th year you shall let him go free from you. And when you send him out free from you, you shall not let him go away empty. You shall furnish him liberally out of your flock, and out of your floor, and out of your winepress. You shall give to him from what the Lord your God has blessed you. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you. Therefore I command you this thing today. And it shall be, if he says to you, I will not go away from you, because he loves you and your house, because he is well with you, then you shall take an awl and push it through his ear to the door, and he shall be your servant forever. And you shall also do likewise to your maidservant. It shall not seem hard to you when you send him away free from you, for he has been worth a double hired servant to you in serving you 6 years. And the Lord your God shall bless you in all that you do. You shall sanctify to the Lord your God all the firstborn males that come from your herd and from your flock. You shall do no work with the firstborn of your bull, or shear the firstborn of your sheep. You and your household shall eat it before the Lord your God year by year, in the place that the Lord chooses. And if there is any blemish in it, if it is lame or blind or has any ill blemish, you shall not sacrifice it to the Lord your God. You shall eat it within your gates. The unclean and the clean person alike shall eat it, as the gazelle and as the deer. Only you shall not eat its blood. You shall pour it on the ground as water. Deuteronomy chapter 16. Observe the month of Abib, and keep the Passover to the Lord your God. For in the month of Abib the Lord your God brought you forth out of Egypt by night. Therefore you shall sacrifice the Passover to the Lord your God from the flock and the herd, in the place where the Lord chooses to place his name. You shall not eat leavened bread with it. 7 days you shall eat unleavened bread with it, even the bread of affliction. For you came forth out of the land of Egypt in a hurry, that you may remember the day when you came forth out of the land of Egypt, all the days of your life. And no leavened bread shall be seen with you within all your territory for 7 days, nor shall any of the meat that you sacrificed the first day at evening remain all night until the morning. You may not sacrifice the Passover within any of your gates that the Lord your God gives you. But at the place where the Lord your God chooses to place his name, there you shall sacrifice the Passover at evening, at the going down of the sun, at the season that you came forth out of Egypt. And you shall roast and eat it in the place that the Lord your God chooses, and in the morning you shall turn and go to your tents. 6 days you shall eat unleavened bread, and on the 7th day shall be a solemn assembly to the Lord your God. You shall do no work on it. You shall number 7 weeks for yourself. Begin to number the 7 weeks from the time you begin to put the sickle to the grain. And you shall keep the Feast of Weeks to the Lord your God, with a tribute of a freewill offering from your hand, which you shall give to the Lord your God, as the Lord your God has blessed you. And you shall rejoice before the Lord your God, you and your son and your daughter, and your manservant and your maidservant, and the Levite who is within your gates, and the foreigner, and the fatherless, and the widow who are among you, in the place where the Lord your God has chosen to place his name. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in Egypt, and you shall observe and do these statutes. You shall observe the Feast of Tabernacles for 7 days, after you have gathered in your grain and your wine. And you shall rejoice in your feast, you and your son and your daughter, and your manservant and your maidservant, and the Levite, the foreigner and the fatherless and the widow who are within your gates. 7 days you shall keep a solemn feast to the Lord your God in the place that the Lord shall choose, because the Lord your God shall bless you in all your increase and in all the work of your hands. Therefore you shall surely rejoice. 3 times in a year all your males shall appear before the Lord your God in the place that he chooses, at the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and at the Feast of Weeks, and at the Feast of Tabernacles. And they shall not appear before the Lord empty. Every man shall give as he is able, according to the blessing of the Lord your God that he has given you. You shall make judges and officers in all your gates that the Lord your God gives you, throughout your tribes, and they shall judge the people with just judgment. You shall not pervert judgment. You shall not favor persons or take a bribe, for a bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and perverts the words of the righteous. You shall follow what is altogether just, that you may live and inherit the land that the Lord your God gives you. You shall not plant a grove of any trees near the altar of the Lord your God, which you shall make for yourself. You shall not set up any image which the Lord your God hates. Deuteronomy chapter 17. You shall not sacrifice to the Lord your God any bull or sheep that has any blemish or deformity, for that is an abomination to the Lord your God. If there is found among you within any of your gates that the Lord your God is giving you, a man or woman who has done wickedness in the sight of the Lord your God, in transgressing his covenant, and has gone and served other gods and worshipped them, either the sun or moon or any of the host of heaven, which I have not commanded, and it is told to you, and you have heard about it and inquired diligently, and behold, it is true and certain that such an abomination was done in Israel. Then you shall bring forth to your gates that man or that woman who has committed that wicked thing, even that man or that woman, and shall stone them with stones until they die. He who is worthy of death shall be put to death on the testimony of 2 witnesses or 3 witnesses. But he shall not be put to death on the testimony of 1 witness. The hands of the witnesses shall be first on him who put him to death, and afterward the hands of all the people. So you shall put the evil away from among you. If a matter arises that is too hard for you to judge, between blood and blood, between plea and plea, and between stroke and stroke, being matters of controversy within your gates, then you shall arise and go up to the place that the Lord your God chooses. And you shall come to the priests, the Levites, and to the judge who shall be there in those days, and inquire, and they shall show you the sentence of judgment. And you shall do according to the sentence that those of that place that the Lord chooses shall show you. and you shall be careful to do according to all that they inform you. You shall do according to the sentence of the law that they shall teach you, and according to the judgment that they shall tell you. You shall not turn away to the right hand or to the left from the sentence that they shall show you. And the man who will do presumptuously, and will not listen to the priest who stands to minister there before the Lord your God, or to the judge, even that man shall die, and you shall put away the evil from Israel. And all the people shall hear and fear, and no longer do presumptuously. When you come to the land that the Lord your God is giving you, and possess it and dwell in it, and say, I will set a king over me like all the nations that are around me, you shall in this way set him king over you, whom the Lord your God chooses. You shall set one from among your brothers as king over you. You may not set a stranger over you, who is not your brother. But he shall not multiply horses for himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt to the end that he should multiply horses, because, as the Lord has said to you, you shall from now on no longer return that way. He shall not multiply wives for himself, so that his heart does not turn away. He shall not greatly multiply silver and gold for himself. And it shall be, when he sits on the throne of his kingdom, that he shall write for himself a copy of this law in a book, from what is before the priests, the Levites. And it shall be with him, and he shall read in it all the days of his life, that he may learn to fear the Lord his God, to keep all the words of this law and these statutes, to do them, that his heart may not be lifted up above his brothers, and that he may not turn aside from the commandment to the right hand or to the left, to the end that he may prolong his days in his kingdom, he and his children in the midst of Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 18. The priests, the Levites, and all the tribe of Levi shall have no part or inheritance with Israel. They shall eat the offerings of the Lord made by fire and his inheritance. Therefore they shall have no inheritance among their brothers. The Lord is their inheritance, as he has said to them. And this shall be the priest's due from the people, from those who offer a sacrifice, whether it is ox or sheep. And they shall give to the priest the shoulder and the 2 cheeks and the stomach. You shall also give him the first fruits of your grain, of your wine, and of your oil, and the first of the fleece of your sheep. For the Lord your God has chosen him out of all your tribes to stand to minister in the name of the Lord, him and his sons forever. And if a Levite comes from any of your gates out of all Israel where he sojourned, and comes with all the desire of his mind to the place that the Lord chooses, then he shall minister in the name of the Lord his God, as all his brothers the Levites do, who stand there before the Lord. They shall have equal portions to eat, besides what comes of the sale of his inheritance. When you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you, you shall not learn to imitate the abominations of those nations. There shall not be found among you anyone who makes his son or his daughter to pass through the fire, or who uses divination, or an observer of times, or an enchanter, or a witch, or a charmer, or a consulter with familiar spirits, or a wizard, or a necromancer. For all who do these things are an abomination to the Lord, and because of these abominations, the Lord your God will drive them out from before you. You shall be perfect with the Lord your God. For these nations that you shall possess listened to observers of times and to diviners. But as for you, the Lord your God has not allowed you to do so. The Lord your God will raise up for you a prophet similar to me from the midst of you, from your brothers. You shall listen to him, according to all that you asked of the Lord your God in Horeb in the day of the assembly, saying, Do not let me hear again the voice of the Lord my God, or let me see this great fire any longer, that I may not die. And the Lord said to me, They have spoken well what they have spoken. I will raise up for them a prophet like you from among their brothers, and will put my words in his mouth, and he shall speak to them all that I shall command him. And it shall come to pass that whoever will not listen to my words, which he shall speak in my name, I will require it of him. But the prophet who shall presume to speak a word in my name, which I have not commanded him to speak, or who shall speak in the name of other gods, even that prophet shall die. And if you say in your heart, how shall we know the word that the Lord has not spoken? When a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, if the thing does not follow or come to pass, that is the thing that the Lord has not spoken, but the prophet has spoken it presumptuously. You shall not be afraid of him. Deuteronomy chapter 19. When the Lord your God has cut off the nations whose land the Lord your God gives you, and you succeed them and dwell in their cities and in their houses, you shall separate 3 cities for yourself in the midst of your land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess. You shall prepare a way and divide into 3 parts the territory of your land that the Lord your God is giving you to inherit, that every slayer may flee there. And this is the case of the slayer who flees there, that he may live. Whoever ignorantly kills his neighbor, whom he did not previously hate, as when a man goes into the wood with his neighbor to cut wood, and his hand swings a stroke with the axe to cut down the tree, and the head slips from the handle and falls on his neighbor so that he dies. He shall flee to one of those cities and live, lest the avenger of the blood, while his heart is hot, pursue the slayer and overtake him, because the way is long, and slay him, though he was not worthy of death, since he did not previously hate him. Therefore I command you, saying, you shall separate 3 cities for yourself. And if the Lord your God enlarges your territory, as he has sworn to your fathers, and gives you all the land that he promised to give to your fathers, if you keep all these commandments, to do them, which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to walk always in his ways, then you shall add 3 more cities for yourself besides these 3, that innocent blood shall not be shed in your land that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance, and so blood be on you. But if any man hates his neighbor, and lies in wait for him, and rises up against him, and strikes him mortally so that he dies, and he flees into one of these cities, then the elders of his city shall send and take him from there, and deliver him into the hand of the avenger of blood, that he may die. Your eye shall not pity him, but you shall put away the guilt of innocent blood from Israel, that it may go well with you. You shall not remove your neighbor's landmark, which those of old time have set, in your inheritance, that you shall inherit in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess. One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, in any sin that he sins. The matter shall be established on the testimony of 2 witnesses or on the testimony of 3 witnesses. If a false witness rises up against any man to testify against him of wrongdoing, then both the men who are part of the controversy shall stand before the Lord, before the priests and the judges who shall be in those days. And the judges shall make diligent inquisition. And behold, if the witness is a false witness, and has testified falsely against his brother, then you shall do to him as he thought to have done to his brother. So you shall put the evil away from among you. And those who remain shall hear and fear, and hereafter shall no longer commit any such evil among you. And your eye shall not pity, but life shall go for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot. Deuteronomy chapter 20. When you go out to battle against your enemies, and see horses and chariots, and a people more numerous than you, do not be afraid of them, for the Lord your God, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt, is with you. And it shall be, when you have come near to the battle, that the priest shall approach and speak to the people, and shall say to them, Hear, O Israel, this day you approach to battle against your enemies. Do not let your hearts lose hope. Do not fear, and do not tremble or be terrified because of them. For the Lord your God is he who goes with you, to fight for you against your enemies, to save you. And the officers shall speak to the people, saying, What man is there who has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. And what man is he who has planted a vineyard and has not yet eaten from it? Let him also go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man eats from it. And what man is there who has betrothed a wife and has not taken her? Let him go and return to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man takes her. And the officers shall speak further to the people, and they shall say, What man is there who is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go and return to his house, lest his brother's heart lose hope, as well as his heart. And it shall be, when the officers have finished speaking to the people, that they shall make captains of the armies to lead the people. When you come near to a city to fight against it, then proclaim peace to it. And it shall be, if it accepts your offer of peace and opens to you, then it shall be that all the people who are found in it shall be forced laborers for you, and they shall serve you. And if it will not make peace with you, but makes war against you, then you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God has delivered it into your hands, you shall strike every male in it with the edge of the sword. But the women and the little ones and the cattle and all that is in the city, even all its spoil, you shall take for yourself. And you shall eat the spoil of your enemies that the Lord your God has given you. You shall do this to all the cities that are very far off from you, which are not of the cities of these nations. But of the cities of these people that the Lord your God gives you for an inheritance, you shall save nothing alive that breathes, but you shall utterly destroy them, namely the Hittites, and the Amorites, the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you, that they may not teach you to do according to all their abominations that they have done for their gods, so you should sin against the Lord your God. When you besiege a city for a long time, in making war against it to take it, you shall not destroy its trees by forcing an axe against them. For you may eat from them, and you shall not cut them down, for the tree of the field is man's life, to employ them in the siege. Only the trees that you know are not trees for food you shall destroy and cut down, and you shall build bulwarks against the city that makes war with you until it is subdued. Deuteronomy chapter 21. If a person is found slain, lying in the field, in the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess, and it is not known who has slain him, then your elders and your judges shall come forth, and they shall measure the distance to the cities that are surrounding the person who was slain. And it shall be that the elders of the city that is nearest to the slain man shall take a heifer that has not been worked, and that has not pulled in the yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring the heifer down to a rough valley, which is neither plowed nor sown, and shall strike off the heifer's neck there in the valley. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for the Lord your God has chosen them to minister to him and to bless in the name of the Lord. And by their word every controversy and every assault shall be tried. And all the elders of that city that is nearest to the slain man shall wash their hands over the heifer that is beheaded in the valley. And they shall answer and say, Our hands have not shed this blood, nor have our eyes seen it. Be merciful, O Lord, to your people Israel, whom you have redeemed, and do not lay innocent blood to your people of Israel's charge. And the blood shall be forgiven them. So you shall put away the guilt of innocent blood from among you, when you do what is right in the sight of the Lord. When you go forth to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God has delivered them into your hands, and you have taken them captive, and see a beautiful woman among the captives, and have a desire for her, that you would have her as your wife, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head and trim her nails. And she shall take off the clothing of her captivity, and shall remain in your house, and mourn her father and her mother a full month. And after that You shall go in to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. And it shall be, if you have no delight in her, then you shall let her go where she will. But you shall not sell her at all for money. You shall not make merchandise of her, because you have humbled her. If a man has 2 wives, one beloved and another hated, and they have borne him children, both the beloved and the hated, and if the firstborn son belongs to the one who is hated, then it shall be, when he makes his sons to inherit what he has, that he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, who is indeed the firstborn. But he shall acknowledge the son of the hated for the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he has, for he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his. If a man has a stubborn and rebellious son, who will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and who, when they have chastened him, will not listen to them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city and to the gate of his place. And they shall say to the elders of his city, This son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones so that he dies. So shall you put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear. And if a man has committed a sin worthy of death, and he is to be put to death, and you hang him on a tree, his body shall not remain on the tree all night, but you shall certainly bury him that day, for he who is hanged is cursed by God, so that your land, which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, will not be defiled. Deuteronomy chapter 22. You shall not see your brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide yourself from them. You shall certainly bring them back to your brother. And if your brother is not near you, or if you do not know him, then you shall bring it to your own house, and it shall be with you until your brother seeks after it, and then you shall restore it to him. You shall do the same with his donkey, and so shall you do with his clothing, and with all lost things of your brother's that he has lost and you have found. You shall do likewise. You may not hide yourself. You shall not see your brother's donkey or his ox fall down by the way, and hide yourself from them. You shall surely help him to lift them up. The woman shall not wear what pertains to a man, nor shall a man put on a woman's garment. For all who do so are an abomination to the Lord your God. If a bird's nest happens to be before you on the way, in any tree or on the ground, whether with young ones or eggs, and the mother is sitting on the young or on the eggs, you shall not take the mother with the young. But you shall certainly let the mother go, and take the young for yourself, that it may be well with you, and that you may prolong your days. When you build a new house, then you shall make a parapet for your roof, that you may not bring blood on your house if any man falls from there. You shall not sow your vineyard with various seeds, lest the fruit of your seed that you have sown and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. You shall not plow with an ox and a donkey together. You shall not wear a garment of various sorts, as of wool and linen together. You shall make yourself fringes on the 4 quarters of your garment with which you cover yourself. If any man takes a wife, and goes into her, and hates her, and speaks out against her, and brings an evil name on her, and says, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found she was not a virgin, then the father of the young woman and her mother shall take and bring forth the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city in the gate. And the young woman's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man as a wife, and he hates her. And behold, he has spoken out against her, saying, I did not find your daughter to be a virgin, and yet this is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him. And they shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, and give them to the father of the young woman. because he has brought an evil name on the Virgin of Israel. And she shall be his wife. He may not divorce her all his days. But if this thing is true, and the evidence of virginity is not found for the young woman, then they shall bring the young woman out to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her with stones so that she dies, because she has worked folly in Israel, to play the prostitute in her father's house. So you shall put evil away from among you. If a man is found lying with a woman married to a husband, then both of them shall die, both the man who lay with the woman and the woman. So you shall put away evil from Israel. If a young woman who is a virgin is betrothed to a husband, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and you shall stone them with stones so that they die, the young woman, because she did not cry, being in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's wife. So you shall put away evil from among you. But if a man finds a betrothed young woman in the field, and the man forces her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do nothing to the young woman. There is no sin in the young woman worthy of death. For as when a man rises against his neighbor and slays him, even so is this matter. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed young woman cried, and there was no one to save her. If a man finds a young woman who is a virgin, who is not betrothed, and takes her and lies with her, and they are found, then the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall be his wife, because he has humbled her. He may not divorce her all his days. A man shall not take his father's wife, or discover his father's nakedness. Deuteronomy chapter 23. He who is emasculated, or has his male organ cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. A person of illegitimate birth shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to his 10th generation he shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. An Ammonite or Moabite shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. Even to their 10th generation they shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord forever, because they did not meet you with bread and with water on the way when you came forth out of Egypt, and because they hired against you Balaam the son of Beor from Pethor of Mesopotamia to curse you. Nevertheless, the Lord your God would not listen to Balaam, but the Lord your God turned the curse into a blessing for you, because the Lord your God loved you. You shall not seek their peace or their prosperity all your days forever. You shall not hate an Edomite, for he is your brother. You shall not hate an Egyptian, because you were a foreigner in his land. The children who are born to them shall enter into the congregation of the Lord in their 3rd generation. When the army goes forth against your enemies, then keep yourself from every wicked thing. If there is any man among you who is not clean because of uncleanness that happens to him at night, then he shall go outside the camp. He shall not come within the camp. But it shall be when evening comes, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again. You shall also have a place outside the camp where you shall go outside, and you shall have a spade as a tool, and it shall be, when you relieve yourself outside, you shall dig with it, and shall turn back and cover what comes from you. For the Lord your God walks in the midst of your camp, to deliver you and to give up your enemies before you. Therefore your camp shall be holy, that he may see no unclean thing in you, and turn away from you. You shall not deliver to his master the servant who has escaped from his master to you. He shall dwell with you, even among you, in that place that he shall choose in one of your gates, where it pleases him best. You shall not oppress him. There shall be no prostitute of the daughters of Israel, or a temple prostitute of the sons of Israel. You shall not bring the wages of a prostitute or the price of a dog into the house of the Lord your God for any vow, for even both of these are an abomination to the Lord your God. You shall not lend on interest to your brother. interest of money, interest of provisions, interest of anything that is lent on interest. You may lend on interest to a stranger, but to your brother you shall not lend on interest, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all that you set your hand to in the land where you are going and that you will possess. When you vow a vow to the Lord your God, you shall not delay to pay it, for the Lord your God will surely require it of you, and it would be a sin for you. But if you refrain from vowing, it shall not be a sin for you. You shall keep and perform what has gone out of your lips, even a freewill offering, as you have vowed to the Lord your God, which you have promised with your mouth. When you come into your neighbor's vineyard, then you may eat your fill of grapes at your own pleasure, but you shall not put any in your container. When you come into the standing grain of your neighbor, then you may pluck the ears with your hand, but you shall not move a sickle to your neighbor's standing grain. Deuteronomy chapter 24. When a man has taken a wife and married her, and it comes to pass that she finds no favor in his eyes, because he has found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a certificate of divorce, and put it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And when she has departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife. And if the latter husband hates her, and writes her a certificate of divorce, and puts it in her hand, and sends her out of his house, or if the latter husband who took her to be his wife dies, her former husband who sent her away may not take her again to be his wife after she has been defiled. For that is abomination before the Lord, and you shall not bring sin on the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. When a man has taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, nor shall he be charged with any business. But he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife whom he has taken. No man shall take the lower or the upper millstone as a pledge, for he would be taking a man's life as a pledge. If a man is found stealing any of his brothers of the children of Israel, and treats him as merchandise, or sells him, then that thief shall die, and you shall put evil away from among you. Be careful in the plague of leprosy, that you diligently observe and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, teach you. As I commanded them, so you shall be careful to do. Remember what the Lord your God did to Miriam on the way after you came forth out of Egypt. When you lend your brother anything, you shall not go into his house to take his pledge. You shall stand outside, and the man to whom you lend shall bring the pledge outside to you. And if the man is poor, you shall not sleep with his pledge. In any case, you shall deliver the pledge to him again when the sun goes down, that he may sleep in his own clothing and bless you. And it shall be righteousness for you before the Lord your God. You shall not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy, whether he is of your brothers or of foreigners who are in your land within your gates. You shall give him his wages on his day before the sun goes down, for he is poor and sets his heart on it, lest he cry against you to the Lord, and it become sin in you. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, nor shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin. You shall not pervert the judgment of the stranger or of the fatherless, or take a widow's clothing to pledge. But you shall remember that you were a bondman in Egypt, and the Lord your God redeemed you from there. Therefore I command you to do this thing. When you cut down your harvest in your field, and forget a sheaf in the field, you shall not go back to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, that the Lord your God may bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive tree, you shall not go over the boughs again. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vineyard, you shall not glean it afterward. It shall be for the foreigner, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And you shall remember that you were a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command you to do this thing. Deuteronomy chapter 25. If there is a controversy between men, and they come to judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man is worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and to be beaten in his presence, according to his fault, by a certain number of lashes. He may give him 40 lashes, and not exceed, lest, if he should exceed, and beat him with many more lashes above these, then your brother should seem vile to you. You shall not muzzle the ox when it treads out the grain. If brothers dwell together, and one of them dies and has no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry outside the family to a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in to her and take her to himself as his wife, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And it shall be that the firstborn whom she bears shall succeed in the name of his brother who is dead, so that his name may not be put out of Israel. And if the man does not wish to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate to the elders, and say, My husband's brother refuses to raise up for his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him and speak to him. And if he stands firm and says, I do not wish to take her, then his brother's wife shall come to him in the presence of the elders, and remove his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, So shall it be done to that man who will not build up his brother's house. And in Israel his name shall be called, the house of him who had his shoe removed. When men fight with one another, and the wife of the one draws near to deliver her husband out of the hand of him who strikes him, and puts forth her hand and takes him by the genitals, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye shall not pity her. You shall not have in your bag differing weights, a great and a small. You shall not have in your house differing measures, a great and a small. But you shall have a perfect and just weight. You shall have a perfect and just measure, that your days may be lengthened in the land that the Lord your God gives you. For all who do such things, and all who do unrighteously, are an abomination to the Lord your God. Remember what Amalek did to you on the way when you came forth out of Egypt, how he met you by the way, and struck those of you who were farthest back, even all who were feeble behind you, when you were faint and weary, and he did not fear God. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your surrounding enemies, in the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance to possess, that you shall blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. You shall not forget it. Deuteronomy chapter 26. And it shall be, when you come into the land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, and you possess it and dwell in it, that you shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the earth that you shall bring from your land that the Lord your God gives you, and shall put it in a basket, and shall go to the place where the Lord your God chooses to place his name. And you shall go to the priest who shall be there in those days, and say to him, I profess this day to the Lord your God, that I have come to the country that the Lord swore to our fathers to give us. And the priest shall take the basket out of your hand, and set it down before the altar of the Lord your God. And you shall speak and say before the Lord your God, My father was a Syrian, ready to perish, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few, and there he became a great, mighty, and populous nation. And the Egyptians mistreated us, and afflicted us, and laid hard labor on us. And when we cried to the Lord God of our fathers, the Lord heard our voice, and looked on our affliction, and our labor, and our oppression. And the Lord brought us forth out of Egypt with a mighty hand, and with an outstretched arm, and with great terribleness, and with signs, and with wonders. And he has brought us into this place, and has given us this land, even a land that flows with milk and honey. And now, behold, I have brought the firstfruits of the land that you, O Lord, have given me. And you shall set it before the Lord your God, and worship before the Lord your God. And you shall rejoice in every good thing that the Lord your God has given to you and to your house, you and the Levite and the foreigner who is among you. When you have finished tithing all the tithes of your increase the 3rd year, which is the year of tithing, and have given it to the Levite, the foreigner, the fatherless, and the widow, that they may eat within your gates and be filled, then you shall say before the Lord your God, I have removed the holy things out of my house, and also have given them to the Levite and to the foreigner, to the fatherless and to the widow, according to all your commandments that you have commanded me. I have not transgressed your commandments, nor have I forgotten them. I have not eaten of it in my mourning, nor have I taken away any of it for any unclean use, nor given any of it for the dead. But I have listened to the voice of the Lord my God, and have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look down from your holy habitation, from heaven, and bless your people Israel, and the land that you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land that flows with milk and honey. This day the Lord your God has commanded you to do these statutes and judgments. Therefore you shall keep and do them with all your heart and with all your soul. This day you have declared the Lord to be your God, and to walk in his ways, and to keep his statutes and his commandments and his judgments, and to listen to his voice. And this day the Lord has declared you to be his special people, as he has promised you, and that you should keep all his commandments, and to make you high above all nations that he has made, in praise and in name and in honor, and that you may be a holy people to the Lord your God, as he has spoken. Deuteronomy chapter 27. And Moses, with the elders of Israel, commanded the people, saying, Keep all the commandments that I command you this day. And it shall be, on the day when you cross over the Jordan to the land that the Lord your God is giving you, that you shall set up for yourselves great stones and plaster them with plaster. And you shall write on them all the words of this law, when you have crossed over, that you may enter the land that the Lord your God is giving you, a land that flows with milk and honey, as the Lord God of your fathers has promised you. Therefore it shall be, when you have crossed over the Jordan, that you shall set up these stones on Mount Ebal, as I am commanding you this day, and you shall plaster them with plaster. And you shall build there an altar to the Lord your God, an altar of stones. You shall not use any iron tool on them. You shall build the altar of the Lord your God with whole stones, and you shall offer burnt offerings on it to the Lord your God. And you shall offer peace offerings, and shall eat there, and rejoice before the Lord your God. And you shall write very plainly on the stones all the words of this law. And Moses and the priests, the Levites, spoke to all Israel, saying, Be careful and listen, O Israel. This day you have become the people of the Lord your God. Therefore you shall obey the voice of the Lord your God, and do his commandments and his statutes that I command you this day. And Moses charged the people the same day, saying, These shall stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people when you have come over the Jordan: Simeon and Levi and Judah and Issachar, and Joseph and Benjamin. And these shall stand on Mount Ebal to curse: Reuben, Gad, and Asher, and Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. And the Levites shall speak with a loud voice, and say to all the men of Israel, Cursed is the man who makes any engraved or molten image, an abomination to the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and puts it in a secret place. And all the people shall answer and say, Amen. Cursed is he who dishonors his father or his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who removes his neighbor's landmark. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who makes the blind to wander out of the way. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who perverts the judgment of the foreigner, fatherless, and widow. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his father's wife, because he uncovered his father's nakedness. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with any kind of beast. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his sister, the daughter of his father or the daughter of his mother. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who lies with his mother-in-law. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who strikes his neighbor secretly. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who takes a bribe to slay an innocent person. And all the people shall say, Amen. Cursed is he who does not confirm all the words of this law by doing them. And all the people shall say, Amen. Deuteronomy chapter 28. And it shall come to pass, if you diligently listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to observe and to do all his commandments that I command you this day, that the Lord your God will set you on high above all nations of the earth. And all these blessings shall come on you and overtake you, if you listen to the voice of the Lord your God. Blessed shall you be in the city, and blessed shall you be in the field. Blessed shall be the fruit of your body, and the fruit of your ground, and the fruit of your cattle, the increase of your cows, and the flocks of your sheep. Blessed shall be your basket and your store. Blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed shall you be when you go out. The Lord shall cause your enemies who rise up against you to be destroyed before you. They shall come out against you one way, and flee before you 7 ways. The Lord shall command the blessing on you in your storehouses and in all that you set your hand to. And he shall bless you in the land that the Lord your God gives you. The Lord shall establish you as a holy people to himself, as he has sworn to you, if you keep the commandments of the Lord your God and walk in his ways. And all the people of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of the Lord, and they shall be afraid of you. And the Lord shall make you plenteous in goods, in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your ground, in the land that the Lord swore to your fathers to give you. The Lord shall open to you his good treasure, the heavens, to give the rain to your land in its season, and to bless all the work of your hand. And you shall lend to many nations, and you shall not borrow. And the Lord shall make you the head, and not the tail. And you shall only be above, and you shall not be beneath, if you listen to the commandments of the Lord your God, which I am commanding you this day, to observe and to do them. And you shall not go aside from any of the words that I am commanding you this day, to the right hand or to the left, to go after other gods to serve them. But it shall come to pass, if you will not listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to be careful to do all his commandments and his statutes that I am commanding you this day, that all these curses shall come on you and overtake you. Cursed shall you be in the city, and cursed shall you be in the field. Cursed shall be your basket and your store. Cursed shall be the fruit of your body and the fruit of your land, the increase of your cows and the flocks of your sheep. Cursed shall you be when you come in, and cursed shall you be when you go out. The Lord shall send on you cursing, trouble, and rebuke in all that you set your hand to do, until you are destroyed and until you perish quickly, because of the wickedness of your doings by which you have forsaken me. The Lord shall make the pestilence cling to you until he has destroyed you off the land that you are going to possess. The Lord shall strike you with a consumption, and with a fever, and with an inflammation, and with an extreme burning, and with the sword, and with blight, and with mildew, and they shall pursue you until you perish. And your heavens that are over your head shall be bronze, and the earth that is under you shall be iron. The Lord shall make the rain of your land powder and dust. From heaven it shall come down on you until you are destroyed. The Lord shall cause you to be struck before your enemies. You shall go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them, and shall be moved into all the kingdoms of the earth. And your carcasses shall be food for all the fowl of the air and for the beasts of the earth, and no man shall frighten them away. The Lord will strike you with the boils of Egypt, and with the tumors, and with the scab, and with the itch from which you cannot be healed. The Lord shall strike you with madness, and blindness, and astonishment of heart. And you shall grope at noonday, as the blind gropes in darkness. And you shall not prosper in your ways, and you shall only be oppressed and spoiled evermore, and no man shall save you. You shall betroth a wife, and another man shall lie with her. You shall build a house, and you shall not dwell in it. You shall plant a vineyard, and shall not gather the grapes from it. Your ox shall be slain before your eyes, and you shall not eat of it. Your donkey shall be violently taken away from before your face, and shall not be restored to you. Your sheep shall be given to your enemies, and you shall have no one to rescue them. Your sons and your daughters shall be given to another people, and your eyes shall look and fail with longing for them all the day long, and there shall be no might in your hand. A nation that you do not know shall eat up the fruit of your land and all your labors, and you shall only be oppressed and crushed always, so that you shall be mad because of the sight that your eyes shall see. The Lord shall strike you in the knees and in the legs with a great boil that cannot be healed, from the sole of your foot to the top of your head. The Lord shall bring you and your king, whom you shall set over you, to a nation that neither you nor your fathers have known, and there you shall serve other gods, wood and stone. And you shall become an astonishment, a proverb, and a byword among all nations where the Lord shall lead you. You shall carry much seed out into the field, and shall gather little in, for the locust shall consume it. You shall plant vineyards and tend them, but shall neither drink of the wine nor gather the grapes, for the worms shall eat them. You shall have olive trees throughout all your territory, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for the fruit of your olive trees shall fall off. You shall beget sons and daughters, but you shall not enjoy them, for they shall go into captivity. The locust shall consume all your trees and fruit of your land. The foreigner who is among you shall rise very high above you, and you shall come down very low. He shall lend to you, and you shall not lend to him. He shall be the head, and you shall be the tail. Moreover, all these curses shall come on you and shall pursue you and overtake you until you are destroyed, because you did not listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to keep his commandments and his statutes that he commanded you. And they shall be on you for a sign and a wonder, and on your descendants forever. Because you did not serve the Lord your God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart, for the abundance of all things, therefore you shall serve your enemies that the Lord shall send against you, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron on your neck until he has destroyed you. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies, a nation whose tongue you shall not understand, a nation of fierce countenance, which shall not favor the elderly or show favor to the young. And they shall eat the offspring of your cattle and the fruit of your land, until you are destroyed. They also shall not leave you either grain, wine, or oil, or the increase of your cows or flocks of your sheep, until they have destroyed you. And they shall besiege you in all your gates, until your high and fenced walls, in which you trust, come down throughout all your land. And they shall besiege you in all your gates throughout all your land that the Lord your God has given you. And you shall eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and of your daughters that the Lord your God has given you, in the siege and in the hardship by which your enemies shall distress you, so that the man who is tender and very delicate among you, his eye shall be evil toward his brother, and toward the wife he loves, and toward the remnant of his children whom he shall leave, so that he will not give to any of them the flesh of his children whom he shall eat, because he has nothing left in the siege, and in the hardship by which your enemies shall distress you in all your gates. The tender and delicate woman among you, who would not venture to set the sole of her foot on the ground for delicateness and tenderness, her eye shall be evil toward the husband she loves, and toward her son, and toward her daughter, and toward her young one who comes out from between her feet, and toward her children whom she shall bear. For she shall eat them secretly for a lack of anything else in the siege and hardship by which your enemy shall distress you in your gates. If you will not be careful to do all the words of this law that are written in this book, that you may fear this glorious and fearful name, the Lord your God, then the Lord will make your plagues and the plagues of your descendants fearful, even great and long-lasting plagues, and great and long-lasting sicknesses. Moreover, he will bring on you all the diseases of Egypt, of which you were afraid, and they shall cling to you. Also, every sickness and every plague that are not written in the book of this law, the Lord will bring them on you until you are destroyed. And you shall be left few in number, whereas you were as the stars of heaven in number, because you would not obey the voice of the Lord your God. And it shall come to pass that, as the Lord rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, so the Lord will rejoice over you to destroy you, and to bring you to nothing, and you shall be plucked from off the land that you are going to possess. And the Lord shall scatter you among all peoples, from the one end of the earth even to the other, and there you shall serve other gods, even wood and stone, which neither you nor your fathers have known. And you shall find no rest among these nations, nor shall the sole of your foot have rest. But there the Lord shall give you a trembling heart, and failing of eyes, and sorrow of mind. And your life shall hang in doubt before you, and you shall fear day and night, and shall have no assurance of your life. In the morning you shall say, We wish that it were evening. And at evening you shall say, We wish that it were morning, because of the fear of your heart, with which you shall fear, and because of the sight of your eyes, which you shall see. And the Lord shall bring you back into Egypt in ships, by the way of which I spoke to you, you shall never see it again. And there you shall be sold to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Deuteronomy chapter 29. These are the words of the covenant that the Lord commanded Moses to make with the children of Israel in the land of Moab, besides the covenant that he made with them in Horeb. And Moses called to all Israel, and said to them, You have seen all that the Lord did before your eyes in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to all his land, the great trials that your eyes have seen, the signs and those great miracles. Yet to this day the Lord has not given you a heart to perceive, and eyes to see, and ears to hear. And I have led you 40 years in the wilderness. Your clothes have not grown old on you, and your shoe has not grown old on your foot. You have not eaten bread, nor have you drunk wine or strong drink, that you might know that I am the Lord your God. And when you came to this place, Sihon the king of Heshbon, and Og the king of Bashan, came out against us to battle, and we struck them. And we took their land, and gave it as an inheritance to the Reubenites and to the Gadites, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh. Therefore keep the words of this covenant, and do them, that you may prosper in all that you do. You stand this day, all of you, before the Lord your God, your captains of your tribes, your elders and your officers, with all the men of Israel, your little ones, your wives, and your foreigner who is in your camp, from the cutter of your wood to the drawer of your water, that you should enter into covenant with the Lord your God, and into his oath that the Lord your God makes with you this day, that he may establish you today as a people for himself, and that he may be to you a God, as he has said to you, and as he has sworn to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. I make this covenant and this oath not only with you, but with him who stands here with us this day before the Lord our God. and also with him who is not here with us this day. For you know how we have dwelled in the land of Egypt, and how we came through the nations that you passed by, and you have seen their abominations and their idols that were among them, wood and stone, silver and gold. Lest there be any man or woman or family or tribe among you, whose heart turns away this day from the Lord our God, to go and serve the gods of these nations, lest there be a root among you that bears gall and wormwood, and it comes to pass, when he hears the words of this curse, that he blesses himself in his heart, saying, I shall have peace, though I walk in the imagination of my heart to add drunkenness to thirst. The Lord will not spare him, but then the anger of the Lord and his jealousy shall strike against that man. And all the curses that are written in this book shall lie on him, and the Lord shall blot out his name from under heaven. And the Lord shall separate him from all the tribes of Israel for evil, according to all the curses of the covenant that are written in this book of the law, so that the generation to come of your children who shall rise up after you, and the foreigner who shall come from a far land, shall say, when they see the plagues of that land, and the sicknesses that the Lord has laid on it, and the whole land is brimstone and salt and burning. It is not sown, it doesn't bear anything, and no grass grows in it, like the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, Admah and Zeboim, which the Lord overthrew in his anger and in his wrath. Even all nations shall say, Why has the Lord done this to this land? What does the heat of this great anger mean? Then men shall say, Because they have forsaken the covenant of the Lord God of their fathers, which he made with them when he brought them forth out of the land of Egypt. For they went and served other gods and worshipped them, gods that they did not know, and that he had not given to them. And the anger of the Lord was kindled against this land, to bring on it all the curses that are written in this book. And the Lord uprooted them from their land in anger, and in wrath, and in great indignation, and cast them into another land, as it is this day. The secret things belong to the Lord our God, but those things that are revealed belong to us and to our children forever, so that we may do all the words of this law. Deuteronomy chapter 30. And it shall come to pass, when all these things come on you, the blessing and the curse that I have set before you, and you call them to mind among all the nations where the Lord your God has driven you, and return to the Lord your God, and obey his voice, according to all that I command you this day, you and your children, with all your heart and with all your soul, that then the Lord your God will turn your captivity, and have compassion on you, and will gather you again from all the nations where the Lord your God has scattered you. If any of you are driven out to the outermost parts of heaven, from there the Lord your God will gather you, and from there he will bring you. And the Lord your God will bring you into the land that your fathers possessed, and you shall possess it. And he will be good to you, and multiply you above your fathers. And the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the hearts of your descendants, to love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul, that you may live. And the Lord your God will put all these curses on your enemies, and on those who hate you, who persecuted you. And you shall return and obey the voice of the Lord, and do all his commandments that I command you this day. And the Lord your God will make you plenteous in every work of your hand, in the fruit of your body, and in the fruit of your cattle, and in the fruit of your land for good. For the Lord will again rejoice over you for good, as he rejoiced over your fathers, if you listen to the voice of the Lord your God, to keep his commandments and his statutes that are written in this book of the law, and if you turn to the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul. For this commandment that I command you this day, it is not hidden from you, nor is it far off. It is not in heaven that you should say, Who shall go up to heaven for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it? Nor is it beyond the sea that you should say, Who shall go over the sea for us and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it? But the word is very near to you, in your mouth and in your heart, that you may do it. See, I have set before you this day life and good, and death and evil, in that I command you this day to love the Lord your God, to walk in his ways, and to keep his commandments and his statutes and his judgments, that you may live and multiply. And the Lord your God shall bless you in the land that you are going to possess. But if your heart turns away, so that you will not hear, and are drawn away, and worship other gods and serve them, I announce to you this day that you shall surely perish, and that you shall not prolong your days in the land that you are crossing over the Jordan to go to possess. I call heaven and earth to witness this day against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that both you and your descendants may live, that you may love the Lord your God, and that you may obey his voice, and that you may cling to him. For he is your life and the length of your days, that you may dwell in the land that the Lord swore to give to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Deuteronomy chapter 31. And Moses went and spoke these words to all Israel. And he said to them, I am 120 years old this day. I can no longer go out and come in. Also the Lord has said to me, You shall not cross over this Jordan. The Lord your God, he will go over before you, and he will destroy these nations before you, and you shall possess them. And Joshua, he shall go over before you, as the Lord has said. And the Lord shall do to them as he did to Sihon and to Og, kings of the Amorites, whom he destroyed, and to their land. And the Lord shall give them up in your presence, that you may do to them according to all the commandments that I have commanded you. Be strong and of good courage. Do not fear or be afraid of them. For the Lord your God, it is he who goes with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. And Moses called to Joshua, and said to him in the sight of all Israel, Be strong and of good courage, for you must go with this people to the land that the Lord has sworn to their fathers to give them, and you shall cause them to inherit it. And the Lord, it is he who goes before you. He will be with you. He will not fail you or forsake you. Do not fear or be dismayed. And Moses wrote this law, and delivered it to the priests, the sons of Levi, who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord, and to all the elders of Israel. And Moses commanded them, saying, At the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, at the Feast of Tabernacles, when all Israel has come to appear before the Lord your God in the place that he chooses, you shall read this law before all Israel in their hearing. Gather the people together, men and women and children, and your foreigner who is within your gates, that they may hear, and that they may learn and fear the Lord your God, and be careful to do all the words of this law, and that their children, who have not known anything, may hear and learn to fear the Lord your God, as long as you live in the land that you are crossing over the Jordan to possess. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, your days approach when you must die. Call Joshua, and present yourselves in the tabernacle of the congregation, that I may give him a charge. And Moses and Joshua went and presented themselves in the tabernacle of the congregation. And the Lord appeared in the tabernacle in a pillar of cloud, and the pillar of cloud stood over the door of the tabernacle. And the Lord said to Moses, Behold, you shall sleep with your fathers. And this people will rise up and prostitute themselves with the gods of the foreigners of the land, where they are going to be among them, and will forsake me and break my covenant that I have made with them. Then my anger shall be kindled against them in that day, and I will forsake them, and I will hide my face from them, and they shall be devoured. And many evils and troubles shall happen to them, so that they will say in that day, Have not these evils come on us because our God is not among us? And on that day I will surely hide my face for all the evils that they will have done, in that they will have turned to other gods. Now therefore, write this song for yourselves, and teach it to the children of Israel. Put it in their mouths, that this song may be a witness for me against the children of Israel. For when I have brought them into the land that flows with milk and honey that I swore to their fathers, and they have eaten and filled themselves and grown fat, then they will turn to other gods and serve them, and provoke me and break my covenant. And it shall come to pass, when many evils and troubles have happened to them, that this song shall testify against them as a witness. For it shall not be forgotten in the mouths of their descendants. For I know how they are inclined to behave, even now before I have brought them into the land that I swore to give them. Therefore Moses wrote this song the same day, and taught it to the children of Israel. And he gave Joshua the son of Nun a charge, and said, Be strong and of good courage, for you shall bring the children of Israel into the land that I swore to them, and I will be with you. And it came to pass, when Moses had come to the end of writing the words of this law in a book, until they were finished, that Moses commanded the Levites, who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord, saying, Take this book of the law, and put it in the side of the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, that it may be there as a witness against you. For I know your rebellion and your stiff neck. Behold, while I am still alive with you this day, you have been rebellious against the Lord. And how much longer after my death? Gather to me all the elders of your tribes and your officers, that I may speak these words in their ears, and call heaven and earth to witness against them. For I know that after my death you will utterly corrupt yourselves, and turn aside from the way that I have commanded you. And evil will happen to you in the latter days, because you will do evil in the sight of the Lord, to provoke him to anger through the work of your hands. And Moses spoke in the ears of all the congregation of Israel the words of this song until they were finished. Deuteronomy chapter 32. Give ear, O you heavens, and I will speak, and hear, O earth, the words of my mouth. My doctrine shall drop as the rain, my speech shall drip as the dew, as the small rain on the tender herb, and as the showers on the grass, because I will proclaim the name of the Lord, ascribe greatness to our God. He is the rock, his work is perfect, for all his ways are judgment, a God of truth and without iniquity. Just and right is he. They have corrupted themselves. Their blemish is not the blemish of his children. They are a perverse and crooked generation. Do you thus repay the Lord, O foolish and unwise people? Is he not your Father who has bought you? Has he not made you and established you? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you, your elders, and they will tell you. When the Most High divided their inheritance to the nations, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the boundaries of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For the Lord's portion is his people. Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. He found him in a desert land, and in the desolate, howling wilderness. He led him around, he instructed him, he observed him as the apple of his eye. As an eagle stirs up her nest, flutters over her young, spreads out her wings, takes them, bears them on her wings, so the Lord alone led him, and there was no foreign god with him. He made him ride on the high places of the earth, that he might eat the increase of the fields, and he made him to suck honey out of the rock, and oil out of the flinty rock, butter from cows, and milk from sheep, with fat of lambs and rams of the breed of Bashan, and goats with the best kernels of wheat. And you drank the pure blood of the grape. But Jeshurun grew fat and kicked. You have grown fat, you have grown thick, you are covered with fatness. Then he forsook God who made him, and neglected the rock of his salvation. They provoked him to jealousy with foreign gods. With abominations they provoked him to anger. They sacrificed to devils, not to God, to gods whom they did not know, to new gods that newly appeared, whom your fathers did not fear. You are unmindful of the rock who begot you, and have forgotten God who formed you. And when the Lord saw it, he hated them, because of the provoking of his sons and of his daughters. And he said, I will hide my face from them. I will see what their end shall be, for they are a very perverse generation, children in whom is no faith. They have moved me to jealousy with what is not God. They have provoked me to anger with their vanities. And I will move them to jealousy with those who are not a people. I will provoke them to anger with a foolish nation. For a fire is kindled in my anger, and shall burn to the lowest hell, and shall consume the earth with its increase, and set on fire the foundations of the mountains. I will heap misfortunes on them. I will spend my arrows on them. They shall be burned with hunger, and devoured with burning heat and with bitter destruction. I will also send the teeth of beasts on them, with the poison of serpents of the dust. The sword shall destroy outside and terror within, both the young man and the virgin, also the nursing child with the man of gray hairs. I said I would scatter them into corners. I would make the remembrance of them to cease from among men. Had I not feared the wrath of the enemy, lest their adversaries behave themselves strangely, and lest they say, Our hand is high, and the Lord has not done all this. For they are a nation void of counsel, nor is there any understanding in them. Oh, that they were wise, that they understood this, that they would consider their end. How could one chase 1,000, and two put 10,000 to flight, unless their rock had sold them, and the Lord had shut them up? For their rock is not like our rock, even our enemies themselves being judges. For their vine is the vine of Sodom, and of the fields of Gomorrah. Their grapes are grapes of gall, their clusters are bitter. Their wine is the poison of dragons, and the cruel venom of asps. Is this not stored up with me, and sealed up among my treasures? To me belong vengeance and recompense. Their foot shall slide in due time, for the day of their calamity is at hand, and the things that shall come are coming quickly. For the Lord shall judge his people, and change his mind for his servants, when he sees that their power is gone, and there is no one imprisoned or left. And he shall say, Where are their gods, their rock in whom they trusted, who ate the fat of their sacrifices, and drank the wine of their drink offerings? Let them rise up and help you, and be your protection. See now that I, even I, am he, and there is no God besides me. I kill and I make alive. I wound and I heal. There is no one who can deliver out of my hand. For I lift up my hand to heaven and say, I live forever. If I sharpen my glittering sword, and my hand takes hold of judgment, I will render vengeance to my enemies, and will reward those who hate me. I will make my arrows drunk with blood, and my sword shall devour flesh, with the blood of the slain and of the captives, from the beginning of revenge on the enemy. Rejoice, O you nations, with his people, for he will avenge the blood of his servants, and will render vengeance to his adversaries, and will be merciful to his land and to his people. And Moses came and spoke all the words of this song in the ears of the people, he and Joshua the son of Nun. And Moses finished speaking all these words to all Israel. And he said to them, Set your hearts to all the words that I testify among you this day, which you shall command your children to be careful to do, all the words of this law. For it is not a vain thing for you, because it is your life. And through this thing you shall prolong your days in the land that you are crossing over the Jordan to possess. And the Lord spoke to Moses the very same day, saying, Go up into this mountain, Abarim, to Mount Nebo, which is in the land of Moab that is across from Jericho. And behold the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the children of Israel for a possession. And die on the mountain that you ascend, and be gathered to your people, as Aaron your brother died on Mount Hor and was gathered to his people, because you trespassed against me among the children of Israel at the waters of Meribah Kadesh, in the wilderness of Zin, because you did not sanctify me in the midst of the children of Israel. Yet you shall see the land before you, but you shall not go there, to the land that I am giving the children of Israel. Deuteronomy chapter 33. And this is the blessing with which Moses, the man of God, blessed the children of Israel before his death. And he said, The Lord came from Sinai and rose up from Seir to them. He shone forth from Mount Paran, and he came with 10,000s of saints. From his right hand came a fiery law for them. Yes, he loved the people. All his saints are in your hand, and they sit down at your feet. Everyone shall receive your words. Moses commanded a law to us, even the inheritance of the congregation of Jacob. And he was king in Jeshurun, when the heads of the people and the tribes of Israel were gathered together. Let Reuben live and not die, and do not let his men be few. And this is the blessing of Judah. And he said, Hear, Lord, the voice of Judah, and bring him to his people. Let his hands be sufficient for him, and may you be a help to him from his enemies. And of Levi he said, Let your Thummim and your Urim be with your Holy One, whom you tested at Massah, and with whom you quarreled at the waters of Meribah, who said of his father and to his mother, I have not seen them. Nor did he acknowledge his brothers or know his own children, for they have observed your word and observed your covenant. They shall teach Jacob your judgments, and Israel your law. They shall put incense before you, and a whole burnt sacrifice on your altar. Bless his substance, Lord, and accept the work of his hands. Strike through the loins of those who rise against him, and of those who hate him, that they do not rise again. And of Benjamin he said, The beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. And of Joseph he said, Blessed of the Lord is his hand, for the precious things of heaven, for the dew, and for the deep that crouches beneath, and for the precious fruits brought forth by the sun, and for the precious things put forth by the moon, and for the chief things of the ancient mountains, and for the precious things of the lasting hills, and for the precious things of the earth and its fullness, and for the good will of him who dwelled in the bush. Let the blessing come on the head of Joseph, and on the top of the head of him who was separated from his brothers. His glory is like the firstborn of his bull, and his horns are like the horns of wild oxen. Together with them he shall push the people to the ends of the earth. And they are the 10,000s of Ephraim, and they are the thousands of Manasseh. And of Zebulun he said, Rejoice, Zebulun, in your going out, and Issachar in your tents. They shall call the peoples to the mountain. There they shall offer sacrifices of righteousness, for they shall suck the abundance of the seas, and of treasures hidden in the sand. And of Gad he said, Blessed is he who enlarges Gad. He dwells as a lion, and tears the arm with the crown of the head. And he provided the best part for himself, because there, in a portion of the lawgiver, he was seated. And he came with the leaders of the people. He executed the justice of the Lord and his judgments with Israel. And of Dan he said, Dan is a lion's cub. He shall leap from Bashan. And of Naphtali he said, O Naphtali, satisfied with favor, and full with the blessing of the Lord, possess the west and the south. And of Asher he said, Let Asher be blessed with children. Let him be acceptable to his brothers, and let him dip his foot in oil. Your shoes shall be iron and bronze, and as your days, so shall your strength be. There is no one similar to the God of Jeshurun, who rides on the heavens to your help, and in his excellency on the sky. The eternal God is your refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he shall drive out the enemy from before you, and shall say, Destroy them. Then Israel shall dwell in safety alone. The fountain of Jacob shall be in a land of grain and wine. His heavens also shall drop down dew. Happy are you, O Israel! Who is similar to you, O people saved by the Lord, the shield of your help, and who is the sword of your excellency? And your enemies shall be found as liars before you, and you shall tread on their high places. Deuteronomy chapter 34. And Moses went up from the plains of Moab to the mountain of Nebo, to the top of Pisgah, which is across from Jericho. And the Lord showed him all the land of Gilead to Dan, and all Naphtali, and the land of Ephraim and Manasseh, and all the land of Judah to the farthest sea, and the south and the plain of the valley of Jericho, the city of palm trees, to Zoar. And the Lord said to him, This is the land that I swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, I will give it to your descendants. I have caused you to see it with your eyes, but you shall not go over there. So Moses, the servant of the Lord, died there in the land of Moab, according to the word of the Lord. And he buried him in a valley in the land of Moab, across from Beth Peor, but no man knows of his burial place to this day. And Moses was 120 years old when he died. His eyes were not dim, and his strength was not weakened. And the children of Israel wept for Moses in the plains of Moab for 30 days. So the days of weeping and mourning for Moses ended. And Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses had laid his hands on him. And the children of Israel listened to him, and did as the Lord commanded Moses. And since then no prophet has arisen in Israel similar to Moses, whom the Lord knew face to face, in all the signs and the wonders, which the Lord sent him to do in the land of Egypt, to Pharaoh and to all his servants and to all his land, and in all that mighty hand, and in all the great terror that Moses showed in the sight of all Israel. Joshua chapter 1. Now after the death of Moses, the servant of the Lord, it came to pass that the Lord spoke to Joshua the son of Nun, Moses' minister, saying, Moses my servant is dead. Now therefore arise, go over this Jordan, you and all this people, to the land that I am giving to them, even to the children of Israel. Every place that the sole of your foot shall tread on I have given to you, as I said to Moses. From the wilderness and this Lebanon, even to the great river, the river Euphrates, all the land of the Hittites, and to the great sea toward the going down of the sun shall be your territory. No man shall be able to stand before you all the days of your life. As I was with Moses, so I will be with you. I will not fail you or forsake you. Be strong and of good courage, for to this people you shall divide the land for an inheritance, which I swore to their fathers to give them. Only be strong and very courageous, that you may observe to do according to all the law that Moses my servant commanded you. Do not turn from it to the right hand or to the left, that you may prosper wherever you go. This book of the law shall not depart out of your mouth, but you shall meditate on it day and night, that you may observe to do according to all that is written in it. For then you shall make your way prosperous, and then you shall have good success. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and of good courage. Do not be afraid or dismayed, for the Lord your God is with you wherever you go." Then Joshua commanded the officers of the people, saying, "Pass through the camp and command the people, saying, Prepare provisions, for within 3 days you shall cross over this Jordan to go in to possess the land that the Lord your God is giving you to possess." And Joshua spoke to the Reubenites and to the Gadites and to half the tribe of Manasseh, saying, "Remember the word that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, saying, The Lord your God has given you rest and has given you this land. Your wives, your little ones, and your cattle shall remain in the land that Moses gave you on this side of the Jordan. But you shall pass before your brothers armed, all the mighty men of valor, and help them, until the Lord has given your brothers rest, as he has given you, and they also have possessed the land that the Lord your God is giving them. Then you shall return to the land of your possession and enjoy it, which Moses the Lord's servant gave you on this side of the Jordan toward the sunrise." And they answered Joshua, saying, "All that you command us we will do, and wherever you send us we will go. As we listened to Moses in all things, so will we listen to you. Only may the Lord your God be with you, as he was with Moses. Whoever he is who rebels against your commandment and will not listen to your words in all that you command him, he shall be put to death. Only be strong and of good courage." Joshua chapter 2. And Joshua the son of Nun sent 2 men out of Shittim to spy secretly, saying, "Go view the land, even Jericho." And they went, and came into the house of a harlot named Rahab, and lodged there. And it was told to the king of Jericho, saying, "Behold, men came in here tonight from the children of Israel to search out the country." And the king of Jericho sent to Rahab, saying, "Bring forth the men who have come to you, who have entered into your house, for they have come to search out all the country." And the woman took the 2 men and hid them, and said this, "Men came to me, but I did not know who they were. And it came to pass about the time the gate was being shut, when it was dark, that the men went out. I do not know where the men went. Pursue after them quickly, for you shall overtake them." But she had brought them up to the roof of the house, and hidden them with the stalks of flax that she had laid in order on the roof. And the men pursued after them on the way to the Jordan, to the fords. And as soon as those who pursued after them had gone out, they shut the gate. And before they lay down, she came up to them on the roof, and she said to the men, "I know that the Lord has given you the land, and that terror of you has fallen on us, and that all the inhabitants of the land have lost hope because of you. For we have heard how the Lord dried up the water of the Red Sea for you when you came out of Egypt, and what you did to the 2 kings of the Amorites who were on the other side of the Jordan, Sihon and Og, whom you utterly destroyed. And as soon as we had heard these things, our hearts melted. No courage remained any longer in any man because of you, for the Lord your God, he is God in heaven above and in earth beneath. Now therefore I ask you, swear to me by the Lord, since I have shown you kindness, that you will also show kindness to my father's house, and give me a true sign, and that you will save alive my father and my mother and my brothers and my sisters and all that they have, and deliver our lives from death." And the men answered her, "Our life for yours, if you do not utter this business of ours. And it shall be, when the Lord has given us the land, that we will deal kindly and truly with you." Then she let them down by a cord through the window, for her house was on the town wall, and she dwelled on the wall. And she said to them, "Go to the mountain, lest the pursuers meet you, and hide yourselves there 3 days, until the pursuers have returned, and afterward you may go your way." And the men said to her, "We will not be bound to this oath of yours that you have made us swear, unless, behold, when we come into the land, you bind this cord of scarlet thread in the window that you let us down by, and you bring into your home your father and your mother and your brothers and all your father's household. And it shall be that whoever goes out of the doors of your house into the street, his blood shall be on his head, and we will be guiltless. And whoever is with you in the house, his blood shall be on our head, if any hand is laid on him. And if you utter this business of ours, then we will be free from your oath that you have made us to swear. And she said, According to your words, so be it. And she sent them away, and they departed. And she bound the scarlet cord in the window. And they went and came to the mountain, and remained there 3 days until the pursuers returned. And the pursuers sought them throughout the entire way, but did not find them. So the 2 men returned and descended from the mountain, and crossed over and came to Joshua the son of Nun, and told him all the things that happened to them. And they said to Joshua, Truly the Lord has delivered all the land into our hands, for even all the inhabitants of the country have lost hope because of us. Joshua chapter 3. And Joshua rose early in the morning, and he and all the children of Israel moved from Shittim and came to the Jordan, and lodged there before they crossed over. And it came to pass, after 3 days, that the officers went through the camp, and they commanded the people, saying, When you see the ark of the covenant of the Lord your God, and the priests, the Levites, bearing it, then you shall move from your place and go after it. Yet there shall be a space between you and it, about 2,000 cubits by measure. Do not come near to it, that you may know the way by which you must go, for you have not passed this way before. And Joshua said to the people, Sanctify yourselves, for tomorrow the Lord will do wonders among you. And Joshua spoke to the priests, saying, Take up the ark of the covenant, and cross over before the people. And they took up the ark of the covenant, and went before the people. And the Lord said to Joshua, This day I will begin to magnify you in the sight of all Israel, that they may know that as I was with Moses, so I will be with you. And you shall command the priests who bear the ark of the covenant, saying, When you come to the bank of the water of the Jordan, you shall stand still in the Jordan. And Joshua said to the children of Israel, Come here and hear the words of the Lord your God. And Joshua said, By this you shall know that the living God is among you, and that he will without fail drive out from before you the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Hivites, and the Perizzites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Jebusites. Behold, the ark of the covenant of the Lord of all the earth is crossing over before you into the Jordan. Now therefore, take for yourselves 12 men from the tribes of Israel, a man from every tribe. And it shall come to pass, as soon as the soles of the feet of the priests who bear the ark of the Lord of all the earth, rest in the waters of the Jordan, that the waters of the Jordan shall be cut off from the waters that come down from above, and they shall stand on a heap. And it came to pass, when the people moved from their tents to cross over the Jordan, with the priests bearing the ark of the covenant before the people, and as those who bore the ark came to the Jordan, and the feet of the priests who bore the ark dipped in the brim of the water, for the Jordan overflows all its banks all during the time of harvest, that the waters that came down from above stood and rose up in a heap very far from the city Adam, that is beside Zaratan. And those that came down toward the sea of the plain, the salt sea, failed and were cut off, and the people crossed over right on the other side of Jericho. And the priests who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord stood firm on dry ground in the middle of the Jordan, and all the Israelites crossed over on dry ground, until all the people had crossed clean over the Jordan. Joshua chapter 4. And it came to pass, when all the people had clean crossed over the Jordan, that the Lord spoke to Joshua, saying, Take 12 men out from the people, 1 man from every tribe, and command them, saying, Take for yourselves 12 stones from here out of the middle of the Jordan, out of the place where the priests' feet stood firm, and you shall carry them over with you, and leave them in the lodging place where you shall lodge this night. Then Joshua called the 12 men whom he had prepared from the children of Israel, a man out of every tribe. And Joshua said to them, "Cross over before the ark of the Lord your God into the middle of the Jordan, and each of you take up a stone on his shoulder, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel, that this may be a sign among you when your children ask their fathers in the future, saying, 'What do you mean by these stones?' Then you shall answer them that the waters of the Jordan were cut off before the ark of the covenant of the Lord. When it crossed over the Jordan, the waters of the Jordan were cut off. And these stones shall be a memorial to the children of Israel forever." And the children of Israel did so, as Joshua commanded, and took up 12 stones out of the middle of the Jordan, as the Lord spoke to Joshua, according to the number of the tribes of the children of Israel, and carried them over with them to the place where they lodged, and laid them down there. And Joshua set up 12 stones in the middle of the Jordan, in the place where the feet of the priests who bore the ark of the covenant stood. And they are there to this day. For the priests who bore the ark stood in the middle of the Jordan until everything was finished that the Lord commanded Joshua to speak to the people, according to all that Moses commanded Joshua. And the people hurried and crossed over. And it came to pass, when all the people had clean crossed over, that the ark of the Lord and the priests crossed over in the presence of the people. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and half the tribe of Manasseh crossed over armed before the children of Israel, as Moses spoke to them. About 40,000 prepared for war crossed over to battle before the Lord, to the plains of Jericho. On that day the Lord magnified Joshua in the sight of all Israel, and they feared him as they feared Moses all the days of his life. And the Lord spoke to Joshua, saying, "Command the priests who bear the ark of the testimony to come up out of the Jordan." Therefore Joshua commanded the priests, saying, "Come up out of the Jordan." And it came to pass, when the priests who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord had come up out of the middle of the Jordan, and the soles of the priests' feet were lifted up to the dry land, that the waters of the Jordan returned to their place, and flowed over all its banks, as they did before. And the people came up out of the Jordan on the 10th day of the first month, and camped in Gilgal, on the east border of Jericho. And Joshua set up in Gilgal those 12 stones that they took out of the Jordan. And he spoke to the children of Israel, saying, "When your children ask their fathers in the future, saying, 'What do these stones mean?' then you shall let your children know, saying, 'Israel came over this Jordan on dry land.' For the Lord your God dried up the waters of the Jordan from before you until you had crossed over, as the Lord your God did to the Red Sea, which he dried up from before us until we had gone over, that all the people of the earth might know the hand of the Lord, that it is mighty, that you might fear the Lord your God forever." Joshua chapter 5. And it came to pass, when all the kings of the Amorites who were on the side of the Jordan westward, and all the kings of the Canaanites who were by the sea, heard that the Lord had dried up the waters of the Jordan from before the children of Israel until we had crossed over, that their hearts melted. There was no spirit in them any longer because of the children of Israel. At that time the Lord said to Joshua, "Make sharp knives, and circumcise the children of Israel again the second time." And Joshua made himself sharp knives, and circumcised the children of Israel at the hill of the foreskins. And this is the reason why Joshua circumcised them. All the people who came out of Egypt who were males, even all the men of war, died in the wilderness on the way, after they came out of Egypt. Now all the people who came out were circumcised, but all the people who were born in the wilderness on the way, as they came forth out of Egypt, had not been circumcised. For the children of Israel walked 40 years in the wilderness, until all the people who were men of war, who came out of Egypt, perished, because they did not obey the voice of the Lord, to whom the Lord swore that he would not show them the land that the Lord swore to their fathers that he would give us, a land that flows with milk and honey. And Joshua circumcised their children, whom he raised up in their place, for they were uncircumcised, because they had not circumcised them on the way. And it came to pass, when they were done circumcising all the people, that they remained in their places in the camp until they were healed. And the Lord said to Joshua, This day I have rolled away the reproach of Egypt from you. Therefore the name of the place is called Gilgal to this day. And the children of Israel camped in Gilgal, and observed the Passover on the 14th day of the month in the evening in the plains of Jericho. And they ate of the old grain of the land on the next day after the Passover, unleavened cakes and roasted grain on the very same day. And the manna ceased on the next day, after they had eaten of the old wheat of the land. The children of Israel no longer had manna, but they ate the fruit of the land of Canaan that year. And it came to pass, when Joshua was by Jericho, that he lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, a man stood across from him with his sword drawn in his hand. And Joshua went to him and said to him, Are you for us or for our adversaries? And he said, No, but as captain of the army of the Lord I have now come. And Joshua fell on his face to the earth and worshipped, and said to him, What does my Lord say to his servant? And the captain of the Lord's army said to Joshua, Remove your shoe from your foot, for the place where you are standing is holy. And Joshua did so. Joshua chapter 6. Now Jericho was tightly shut up because of the children of Israel. No one went out and no one came in. And the Lord said to Joshua, See, I have given into your hand Jericho, and its king, and the mighty men of valor. And you shall surround the city, all you men of war, and go around the city once. You shall do this for 6 days. And 7 priests shall bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark. And the 7th day you shall surround the city 7 times, and the priests shall blow with the trumpets. And it shall come to pass that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when you hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city shall fall down flat, and the people shall ascend, every man straight before him. And Joshua the son of Nun called the priests, and said to them, Take up the ark of the covenant, and let 7 priests bear 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark of the Lord. And he said to the people, Pass on, and go around the city, and let him who is armed pass on before the ark of the Lord. And it came to pass, when Joshua had spoken to the people, that the 7 priests bearing the 7 trumpets of ram's horns passed on before the Lord, and blew with the trumpets, and the ark of the covenant of the Lord followed them. And the armed men went before the priests, who blew with the trumpets, and the rear guard came after the ark, the priests going on and blowing with the trumpets. And Joshua had commanded the people, saying, You shall not shout or make any noise with your voice, nor shall any word proceed out of your mouth, until the day I tell you to shout. Then you shall shout. So the ark of the Lord went around the city, going around it once. And they came into the camp and lodged in the camp. And Joshua rose early in the morning, and the priests took up the ark of the Lord. And 7 priests bearing 7 trumpets of ram's horns before the ark of the Lord went on continually and blew with the trumpets. And the armed men went before them, but the rear guard came after the ark of the Lord, while the priests continued blowing with the trumpets. And the 2nd day they went around the city once and returned to the camp. They did this for 6 days. And it came to pass on the 7th day that they rose early, around the dawning of the day, and went around the city 7 times in this way. Only on that day did they go around the city 7 times. And it came to pass on the 7th time, when the priests blew with the trumpets, Joshua said to the people, Shout, for the Lord has given you the city. And the city shall be cursed by the Lord, even it and all who are in it. Only Rahab the harlot shall live, she and all who are with her in the house, because she hid the messengers that we sent. And you certainly keep yourselves from the accursed thing, lest you make yourselves accursed when you take of the accursed thing, and make the camp of Israel a curse, and trouble it. But all the silver and gold and vessels of bronze and iron are consecrated to the Lord. They shall come into the treasury of the Lord. So the people shouted when the priests blew with the trumpets. And it came to pass, when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted with a great shout, that the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city. And they utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, and ox and sheep and donkey, with the edge of the sword. But Joshua had said to the 2 men who had spied out the country, Go into the harlot's house, and bring out from there the woman and all that she has, as you swore to her. And the young men who were spies went in and brought out Rahab, and her father, and her mother, and her brothers, and all that she had. And they brought out all her family, and left them outside the camp of Israel. And they burned the city and all that was in it with fire. Only the silver and the gold, and the vessels of bronze and of iron, they put into the treasury of the house of the Lord. And Joshua saved Rahab the harlot alive, and her father's household, and all that she had. And she dwells in Israel even to this day, because she hid the messengers whom Joshua sent to spy out Jericho. And Joshua solemnly charged them at that time, saying, Cursed is the man before the Lord, who rises up and builds this city Jericho. He shall lay its foundation with his firstborn, and he shall set up its gates with his youngest son. So the Lord was with Joshua, and his fame was reported throughout all the country. Joshua chapter 7. But the children of Israel committed a trespass in the accursed things. For Achan, the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, took of the accursed things, and the anger of the Lord was kindled against the children of Israel. And Joshua sent men from Jericho to Ai, which is beside Beth-aven, on the east side of Bethel, and spoke to them, saying, Go up and view the country. And the men went up and viewed Ai. And they returned to Joshua and said to him, Do not let all the people go up, but let about 2,000 or 3,000 men go up and strike Ai. And do not make all the people to labor there, for they are but few. So about 3,000 men from the people went up there, and they fled before the men of Ai. And the men of Ai struck about 36 men, for they chased them from before the gate, even to Shebarim, and struck them as they were going down. Therefore the hearts of the people melted, and became as water. And Joshua tore his clothes, and fell to the earth on his face before the ark of the Lord until the evening, he and the elders of Israel, and they put dust on their heads. And Joshua said, Alas, O Lord God, why have you brought this people across the Jordan at all, to deliver us into the hand of the Amorites, to destroy us? If only we had been content and dwelled on the other side of the Jordan. O Lord, what shall I say when Israel turns their backs before their enemies? For the Canaanites and all the inhabitants of the land shall hear of it, and shall surround us, and cut off our name from the earth. And what will you do to your great name? And the Lord said to Joshua, Get up. Why do you lie thus on your face? Israel has sinned, and they have also transgressed my covenant that I commanded them. For they have even taken of the accursed things, and have also stolen, and also concealed, and they have even put it among their own belongings. Therefore the children of Israel could not stand before their enemies, but turned their backs before their enemies, because they were accursed. I will not be with you any more, unless you destroy the accursed from among you. Get up, sanctify the people, and say, Sanctify yourselves before tomorrow, for this is what the Lord God of Israel says. There is an accursed thing in the midst of you, O Israel. You cannot stand before your enemies until you take away the accursed thing from among you. Therefore in the morning you shall be brought according to your tribes. And it shall be that the tribe that the Lord chooses shall come according to its families. And the family that the Lord chooses shall come by households. And the household that the Lord chooses shall come man by man. And it shall be that he who has taken the accursed thing shall be burned with fire, he and all that he has, because he has transgressed the covenant of the Lord, and because he has worked folly in Israel. So Joshua rose up early in the morning, and brought Israel by their tribes, and the tribe of Judah was chosen. And he brought the family of Judah, and he took the family of the Zerahites. And he brought the family of the Zerahites man by man, and Zabdi was chosen. And he brought his household man by man, and Achan the son of Carmi, the son of Zabdi, the son of Zerah, of the tribe of Judah, was chosen. And Joshua said to Achan, My son, I ask you, give glory to the Lord God of Israel, and make confession to him, and tell me now what you have done. Do not hide it from me. And Achan answered Joshua and said, Indeed, I have sinned against the Lord God of Israel, and this is what I have done. When I saw among the spoils a beautiful Babylonish garment, and 200 shekels of silver, and a wedge of gold weighing 50 shekels, then I coveted them, and took them. And behold, they are hidden in the earth in the midst of my tent, and the silver is under it. So Joshua sent messengers, and they ran to the tent, and behold, it was hidden in his tent, and the silver was under it. And they took them out of the midst of the tent, and brought them to Joshua and to all the children of Israel, and laid them out before the Lord. And Joshua and all Israel with him took Achan the son of Zerah, and the silver and the garment and the wedge of gold, and his sons and his daughters, and his oxen and his donkeys and his sheep, and his tent and all that he had, and they brought them to the valley of Achor. And Joshua said, Why have you troubled us? The Lord shall trouble you this day. And all Israel stoned him with stones, and burned them with fire after they had stoned them with stones. And they raised over him a great heap of stones that remains to this day. So the Lord turned from the fierceness of his anger. Therefore the name of that place has been called the Valley of Achor to this day. Joshua chapter 8. And the Lord said to Joshua, Don't be afraid or dismayed. Take all the people of war with you, and arise, go up to Ai. See, I have given into your hand the king of Ai, and his people, and the city, and his land. And you shall do to Ai and its king as you did to Jericho and its king. You shall take only its spoil and its cattle as plunder for yourselves. Lay an ambush for the city behind it. So Joshua and all the people of war arose to go up against Ai. And Joshua chose 30,000 mighty men of valor, and sent them away by night. And he commanded them, saying, Behold, you shall lie in wait against the city, even behind the city. Do not go very far from the city, but all of you be ready. And I and all the people who are with me will approach the city. And it shall come to pass, when they come out against us, as at the first, that we will flee before them, for they will come out after us, until we have drawn them from the city. For they will say, They are fleeing before us, as at the first. Therefore we will flee before them. Then you shall rise up from the ambush, and seize the city, for the Lord your God will deliver it into your hand. And it shall be, when you have taken the city, that you shall set the city on fire. You shall do according to the commandment of the Lord. See, I have commanded you. Therefore Joshua sent them out, and they went to lie in ambush, and remained between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of Ai. But Joshua lodged that night among the people. And Joshua rose up early in the morning, and numbered the people, and went up, he and the elders of Israel, before the people to Ai. And all the people, even the people of war who were with him, went up and drew near, and came before the city, and camped on the north side of Ai. Now there was a valley between them and Ai. And he took about 5,000 men, and set them to lie in ambush between Bethel and Ai, on the west side of the city. And when they had set the people, even all the army that was on the north of the city, and its liers in wait on the west of the city, Joshua went that night into the midst of the valley. And it came to pass, when the king of Ai saw it, that they hurried and rose up early, and the men of the city went out against Israel to battle, he and all his people, at a time appointed before the plain. But he did not know that there were liers in ambush against him behind the city. And Joshua and all Israel made as if they were beaten before them, and fled by way of the wilderness. And all the people who were in Ai were called together to pursue after them, and they pursued after Joshua, and were drawn away from the city. And not a man was left in Ai or Bethel who did not go out after Israel. And they left the city open and pursued after Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, "Stretch out the spear that is in your hand toward Ai, for I will give it into your hand." And Joshua stretched out the spear that he had in his hand toward the city. And the ambush arose quickly out of their place, and they ran as soon as he had stretched out his hand, and they entered into the city and took it, and hurried and set the city on fire. And when the men of Ai looked behind them, they saw, and behold, the smoke of the city ascended up to heaven, and they had no power to flee this way or that way, and the people who fled to the wilderness turned back on the pursuers. And when Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city, and that the smoke of the city ascended, then they turned again and slew the men of Ai. And the others came out of the city against them, so they were in the midst of Israel, some on this side and some on that side. And they struck them so that they let none of them remain or escape. And they took the king of Ai alive, and brought him to Joshua. And it came to pass, when Israel had made an end of slaying all the inhabitants of Ai in the field, in the wilderness in which they chased them, and when they had all fallen on the edge of the sword until they were destroyed, that all the Israelites returned to Ai, and struck it with the edge of the sword. And so it was that all who fell that day, both men and women, were 12,000, even all the men of Ai. For Joshua did not draw back his hand, with which he stretched out the spear, until he had utterly destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. Israel only took the cattle and the spoil of that city as a plunder for themselves, according to the word of the Lord that he commanded Joshua. And Joshua burned Ai, and made it a heap forever, even a desolation to this day. And he hanged the king of Ai on a tree until evening. And as soon as the sun was down, Joshua commanded that they take his body down from the tree, and cast it at the entry of the gate of the city, and raise on it a great heap of stones that remains to this day. Then Joshua built an altar to the Lord God of Israel on Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded the children of Israel, as it is written in the book of the law of Moses. An altar of whole stones over which no man has lifted up any iron. And they offered burnt offerings on it to the Lord, and sacrificed peace offerings. And he wrote there on the stones a copy of the law of Moses, which he wrote in the presence of the children of Israel. And all Israel, and their elders and officers and their judges, stood on this side and on that side of the ark before the priests, the Levites, who bore the ark of the covenant of the Lord, the foreigner as well as he who was born among them, half of them in front of Mount Gerizim, and half of them in front of Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of the Lord had commanded before, that they should bless the people of Israel. And afterward he read all the words of the law, the blessings and cursings, according to all that is written in the book of the law. There was not a word of all that Moses commanded that Joshua did not read before all the congregation of Israel, with the women and the little ones and the foreigners who were residing among them. Joshua chapter 9. And it came to pass, when all the kings who were on this side of the Jordan, in the hills and in the valleys and in all the coasts of the great sea near Lebanon, the Hittite and the Amorite, the Canaanite the Perizzite, the Hivite, and the Jebusite, heard of it, that they gathered themselves together with one accord to fight with Joshua and with Israel. And when the inhabitants of Gibeon heard what Joshua had done to Jericho and to Ai, they worked deceitfully, and went and made as if they had been ambassadors, and took old sacks on their donkeys, and old and torn and bound up wine bottles, and old and patched shoes on their feet, and old garments on themselves. And all the bread of their provision was dry and moldy. And they went to Joshua to the camp at Gilgal, and said to him and to the men of Israel, We have come from a far country. Now therefore make an agreement with us. And the men of Israel said to the Hivites, Perhaps you are dwelling among us, and how shall we make an agreement with you? And they said to Joshua, We are your servants. And Joshua said to them, Who are you, and where do you come from? And they said to him, Your servants have come from a very far country because of the name of the Lord your God. For we have heard the report of him and all that he did in Egypt, and all that he did to the 2 kings of the Amorites who were beyond the Jordan, to Sihon, king of Heshbon, and to Og, king of Bashan, who was at Ashtaroth. Therefore our elders and all the inhabitants of our country spoke to us, saying, Take provisions with you for the journey, and go to meet them, and say to them, We are your servants. Now therefore make an agreement with us. This bread of ours we took hot for our provision out of our houses on the day we came forth to go to you. But now, behold, it is dry, and it is moldy. And these bottles of wine that we filled were new, and behold, they are torn. And these garments of ours and our shoes have become old because of the very long journey. And the men took of their provisions, and did not ask for counsel from the mouth of the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them, and made an agreement with them to let them live. And the princes of the congregation swore to them. And it came to pass at the end of 3 days, after they had made an agreement with them, that they heard that they were their neighbors, and that they dwelled among them. And the children of Israel journeyed and came to their cities on the 3rd day. Now their cities were Gibeon, and Kephirah, and Beeroth, and Kiriath-Jearim. And the children of Israel did not strike them, because the princes of the congregation had sworn to them by the Lord God of Israel. And all the congregation murmured against the princes. But all the princes said to all the congregation, We have sworn to them by the Lord God of Israel. Now therefore we may not touch them. We will do this to them. We will even let them live, lest wrath come on us because of the oath that we swore to them. And the princes said to them, Let them live, but let them be woodcutters and drawers of water for all the congregation, as the princes had promised them. And Joshua called for them, and he spoke to them, saying, Why have you deceived us, saying, We are very far from you, when you dwell among us? Now therefore you are cursed, and none of you shall be freed from being bondmen and woodcutters and drawers of water for the house of my God. And they answered Joshua and said, Because it was certainly told to your servants that the Lord your God commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land, and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land before you, therefore we were greatly afraid for our lives because of you, and have done this thing. And now, behold, we are in your hands. Do to us what seems good and right for you to do. And so he did this to them, and delivered them out of the hand of the children of Israel, that they did not slay them. And that day Joshua made them woodcutters and drawers of water for the congregation and for the altar of the Lord, in the place that he would choose, even to this day. Joshua chapter 10. Now it came to pass, when Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, had heard how Joshua had taken Ai and had utterly destroyed it, as he had done to Jericho and her king, so he had done to Ai and her king, and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel and were among them, that they feared greatly, because Gibeon was a great city, as one of the royal cities, and because it was greater than Ai, and all its men were mighty. Therefore Adoni-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, sent to Hoham, king of Hebron, and to Piram, king of Jarmuth, and to Japhiah, king of Lachish, and to Deber, king of Eglon, saying, Come up to me and help me, that we may strike Gibeon, for it has made peace with Joshua and with the children of Israel. Therefore the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, gathered themselves together and went up, they and all their armies, and camped before Gibeon, and made war against it. And the men of Gibeon sent to Joshua at the camp at Gilgal, saying, Do not slack your hand from your servants. Come up to us quickly, and save us, and help us. For all the kings of the Amorites who dwell in the mountains have gathered together against us. So Joshua ascended from Gilgal, he and all the people of war with him, and all the mighty men of valor. And the Lord said to Joshua, Do not fear them, for I have delivered them into your hand. Not a man of them shall stand before you. Therefore Joshua came to them suddenly, and went up from Gilgal all night. And the Lord discomfited them before Israel, and slew them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them along the way that goes up to Beth-horon, and struck them to Azekah and to Makkedah. And it came to pass, as they fled from before Israel, and were descending to Beth-horon, that the Lord cast down great stones from heaven on them to Azekah, and they died. There were more who died with hailstones than those whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Then Joshua spoke to the Lord on the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand still on Gibeon, and you, moon, in the valley of Ajalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves of their enemies. Is this not written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and did not hasten to go down for about a whole day. And there was no day like that before it or after it, when the Lord listened to the voice of a man, for the Lord fought for Israel. And Joshua and all Israel with him returned to the camp at Gilgal. But these 5 kings fled and hid themselves in a cave at Makkedah. And it was told to Joshua, saying, The 5 kings have been found hidden in a cave at Makkedah. And Joshua said, Roll great stones on the mouth of the cave, and set men by it to guard them. And do not stay, but pursue after your enemies, and strike the last of them. Do not allow them to enter into their cities, for the Lord your God has delivered them into your hand. And it came to pass, when Joshua and the children of Israel had finished slaying them with a very great slaughter until they were consumed, that the rest of them who remained entered into fenced cities. And all the people returned in peace to the camp, to Joshua at Makkedah. No one moved his tongue against any of the children of Israel. Then Joshua said, Open the mouth of the cave, and bring out those 5 kings to me from the cave. And they did so, and brought forth those 5 kings to him out of the cave, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Eglon. And it came to pass, when they brought out those kings to Joshua, that Joshua called for all the men of Israel, and said to the captains of the men of war who went with him, Come near, put your feet on the necks of these kings. And they came near and put their feet on their necks. And Joshua said to them, Don't be afraid or be dismayed. Be strong and of good courage, for this is what the Lord shall do to all your enemies against whom you fight. And afterward Joshua struck them, and slew them, and hanged them on 5 trees. And they were hanging on the trees until the evening. And it came to pass at the time of the going down of the sun, that Joshua commanded, and they took them down off the trees, and cast them into the cave in which they had been hidden, and laid great stones in the cave's mouth, which remain until this very day. And that day Joshua took Makkedah, and struck it and its king with the edge of the sword. And he utterly destroyed them, and all the souls who were in it, He let no one remain. And he did to the king of Makkedah as he had done to the king of Jericho. Then Joshua and all Israel with him passed from Makkedah to Libnah and fought against Libnah. And the Lord also delivered it and its king into the hand of Israel. And he struck it and all the souls that were in it with the edge of the sword. He let no one remain in it, but did to its king as he had done to the king of Jericho. And Joshua and all Israel with him passed from Libnah to Lachish, and camped near it, and fought against it. And the Lord delivered Lachish into the hand of Israel, who took it on the second day, and struck it and all the souls that were in it with the edge of the sword, according to all that he had done to Libnah. Then Horam king of Gezer came up to help Lachish, and Joshua struck him and his people, until he left him no one remaining. And from Lachish Joshua and all Israel with him passed to Eglon, and they camped near it and fought against it. And they took it and struck it with the edge of the sword on that day. And he utterly destroyed all the souls that were in it that day, according to all that he had done to Lachish. And Joshua and all Israel with him went up from Eglon to Hebron, and they fought against it. And they took it and struck it with the edge of the sword, and its king, and all its cities, and all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining, according to all that he had done to Eglon, but utterly destroyed it and all the souls who were in it. And Joshua and all Israel with him returned to Debir, and fought against it. And he took it and its king and all its cities, and they struck them with the edge of the sword, and utterly destroyed all the souls who were in it. He left no one remaining. As he had done to Hebron, so he did to Debir and to its king, as he had also done to Libnah and to its king. So Joshua struck all the country of the hills and of the south and of the valley and of the springs, and all their kings. He left no one remaining, but utterly destroyed all who breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded. And Joshua struck them from Kadesh Barnea even to Gaza, and all the country of Goshen even to Gibeon. And all these kings and their land Joshua took at one time, because the Lord God of Israel fought for Israel. And Joshua and all Israel with him returned to the camp at Gilgal. Joshua chapter 11. And it came to pass, when Jabin king of Hazor had heard those things, that he sent to Jobab king of Madon, and to the king of Shimron, and to the king of Akshaph, and to the kings who were on the north of the mountains and of the plains, south of Kinneroth, and in the valley, and in the borders of Dor on the west, and to the Canaanite on the east and on the west, and to the Amorite and the Hittite and the Perizzite and the Jebusite in the mountains, and to the Hivite under Hermon in the land of Mizpah. And they went out, they with them, as many people even as the sand that is on the seashore in multitude, with very many horses and chariots. And when all these kings had met together, they came and camped together at the waters of Merom to fight against Israel. And the Lord said to Joshua, Do not be afraid because of them, for tomorrow about this time I will deliver all of them up slain before Israel. You shall hamstring their horses and burn their chariots with fire. So Joshua and all the people of war with him came against them suddenly by the waters of Merom, and they fell on them. And the Lord delivered them into the hand of Israel, who struck them and chased them to great Sidon, and to Misrephoth Maim, and to the valley of Mizpah eastward. And they struck them until they left them no one remaining. And Joshua did to them as the Lord commanded him. He hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots with fire. And at that time Joshua turned back, and took Hazor, and struck its king with the sword, for Hazor was formerly the head of all those kingdoms. And they struck all the souls who were in it with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying them. There was not anyone left to breathe. And he burned Hazor with fire. And Joshua took all the cities of those kings, and all their kings, and struck them with the edge of the sword, and he utterly destroyed them, as Moses the servant of the Lord commanded. But as for the cities that stood still in their strength, Israel burned none of them, except Hazor only, which Joshua burned. And all the spoil of these cities, and the cattle, the children of Israel took for a plunder for themselves. But they struck every man with the edge of the sword until they had destroyed them. They left no one to breathe. As the Lord commanded Moses his servant, so Moses commanded Joshua, and so Joshua did. He left nothing undone of all that the Lord commanded Moses. So Joshua took all that land, the hills and all the south country, and all the land of Goshen, and the valley and the plain and the mountain of Israel, and the valley of the same, even from the mountain Halak that goes up to Seir, even to Baal-gad, in the valley of Lebanon under Mount Hermon. And he took all their kings, and struck them, and slew them. Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. There was not a city that made peace with the children of Israel, except the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon. All the others they took in battle. For it was of the Lord to harden their hearts, that they should come against Israel in battle, that he might utterly destroy them, and that they might have no favor, but that he might destroy them, as the Lord commanded Moses. And at that time Joshua came and cut off the Anakim from the mountains, from Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, and from all the mountains of Judah, and from all the mountains of Israel. Joshua utterly destroyed them with their cities. There was none of the Anakim left in the land of the children of Israel. Only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod some remained. So Joshua took the whole land, according to all that the Lord said to Moses. And Joshua gave it for an inheritance to Israel, according to their divisions by their tribes. And the land rested from war. Joshua chapter 12. Now these are the kings of the land, which the children of Israel struck and possessed their land on the other side of the Jordan, toward the rising of the sun, from the river Arnon to Mount Hermon, and all the plain on the east. Sihon, king of the Amorites, who dwelled in Heshbon, and ruled from Aroer, which is on the bank of the river Arnon, and from the middle of the river, and from half of Gilead, even to the river Jabbok, which is the border of the children of Ammon, and from the plain to the sea of Kinnereth on the east, and to the sea of the plain, even the salt sea on the east, on the way to Beth Jeshemoth, and from the south under Ashdoth-Pisgah. And the territory of Og, king of Bashan, who was from the remnant of the giants, who dwelled at Ashtaroth and at Edrei, and reigned in Mount Hermon and in Salakah, and in Bashan, to the border of the Geshurites and to the Maacathites, and half of Gilead, to the border of Sihon, king of Heshbon. Moses, the servant of the Lord, and the children of Israel struck them. And Moses, the servant of the Lord, gave it as a possession to the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh. And these are the kings of the country that Joshua and the children of Israel struck on this side of the Jordan on the west, from Baal-gad in the valley of Lebanon, even to the mountain Halak that goes up to Seir, which Joshua gave to the tribes of Israel as a possession according to their divisions, in the mountains, and in the valleys, and in the plains, and in the springs, and in the wilderness, and in the south country, the Hittites, the Amorites, and the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. The king of Jericho, 1. The king of Ai, which is beside Bethel, 1. The king of Jerusalem, 1. The king of Hebron, 1. The king of Jarmuth, 1. The king of Lachish, 1. The king of Eglon, 1. The king of Gezer, 1. The king of Debir, 1. The king of Geder, 1. The king of Hormah, 1. The king of Arad, 1. The king of Libnah, 1. The king of Adullam, 1. The king of Makkedah, 1. The king of Bethel, 1. The king of Tappuah, 1. The king of Hepher, 1. The king of Aphek, 1. The king of Lasharon, 1. The king of Madon, 1. The king of Hazor, 1. the king of Shimron-Meron, 1. The king of Akshaph, 1. The king of Taanach, 1. The king of Megiddo, 1. The king of Kadesh, 1. The king of Jokneam of Carmel, 1. The king of Dor in the territory of Dor, 1. The king of the nations of Gilgal, 1. The king of Tirzah, 1. All the kings, 31. Joshua chapter 13. Now Joshua was old and advanced in years, and the Lord said to him, You are old and advanced in years, and yet there remains very much land to be possessed. This is the land that yet remains, all the borders of the Philistines, and all from Sihor, which is before Egypt, even to the borders of Ekron northward, which is counted to the Canaanite. 5 lords of the Philistines, the Gazites and the Ashdodites, the Ashkelonites, the Gittites, and the Ekronites. Also the Avites from the south, all the land of the Canaanites, and Mearah, that is beside the Sidonians, to Aphek, to the borders of the Amorites, and the land of the Gebalites, and all Lebanon toward the sunrise, from Baal-gad under Mount Hermon, to the entry into Hamath. All the inhabitants of the hill country, from Lebanon to Misrephoth-maim, and all the Sidonians, I will drive them out from before the children of Israel. Only divide it by lot to the Israelites as an inheritance, as I have commanded you. Now therefore divide this land as an inheritance to the 9 tribes and the half-tribe of Manasseh, with whom the Reubenites and the Gadites have received their inheritance, which Moses gave them beyond the Jordan eastward, even as Moses the servant of the Lord gave them, from Aroer, which is on the bank of the river Arnon, and the city that is in the midst of the river, and all the plain of Medeba to Dibon, and all the cities of Sihon king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, to the border of the children of Ammon, and Gilead, and the border of the Geshurites and the Maacathites, and all Mount Hermon, and all Bashan to Salakah, all the kingdom of Og in Bashan, which reigned in Ashtaroth, and in Edrei, who remained of the remnant of the giants. For Moses struck these and cast them out. Nevertheless, the children of Israel did not expel the Geshurites or the Maacathites, but the Geshurites and the Maacathites dwell among the Israelites until this day. Only to the tribes of Levi he gave no inheritance. The sacrifices of the Lord God of Israel made by fire are their inheritance, as he said to them. And Moses gave to the tribe of the children of Reuben an inheritance according to their families. And their territory was from Aroer, which is on the bank of the river Arnon, and the city that is in the midst of the river, and all the plain by Medeba, Heshbon and all its cities that are on the plain, Dibon, and Bamoth Baal, and Beth Baal Meon, and Jahaza, and Kedemoth, and Mephaath, and Kiriathaim, and Sibmah, and Zereth Shahar, in the mountain of the valley, and Beth Peor, and Ashdoth Pisgah, and Beth Jeshemoth, and all the cities of the plain, and all the kingdom of Sihon king of the Amorites, who reigned in Heshbon, whom Moses struck with the princes of Midian, Evi and Rechem, and Zur and Hur and Reba, who were dukes of Sihon, dwelling in the country. The children of Israel also slayed with the sword Balaam, the son of Beor, the soothsayer, among those who were slain by them. And the border of the children of Reuben was Jordan and its border. This was the inheritance of the children of Reuben, according to their families, the cities, and their villages. And Moses gave an inheritance to the tribe of Gad, even to the children of Gad according to their families. And their territory was Jazer, and all the cities of Gilead, and half the land of the children of Ammon to Aroer, which is before Rabbah, and from Heshbon to Ramoth Mizpah and Betanim, and from Mahanaim to the border of Debir, and in the valley Beth-haram and Beth-nimrah and Succoth and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of Sihon king of Heshbon, the Jordan and its border, even to the edge of the sea of Kinnereth, on the other side of the Jordan eastward. This is the inheritance of the children of Gad, according to their families, the cities, and their villages. And Moses gave an inheritance to the half-tribe of Manasseh, and this was the possession of the half-tribe of the children of Manasseh by their families. And their territory was from Mahanaim, all Bashan, all the kingdom of Og, king of Bashan, and all the towns of Jair, which are in Bashan, 60 cities, and half of Gilead, and Ashtaroth, and Edrei, cities of the kingdom of Og in Bashan, were pertaining to the children of Machir, the son of Manasseh, even to 1/2 of the children of Machir by their families. These are the countries that Moses distributed as an inheritance in the plains of Moab, on the other side of the Jordan, by Jericho eastward. But to the tribe of Levi Moses did not give any inheritance. The Lord God of Israel was their inheritance, as he said to them. Joshua chapter 14. And these are the countries that the children of Israel inherited in the land of Canaan, which Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel distributed to them for inheritances. Their inheritance was by lot, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses, for the 9 tribes and for the half-tribe. For Moses had given the inheritance of 2 tribes and a half-tribe on the other side of the Jordan, but to the Levites he gave no inheritance among them. For the children of Joseph were 2 tribes, Manasseh and Ephraim. Therefore they gave no part to the Levites in the land, except cities to dwell in, with their suburbs for their cattle and for their substance. As the Lord commanded Moses, so the children of Israel did, and they divided the land. Then the children of Judah came to Joshua in Gilgal, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite said to him, "You know the thing that the Lord said to Moses, the man of God, concerning me and you in Kadesh Barnea. I was 40 years old when Moses, the servant of the Lord, sent me from Kadesh Barnea to spy out the land, and I brought him back word as it was in my heart. Nevertheless, my brothers who went up with me made the heart of the people melt, but I wholly followed the Lord my God. And Moses swore on that day, saying, Surely the land in which your feet have trampled shall be your inheritance and your children's forever, because you have wholly followed the Lord my God. And now, behold, the Lord has kept me alive, as he said, these 45 years, even since the Lord spoke this word to Moses while the children of Israel wandered in the wilderness. And now, behold, I am 85 years old this day. As yet I am as strong this day as I was in the day that Moses sent me. As my strength was then, even so my strength is now for war, both to go out and to come in. Now therefore, give me this mountain of which the Lord spoke in that day. For you heard in that day how the Anakim were there, and that the cities were great and fenced. If the Lord will be with me, then I shall be able to drive them out, as the Lord said. And Joshua blessed him, and gave Hebron to Caleb the son of Jephunneh for an inheritance. Therefore Hebron became the inheritance of Caleb the son of Jephunneh the Kenizzite to this day, because he wholly followed the Lord God of Israel. And before the name of Hebron was Kiriath Arba. Arba was a great man among the Anakim, and the land had rest from war. Joshua chapter 15. This then was the lot of the tribe of the children of Judah by their families, even to the border of Edom. The wilderness of Zin southward was the farthest part of the south border, and their south border was from the shore of the Salt Sea, from the bay that looks southward. And it went out to the south side, to Maalah Akrabim, and passed along to Zin, and ascended up on the south side to Kadesh Barnea, and passed along the Hezron, and went up to Adar, and went around to Karkea. From there it passed toward Asmon, and went out to the river of Egypt. And the end of that border was at the sea. This shall be your south border. And the east border was the Salt Sea, even to the end of the Jordan. and their border in the north region was from the bay of the sea at the farthest part of the Jordan. And the border went up to Beth-hogla, and passed along by the north of Beth-araba. And the border went up to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. And the border went up toward Debir from the valley of Achor, and so northward, looking toward Gilgal, which is before the ascent to Adumim, which is on the south side of the river. And the border passed toward the waters of En-shemesh, and the end of it was at En-rogel. And the border went up by the valley of the son of Hinnom to the south side of the Jebusite, the same is Jerusalem. And the border went up to the top of the mountain that lies before the valley of Hinnom westward, which is at the end of the valley of the giants northward. And the border was drawn from the top of the hill to the fountain of the water of Nephtoah, and went out to the cities of Mount Ephron. And the border was drawn to Baalah, which is Kiriath Jearim. And the border went around from Baalah westward to Mount Seir, and passed along to the side of Mount Jearim on the north side, which is Kesalon, and went down to Beth-shemesh, and passed on to Timnah. And the border went out to the side of Ekron northward. And the border was drawn to Shikron, and passed along to Mount Baalah, and went out to Jabneel. And the end of the border was at the sea. And the west border was to the great sea and its coast. This is the border of the children of Judah all around, according to their families. And he gave a part among the children of Judah to Caleb the son of Jephunneh, according to the commandment of the Lord to Joshua, even the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which is Hebron. And Caleb drove out from there the 3 sons of Anak, Sheshai and Ahiman and Talmai, the children of Anak. And he went up from there to the inhabitants of Debir. And the name of Debir before was Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, He who strikes Kiriath Sepher and takes it, I will give to him Achsah my daughter as a wife. And Othniel the son of Kenaz, the brother of Caleb, took it. And he gave him Achsah his daughter as a wife. And it came to pass, as she came to him, that she moved him to ask for a field from her father. And she descended off her donkey, and Caleb said to her, What do you want? She answered, Give me a blessing, for you have given me a south land. Also give me springs of water. And he gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Judah, according to their families. And the farthest cities of the tribe of the children of Judah, toward the border of Edom southward, were Kabzeel and Eder and Jagur, and Kinah and Ammona and Adonah, and Kadesh and Hazor and Ithnan, Ziph and Telam and Bealoth, and Hazor, Hadattah, and Kerioth, and Hezron, which is Hazor, Amam and Shema and Moladah, and Hazar Gaddah, and Heshmon, and Beth-pelet, and Hazar Shual, and Beersheba, and Bizjothjah, Baalah, and Iam, and Ezem, and Etolad, and Kisel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Madmanah, and Sansannah, and Lebaoth, and Shilhim, and Ain, and Rimmon. All the cities are 29, with their villages. And in the valley, Eshtaol, and Zorah, and Ashna, and Zanoah, and Engannim, Tapua, and Enam, Jarmuth, and Adullam, Soko, and Azekah, and Sharaim, and Adathaim, and Gedera, and Gederothaim, 14 cities with their villages. Zenon, and Hadashah, and Migdalgad, and Dilion, and Mizpah, and Joktheel, Lachish, and Bozkath, and Eglon, and Kabon, and Lamas, and Kithlish, and Gederoth, Beth-dagon, and Naamah, and Makkedah, 16 cities with their villages. Libnah, and Ether, and Ashan, and Jiphthah, and Ashna, and Nezib, and Keilah, and Achzib, and Maresha, 9 cities with their villages. Ekron, with its towns and villages, from Ekron even to the sea, all that lay near Ashdod, with their villages. Ashdod, with its towns and its villages, Gaza with its towns and its villages, to the river of Egypt and the great sea and its border. And in the mountains, Shamer and Jatter and Soko and Dana and Kiriath Sana, which is Deber, and Anab and Eshtemo and Anim, and Goshen and Holon and Gilo, 11 cities with their villages. Arab and Duma and Eshion, and Janam and Beth Tapua and Aphekah, and Humta and Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, and Zior, 9 cities with their villages. Maon, Carmel, and Ziph, and Juttah, and Jezreel, and Jokdeam, and Zanoah, Cain, Gibeah, and Timnah, 10 cities with their villages. Halhal, Bethzur, and Gedor, and Maarath, and Bethanoth, and Eltekon, 6 cities with their villages. Kiriath Baal, which is Kiriath Jearim, and Rabbah, 2 cities with their villages. In the wilderness, Beth Araba, Middon, and Sakakah, and Nibshan, and the city of Salt, and Engedi, 6 cities with their villages. As for the Jebusites, the inhabitants of Jerusalem, the children of Judah could not drive them out. But the Jebusites dwell with the children of Judah at Jerusalem to this day. Joshua chapter 16. And the lot of the children of Joseph fell from Jordan by Jericho to the water of Jericho on the east, to the wilderness that goes up from Jericho throughout Mount Bethel, and goes out from Bethel to Luz, and passes along to the borders of Archi to Ataroth, and goes down westward to the coast of Japhleti, to the coast of Beth-horon the lower, and to Gezer, and the end of it is at the sea. So the children of Joseph, Manasseh, and Ephraim took their inheritance. And the border of the children of Ephraim, according to their families, was this. Even the border of their inheritance on the east side was Ataroth Adar, to Beth-horon the upper. And the border went out toward the sea to Michmethath on the north side, and the border went about eastward to Taanath Shiloh, and passed by it on the east to Genoa. And it went down from Genoa to Ataroth, and to Naarah, and came to Jericho, and went out at the Jordan. The border went out from Tapua westward to the river Cana, and it ended at the sea. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Ephraim by their families. And the separate cities for the children of Ephraim were among the inheritance of the children of Manasseh, all the cities with their villages. And they did not drive out the Canaanites who dwelled in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwell among the Ephraimites to this day, and serve as forced laborers. Joshua chapter 17. There was also a lot for the tribe of Manasseh, for he was the firstborn of Joseph, namely for Machir, the firstborn of Manasseh, the father of Gilead, because he was a man of war. Therefore he had Gilead and Bashan. There was also a lot for the rest of the children of Manasseh by their families, for the children of Abiezer, and for the children of Helek, and for the children of Asriel, and for the children of Shechem, and for the children of Hepher, and for the children of Shemida. These were the male children of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, by their families. But Zelophehad, the son of Hepher, the son of Gilead, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, had no sons, but daughters. And these are the names of his daughters: Mahlah and Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. And they came near before Eleazar the priest, and before Joshua the son of Nun, and before the princes, saying, The Lord commanded Moses to give us an inheritance among our brothers. Therefore, according to the commandment of the Lord, he gave them an inheritance among the brothers of their father. And 10 portions fell to Manasseh, besides the land of Gilead and Bashan, which were on the other side of the Jordan, because the daughters of Manasseh had an inheritance among his sons. And the rest of Manasseh's sons had the land of Gilead. And the territory of Manasseh was from Asher to Michmethath, that lies before Shechem. And the border went along on the right hand to the inhabitants of En-Tappuah. Now Manasseh had the land of Tappuah, but Tappuah on the border of Manasseh belonged to the children of Ephraim. And the coast descended to the river Cana, southward of the river. These cities of Ephraim are among the cities of Manasseh. The border of Manasseh was also on the north side of the river, and it ended at the sea. Southward it was Ephraim's, and northward it was Manasseh's, and the sea is its border. And they met together in Asher on the north, and in Issachar on the east. And in Issachar and in Asher, Manasseh had Bethshean and its towns, and Ibleam and its towns, and the inhabitants of Dor and its towns, and the inhabitants of Endor and its towns, and the inhabitants of Taanach and its towns, and the inhabitants of Megiddo and its towns, even 3 countries. Yet the children of Manasseh could not drive out the inhabitants of those cities, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land. Yet it came to pass, when the children of Israel became strong, that they put the Canaanites to forced labor, but did not utterly drive them out. And the children of Joseph spoke to Joshua, saying, Why have you given me but one lot and one portion to inherit, seeing that I am a great people, since the Lord has blessed me up to this point? And Joshua answered them, If you are a great people, then go up to the wood country, and cut down for yourself there in the land of the Perizzites and of the giants, if the mountains of Ephraim are too narrow for you. And the children of Joseph said, The hill is not enough, and all the Canaanites who dwell in the land of the valley have chariots of iron, both those who are of Bethshean and its towns, and those who are of the valley of Jezreel. And Joshua spoke to the house of Joseph, even to Ephraim and to Manasseh, saying, You are a great people, and have great power. You shall not have only one lot, but the mountains, for it is a wood, and you shall cut it down, and its outer limits shall be yours. For you shall drive out the Canaanites, though they have iron chariots, and though they are strong. Joshua chapter 18. And the whole congregation of the children of Israel assembled together at Shiloh, and set up the tabernacle of the congregation there. And the land was subdued before them. And 7 tribes remained among the children of Israel who had not yet received their inheritance. And Joshua said to the children of Israel, How long will you delay to go to possess the land that the Lord God of your fathers has given you? Choose from among you 3 men for each tribe, and I will send them. And they shall rise and go through the land, and describe it according to their inheritance, and they shall come again to me. And they shall divide it into 7 parts. Judah shall remain in their territory on the south, and the house of Joseph shall remain in their territory on the north. Therefore you shall describe the land in 7 parts, and bring the description here to me, that I may cast lots for you here before the Lord our God. But the Levites have no part among you, for the priesthood of the Lord is their inheritance. And Gad and Reuben and half the tribe of Manasseh have received their inheritance beyond the Jordan on the east, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave them. And the men arose and went away. And Joshua charged those who went to describe the land, saying, Go and walk through the land and describe it, and come again to me, that I may cast lots for you here before the Lord in Shiloh. And the men went and passed through the land, and described it by cities in 7 parts in a book, and came again to Joshua to the camp at Shiloh. And Joshua cast lots for them in Shiloh before the Lord, and there Joshua divided the land for the children of Israel according to their divisions. And the lot of the tribe of the children of Benjamin came up according to their families, and the territory of their lot came forth between the children of Judah and the children of Joseph. And their border on the north side was from the Jordan, and the border went up to the side of Jericho on the north side, and went up through the mountains westward. And the end of it was at the wilderness of Bethaven. And the border went over from there toward Luz, to the side of Luz, which is Bethel, southward. And the border descended to Adaroth Adar, near the hill that lies on the south side of the lower Beth-horon. And the border was drawn there and surrounded the corner of the sea southward, from the hill that lies before Beth-horon southward. And the end of it was at Kiriath Baal, which is Kiriath Jearim, a city of the children of Judah. This was the west region. And the south region was from the end of Kiriath Jearim, and the border went out on the west, and went out to the well of waters of Nephtoah. And the border came down to the end of the mountain that lies before the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is in the valley of the giants on the north, and descended to the valley of Hinnom, to the side of Jebus on the south, and descended to Enrogel, and was drawn from the north, and went forth to Enshemish, and went forth toward Galiloth, which is across from the ascent of Adumim, and descended to the stone of Bohan, the son of Reuben. And it passed along toward the side across from Arabah northward, and went down to Arabah, and the border passed along to the side of Beth-hoglah northward. And the end of the border was at the north bay of the Salt Sea, at the south end of the Jordan. This was the south border. And the Jordan was its border on the east side. This was the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, according to their families, by its surrounding borders. Now the cities of the tribe of the children of Benjamin, according to their families, were Jericho, and Beth-hoglah, and the valley of Keziz, and Beth-arabah, and Zemaraim, and Bethel, and Avim, and Perah, and Ophrah, and Kepher-Ammoni, and Ophni, and Geba, 12 cities with their villages, Gibeon, and Ramah, and Beeroth, and Mizpah, and Kephirah, and Moza, and Rechem, and Irpeel, and Teralah, and Zelah, Eleph, Jebus, which is Jerusalem, Gibeath, and Kiriath, 14 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Benjamin, according to their families. Joshua chapter 19. And the second lot came forth to Simeon, even for the tribe of the children of Simeon, according to their families. And their inheritance was within the inheritance of the children of Judah. And they had in their inheritance Beersheba, or Sheba, and Moladah, and Hazer-shual, and Bela, and Ezem, and El-tolad, and Bethel, and Hormah, and Ziklag, and Beth-markaboth, and Hazer-susa, and Beth-lebaoth, and Sheruhen, 13 cities and their villages, Ain, Rimmon, and Ether, and Ashan, 4 cities and their villages, and all the villages that were surrounding these cities, to Baalath-beer, Ramah of the south. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Simeon according to their families. The inheritance of the children of Simeon was out of the portion of the children of Judah, for the part of the children of Judah was too much for them. Therefore the children of Simeon had their inheritance within the inheritance of them. And the third lot came up for the children of Zebulun according to their families, and the border of their inheritance was to Sarid. And their border went up toward the sea and Merilah, and reached to Dabasheth, and reached to the river that is before Jokneam, and turned eastward from Sarid toward the sunrise to the border of Kisloth-Tabor, and then went out to Debarath, and went up to Japhiah. And from there it passed along on the east to Gath-hepher, to Ethkazin, and went out to Rimmon-methoar, to Neah. And the border surrounded it on the north side to Hanathon, and the end of it was in the valley of Jiphthahel, and Katath, and Nahalal, and Shimron, and Idalah, and Bethlehem, 12 cities with their villages. This was the inheritance of the children of Zebulun, according to their families, these cities with their villages. And the fourth lot came out to Issachar, for the children of Issachar according to their families. And their border was toward Jezreel, and Kesaloth, and Shunem, and Hapharaim, and Shihon, and Anaharath, and Rabbath, and Kishion, and Abez, and Remoth, and En-gannim, and En-haddah, and Beth-pazzez. and the border reached to Tabor and Shahazimah and Beth-Shemesh. And the end of their border was at the Jordan, 16 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Issachar, according to their families, the cities and their villages. And the fifth lot came out for the tribe of the children of Asher, according to their families. And their border was Helkath, and Halai, and Beton, and Akshaph, and Elamelech, and Amad, and Mishal, and reached westward to Carmel and to Shihor-Libnath, and turned toward the sunrise to Beth-Dagon, and reached to Zebulun and to the valley of Jiphthahel, toward the north side of Beth-Emek, and Neiel, and went out to Cabel on the left hand, and Ebron, and Rehob, and Hammon, and Cana, even to great Sidon. And then the border turned to Ramah, and to the strong city of Tyre, and the border turned to Hosa, and its outer limits were at the sea from the coast to Akzib. Also Ummah, and Aphek, and Rehob, 22 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Asher, according to their families, these cities with their villages. The sixth lot came out to the children of Naphtali, even for the children of Naphtali according to their families. And their border was from Heleph, from Allon to Zaananim, and Adami-Nekeb, and Jabneel to Lacham. And its outer limits were at the Jordan. And then the border turned westward to Aznoth-Tabor, and went out from there to Hukkok, and reached to Zebulun on the south side, and reached to Asher on the west side, and to Judah on the Jordan toward the sunrise. And the fenced cities are Ziddim, Zur, and Hamath, Rakkath, and Kinnereth, and Adamah, and Ramah, and Hazor, and Kadesh, and Edrei, and En-Hazor, and Iron, and Migdalel, Horem, and Bethanath, and Beth-Shemesh, 19 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Naphtali, according to their families, the cities and their villages. And the seventh lot came out for the tribe of the children of Dan, according to their families. And the border of their inheritance was Zorah, and Eshtaol, and Irshemesh, and Shealaban, and Ajalon, and Jethlah, and Elon, and Timnah, and Ekron, and Eltekeh, and Gibbethon, and Baalath, and Jehud, and Beni-Berak, and Gath-Rimmon, and Majarkon, and Rakkon, with the border before Joppa. And the territory of the children of Dan went out too little for them. Therefore the children of Dan went up to fight against Leshem, and took it, and struck it with the edge of the sword, and possessed it, and dwelled in it, and called Leshem Dan, after the name of Dan their father. This is the inheritance of the tribe of the children of Dan, according to their families, these cities with their villages. When they had finished dividing the land for inheritance by their borders, the children of Israel gave an inheritance among them to Joshua the son of Nun. According to the word of the Lord, they gave him the city that he asked for, even Timnath-Serah in the mountains of Ephraim. And he built the city and dwelled in it. These are the inheritances that Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel, divided for an inheritance by lot in Shiloh before the Lord, at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. So they made an end of dividing the country. Joshua chapter 20. The Lord also spoke to Joshua, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, Appoint cities of refuge for yourselves, of which I spoke to you by the hand of Moses, that the slayer who kills any person unintentionally and unwittingly may flee there, and they shall be your refuge from the avenger of blood. And when he who flees to one of those cities stands at the entry of the gate of the city, and declares his reason in the ears of the elders of that city, they shall take him into the city to them, and give him a place, that he may dwell among them. And if the avenger of blood pursues after him, then they shall not deliver up the slayer into his hand, because he struck his neighbor unwittingly, and did not formerly hate him. And he shall dwell in that city until he stands before the congregation for judgment, and until the death of the high priest who shall be in those days. Then the slayer shall return and come to his own city and to his own house, to the city from which he fled. And they appointed Kadesh in Galilee, in the mountains of Naphtali, and Shechem in the mountains of Ephraim, and Kiriath Arba, which is Hebron, in the mountains of Judah. And on the other side of the Jordan, by Jericho eastward, they assigned Bezer in the wilderness on the plain out of the tribe of Reuben, and Ramoth in Gilead out of the tribe of Gad, and Golan in Bashan out of the tribe of Manasseh. These were the cities appointed for all the children of Israel, and for the foreigner who sojourned among them, that whoever killed any person unintentionally might flee there, and not die by the hand of the avenger of blood, until he stood before the congregation. Joshua chapter 21. Then the heads of the fathers of the Levites came near to Eleazar the priest, and to Joshua the son of Nun, and to the heads of the fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel. And they spoke to them at Shiloh in the land of Canaan, saying, The Lord commanded by the hand of Moses to give us cities to dwell in, with their suburbs for our cattle. And the children of Israel gave to the Levites out of their inheritance, at the commandment of the Lord, these cities and their suburbs. And the lot came out for the families of the Kohathites. And the children of Aaron the priest, who were of the Levites, had 13 cities by lot out of the tribe of Judah, and out of the tribe of Simeon, and out of the tribe of Benjamin. And the rest of the children of Kohath had 10 cities by lot out of the families of the tribe of Ephraim, and out of the tribe of Dan, and out of the half-tribe of Manasseh. And the children of Gershon had 13 cities by lot out of the families of the tribe of Issachar, and out of the tribe of Asher, and out of the tribe of Naphtali, and out of the tribe of Manasseh in Bashan. The children of Merari by their families had 12 cities out of the tribe of Reuben, and out of the tribe of Gad, and out of the tribe of Zebulun. And the children of Israel gave these cities with their suburbs by lot to the Levites, as the Lord commanded by the hand of Moses. And out of the tribe of the children of Judah, and out of the tribe of the children of Simeon, they gave these cities that are here mentioned by name, which the children of Aaron, being of the families of the Kohathites, who were of the children of Levi, had, for theirs was the first lot. And they gave them the city of Arba, the father of Anak, which is the city of Hebron, in the hill country of Judah, with its surrounding suburbs. But the fields of the city and its villages they gave to Caleb the son of Jephunneh for his possession. Thus to the children of Aaron the priest they gave Hebron with its suburbs to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Libnah with its suburbs, and Jattir with its suburbs, and Eshtemoa with its suburbs, and Holon with its suburbs, and Debir with its suburbs, and Ain with its suburbs, and Juttah with its suburbs, and Beth-Shemesh with its suburbs. 9 cities out of those 2 tribes. And out of the tribe of Benjamin, Gibeon with its suburbs, Geba with its suburbs, Anathoth with its suburbs, and Almon with its suburbs. 4 cities. All the cities of the children of Aaron, the priests, were 13 cities with their suburbs. And the families of the children of Kohath, the Levites who remained of the children of Kohath, even they had the cities of their lot out of the tribe of Ephraim. For they gave them Shechem with its suburbs to be a city of refuge for the slayer in the mountains of Ephraim, and Gezer with its suburbs, and Kibzaim with its suburbs, and Beth-horon with its suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Dan, Elteco with its suburbs, Gibbethon with its suburbs, Ajalon with its suburbs, Gath-rimmon with its suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Manasseh, Tanakh with its suburbs, and Gath-rimmon with its suburbs, 2 cities. All the 10 cities with their suburbs were for the families of the children of Kohath who remained. And to the children of Gershon, of the families of the Levites, out of the other half-tribe of Manasseh, they gave Golan in Bashan, with its suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Beeshterah with its suburbs, 2 cities. And out of the tribe of Issachar, Kishion with its suburbs, Daberath with its suburbs, Jarmuth with its suburbs, and Ganim with its suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Asher, Mishal with its suburbs, Abdon with its suburbs, Helkath with its suburbs, and Rehob with its suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Naphtali, Kadesh in Galilee with its suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Hamathdor with its suburbs, and Kartan with its suburbs, 3 cities. All the cities of the Gershonites, according to their families, were 13 cities with their suburbs. And the families of the children of Merari, the rest of the Levites, out of the tribe of Zebulun, Jokneam with its suburbs, and Karta with its suburbs, Dimnah with its suburbs, Nahalal with its suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Reuben, Bezer with its suburbs, and Jahaz with its suburbs, Kedemoth with its suburbs, and Mephaath with its suburbs, 4 cities. And out of the tribe of Gad, Ramoth in Gilead with its suburbs, to be a city of refuge for the slayer, and Mahanaim with its suburbs, Heshbon with its suburbs, Jazer with its suburbs, 4 cities in all. So all the cities for the children of Merari by their families, who were remaining of the families of the Levites, were by their lot 12 cities. All the cities of the Levites within the possession of the children of Israel were 48 cities with their suburbs. Every one of these cities was with its surrounding suburbs. Thus were all these cities. And the Lord gave to Israel all the land that he swore to give to their fathers, and they possessed it and dwelled in it. And the Lord gave them rest all around, according to all that he swore to their fathers. And not a man of all their enemies stood before them. The Lord delivered all their enemies into their hand. Not any good thing that the Lord had spoken to the house of Israel failed. All came to pass. Joshua chapter 22. Then Joshua called the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half-tribe of Manasseh, and said to them, You have kept all that Moses the servant of the Lord commanded you, and have obeyed my voice in all that I commanded you. You have not left your brothers these many days to this day, but have kept the charge of the commandment of the Lord your God. And now the Lord your God has given rest to your brothers, as he promised them. Therefore return now, and go to your tents and to the land of your possession, which Moses the servant of the Lord gave you on the other side of the Jordan. But be very careful to do the commandment and the law that Moses the servant of the Lord charged you, to love the Lord your God, and to walk in all his ways, and to keep his commandments, and to cling to him, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul. So Joshua blessed them, and sent them away, and they went to their tents. Now to the 1/2 of the tribe of Manasseh Moses had given a possession in Bashan, but to the other half of it Joshua gave among their brothers on this side of the Jordan, westward. And also when Joshua sent them away to their tents, then he blessed them, and he spoke to them, saying, Return to your tents with many riches, and with very many cattle, with silver, and with gold, and with bronze, and with iron, and with very many garments. Divide the spoil of your enemies with your brothers. And the children of Reuben, and the children of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh returned and departed from the children of Israel out of Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan, to go to the country of Gilead, to the land of their possession, which they possessed according to the word of the Lord by the hand of Moses. And when they came to the borders of the Jordan that are in the land of Canaan, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh built there an altar by the Jordan, a great altar to see. And the children of Israel heard this. Behold, the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh have built an altar near the land of Canaan in the borders of the Jordan at the passage of the children of Israel. And when the children of Israel heard of it, the whole congregation of the children of Israel gathered themselves together at Shiloh to go up to war against them. And the children of Israel sent Phinehas, the son of Eleazar the priest, to the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, into the land of Gilead, and with him 10 princes, a prince from each chief house throughout all the tribes of Israel. And each one was a head of the house of their fathers among the thousands of Israel. And they came to the children of Reuben, and to the children of Gad, and to the half-tribe of Manasseh, to the land of Gilead, and they spoke with them, saying, This is what the whole congregation of the Lord says. What trespass is this that you have committed against the God of Israel, to turn away this day from following the Lord, in that you have built for yourselves an altar, that you might rebel this day against the Lord? Is the iniquity of Peor too little for us, from which we are not cleansed until this day, although there was a plague in the congregation of the Lord, but that you must turn away this day from following the Lord? And it will be, seeing that you rebelled today against the Lord, that tomorrow he will be wrathful with the whole congregation of Israel. However, if the land of your possession is unclean, then cross over to the land of the possession of the Lord, in which the Lord's tabernacle dwells, and take possession among us. But do not rebel against the Lord or rebel against us in building yourselves an altar besides the altar of the Lord our God. Did Achan the son of Zerah not commit a trespass in the accursed thing, and wrath fell on all the congregation of Israel? And that man did not perish alone in his iniquity. Then the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the half-tribe of Manasseh answered and said to the heads of the thousands of Israel, The Lord God of gods, the Lord God of gods, he knows, and Israel itself shall know. If it is in rebellion or if in transgression against the Lord, do not save us this day. If we have built an altar for ourselves to turn from following the Lord, or if to offer on it a burnt offering or a grain offering, or if to offer peace offerings on it, let the Lord himself require it. And if we have not rather done it for fear of this thing, saying, In time to come your children might speak to our children, saying, What have you to do with the Lord God of Israel? For the Lord has made the Jordan a border between us and you, you children of Reuben and children of Gad. You have no part in the Lord. So shall your children make our children cease from fearing the Lord. Therefore we said, Let us now prepare to build ourselves an altar, not for burnt offering or for sacrifice, but that it may be a witness between you and us and our generations after us, that we might do the service of the Lord before him with our burnt offerings and with our sacrifices and with our peace offerings, that your children may not say to our children in time to come, You have no part in the Lord. Therefore we said that it shall be, when they should so say to us, or to our generations in time to come, that we may say again, Behold, the pattern of the altar of the Lord that our fathers made, not for burnt offerings or for sacrifices, but it is a witness between you and us. God forbid that we should rebel against the Lord, and turn from following the Lord this day, to build an altar for burnt offerings, for grain offerings, or for sacrifices, besides the altar of the Lord our God that is before his tabernacle. And when Phinehas the priest, and the princes of the congregation, and heads of the thousands of Israel who were with him, heard the words that the children of Reuben and the children of Gad and the children of Manasseh spoke, it pleased them. And Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest said to the children of Reuben and to the children of Gad and to the children of Manasseh, This day we perceive that the Lord is among us, because you have not committed this trespass against the Lord. Now you have delivered the children of Israel out of the hand of the Lord. And Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest and the princes returned from the children of Reuben and from the children of Gad, out of the land of Gilead to the land of Canaan, to the children of Israel, and brought them word again. And the thing pleased the children of Israel. And the children of Israel blessed God, and did not intend to go up against them in battle to destroy the land in which the children of Reuben and Gad dwelled. And the children of Reuben and the children of Gad called the altar Ed, for it shall be a witness between us that the Lord is God. Joshua chapter 23. And it came to pass, a long time after the Lord had given rest to Israel from all their surrounding enemies, that Joshua grew old and advanced in age. And Joshua called for all Israel, and for their elders, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and said to them, I am old and advanced in age, and you have seen all that the Lord your God has done to all these nations because of you, for the Lord your God is he who has fought for you. Behold, I have divided to you by lot these nations that remain, to be an inheritance for your tribes, from the Jordan with all the nations that I have cut off, even to the great sea westward. And the Lord your God, he shall expel them from before you, and drive them from out of your sight. And you shall possess their land, as the Lord your God has promised to you. Therefore be very courageous to keep and to do all that is written in the book of the law of Moses, that you do not turn aside from it to the right hand or to the left, that you do not come among these nations, these that remain among you, or make mention of the name of their gods, or cause to swear by them, or serve them, or bow yourselves to them. But cling to the Lord your God, as you have done to this day. For the Lord has driven out from before you great and strong nations. But as for you, no man has been able to stand before you to this day. 1 man of you shall chase 1,000, for the Lord your God is he who fights for you, as he has promised you. Therefore be careful that you love the Lord your God. Otherwise, if you do in any way go back and cling to the remnant of these nations, even these who remain among you, and make marriages with them, and go into them, and they to you, know with certainty that the Lord your God will no longer drive out any of these nations from before you, but they shall be snares and traps to you, and scourges in your sides, and thorns in your eyes, until you perish from off this good land that the Lord your God has given you. And behold, this day I am going the way of all the earth. And you know in all your hearts and in all your souls that not one thing has failed of all the good things that the Lord your God spoke concerning you. All have come to pass to you, and not one thing of them has failed. Therefore it shall come to pass, that as all good things have come on you that the Lord your God promised you, so the Lord shall bring on you all evil things, until he has destroyed you from off this good land that the Lord your God has given you. When you have transgressed the covenant of the Lord your God, which he commanded you, and have gone and served other gods, and bowed yourselves to them, then the anger of the Lord shall be kindled against you, and you shall perish quickly from off the good land that he has given to you. Joshua chapter 24. And Joshua gathered all the tribes of Israel to Shechem, and called for the elders of Israel, and for their heads, and for their judges, and for their officers, and they presented themselves before God. And Joshua said to all the people, This is what the Lord God of Israel says. In old time your fathers dwelled on the other side of the flood, even Terah, the father of Abraham and the father of Nahor, and they served other gods. And I took your father Abraham from the other side of the flood, and led him throughout all the land of Canaan, and multiplied his descendants, and gave him Isaac. And to Isaac I gave Jacob and Esau. And to Esau I gave Mount Seir to possess it, but Jacob and his children went down into Egypt. I also sent Moses and Aaron, and I plagued Egypt, according to what I did among them. And afterward I brought you out. And I brought your fathers out of Egypt, and you came to the sea. And the Egyptians pursued after your fathers with chariots and horsemen to the Red Sea. And when they cried to the Lord, he put darkness between you and the Egyptians, and brought the sea on them and covered them. And your eyes have seen what I have done in Egypt. And you dwelled in the wilderness a long season. And I brought you into the land of the Amorites, who dwelled on the other side of the Jordan, and they fought with you. And I gave them into your hand, that you might possess their land, and I destroyed them from before you. Then Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab, arose and warred against Israel, and sent and called Balaam the son of Beor to curse you. But I would not listen to Balaam. Therefore he blessed you still. So I delivered you out of his hand. And you went over the Jordan, and came to Jericho. And the men of Jericho fought against you, the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Girgashites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites. And I delivered them into your hand. And I sent the hornet before you, that drove them out from before you, even the 2 kings of the Amorites, but not with your sword or with your bow. And I have given you a land for which you did not labor, and cities that you did not build, and you dwell in them. You eat from the vineyards and olive groves that you did not plant. Now therefore fear the Lord, and serve him in sincerity and in truth, and put away the gods that your fathers served on the other side of the flood and in Egypt, and serve the Lord. And if it seems evil to you to serve the Lord, choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve, whether the gods that your fathers served who were on the other side of the flood, or the gods of the Amorites in whose land you dwell. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. And the people answered and said, God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. For the Lord our God is he who brought us and our fathers up out of the land of Egypt, from the house of bondage, and who did those great signs in our sight, and preserved us in all the way in which we went, and among all the people through whom we passed. And the Lord drove out from before us all the people, even the Amorites who dwelled in the land. Therefore we will also serve the Lord, for he is our God. And Joshua said to the people, You cannot serve the Lord, for he is a holy God. He is a jealous God. He will not forgive your transgressions or your sins. If you forsake the Lord and serve foreign gods, then he will turn and do you harm and consume you after he has done you good. And the people said to Joshua, No, but we will serve the Lord. And Joshua said to the people, You are witnesses against yourselves that you have chosen the Lord for yourselves, to serve him. And they said, We are witnesses. Now therefore, he said, put away the foreign gods that are among you, and incline your hearts to the Lord God of Israel. And the people said to Joshua, We will serve the Lord our God, and we will obey his voice. So Joshua made a covenant with the people that day, and set them a statute and an ordinance in Shechem. And Joshua wrote these words in the book of the law of God, and took a great stone, and set it up there under an oak that was by the sanctuary of the Lord. And Joshua said to all the people, Behold, this stone shall be a witness to us, for it has heard all the words of the Lord that he spoke to us. Therefore it shall be a witness to you, lest you deny your God. So Joshua let the people depart, every man to his inheritance. And it came to pass after these things that Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. And they buried him in the border of his inheritance in Timnath-Serah, which is in the mountains of Ephraim, on the north side of the hill of Gaash. And Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, and who had known all the works of the Lord that he had done for Israel. And the bones of Joseph, which the children of Israel brought up out of Egypt, they buried in Shechem, in a parcel of ground that Jacob bought from the sons of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of silver. And it became the inheritance of the children of Joseph. And Eleazar the son of Aaron died, and they buried him in a hill that pertained to Phinehas his son, which was given to him in the mountains of Ephraim. Judges chapter 1. Now after the death of Joshua, it came to pass that the children of Israel asked the Lord, saying, Who shall go up first for us against the Canaanites, to fight against them? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hand. And Judah said to his brother Simeon, Come up with me into my allotted territory, that we may fight against the Canaanites. And I likewise will go with you into your allotted territory. So Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Lord delivered the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand. And they slew 10,000 men at Bezek. And they found Adoni-Bezek at Bezek, and they fought against him. And they slew the Canaanites and the Perizzites. But Adoni-Bezek fled, and they pursued after him, and caught him, and cut off his thumbs and his big toes. And Adoni-Bezek said, 70 kings, having their thumbs and their big toes cut off, gathered their scraps under my table. As I have done, so God repaid me. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and he died there. Now the children of Judah had fought against Jerusalem, and had taken it. They struck it with the edge of the sword, and set the city on fire. And afterward the children of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites, who dwelled in the mountains, and in the south, and in the valley. And Judah went against the Canaanites, who dwelled in Hebron. Now before, the name of Hebron was Kiriath Arba. And they slew Sheshai, Ahiman, and Talmai. And from there they went against the inhabitants of Debir. And before, the name of Debir was Kiriath Sepher. And Caleb said, He who strikes Kiriath Sepher and takes it, to him I will give my daughter Achsah as a wife. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother, took it. And he gave him Achsah his daughter as a wife. And it came to pass, when she came to him, that she moved him to ask for a field from her father. And she descended from off her donkey, and Caleb said to her, What do you want? And she said to him, Give me a blessing, for you have given me land in the south, and also give me springs of water. And Caleb gave her the upper springs and the lower springs. And the children of the Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up with the children of Judah out of the city of palm trees into the wilderness of Judah, which lies in the south of Arad, and they went and dwelled among the people. And Judah went with his brother Simeon, and they slew the Canaanites who inhabited Zephath, and utterly destroyed it. And the name of the city was called Hormah. Also Judah took Gaza with its territory, and Ashkelon with its territory, and Ekron with its territory. And the Lord was with Judah, and they drove out the inhabitants of the mountain, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron. And they gave Hebron to Caleb, as Moses had said, and he expelled the 3 sons of Anak from there. And the children of Benjamin did not drive out the Jebusites who inhabited Jerusalem, but the Jebusites dwell with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem to this day. And the house of Joseph also went up against Bethel, and the Lord was with them. And the house of Joseph sent spies to Bethel. Now before, the name of the city was Luz. And the spies saw a man come out of the city, and they said to him, Show us, we ask you, the entrance to the city, and we will show you mercy. And when he showed them the entrance to the city, they struck the city with the edge of the sword, but they let the man and all his family go. And the man went into the land of the Hittites, and built a city, and he called its name Luz, which is its name to this day. Manasseh did not drive out the inhabitants of Beth-shean and its towns, or Taanach and its towns, or the inhabitants of Dor and its towns, or the inhabitants of Ibleam and its towns, or the inhabitants of Megiddo and its towns. But the Canaanites would dwell in that land. And it came to pass, when Israel was strong, that they put the Canaanites to forced labor, and did not utterly drive them out. Ephraim did not drive out the Canaanites who dwelled in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwelled in Gezer among them. Zebulun did not drive out the inhabitants of Kitron, or the inhabitants of Nahalal, but the Canaanites dwelled among them, and became forced laborers. Asher did not drive out the inhabitants of Akko, or the inhabitants of Sidon, or of Alab, or of Akzib, or of Helba, or of Aphek, or of Rehob. But the Asherites dwelled among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, for they did not drive them out. Naphtali did not drive out the inhabitants of Beth-Shemesh, or the inhabitants of Beth-Anath, but they dwelled among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Beth-Shemesh and of Beth-Anath became forced laborers for them. And the Amorites forced the children of Dan into the mountains, for they would not permit them to come down to the valley. But the Amorites would dwell in Mount Heriz, and Ajalon, and in Shaalbim. Yet the hand of the house of Joseph prevailed, so that they became forced laborers. And the border of the Amorites was from the ascent of Akrabim, from the rock and upward. Judges chapter 2. And an angel of the Lord came up from Gilgal to Bochim, and said, I delivered you out of Egypt, and have brought you to the land that I swore to your fathers. And I said, I will never break my covenant with you, and you shall make no agreement with the inhabitants of this land. You shall throw down their altars. But you have not obeyed my voice. Why have you done this? Therefore I also said, I will not drive them out from before you, but they shall be as thorns in your sides, and their gods shall be a snare to you. And it came to pass, when the angel of the Lord spoke these words to all the children of Israel, that the people lifted up their voices and wept. And they called the name of that place Bochim, and there they sacrificed to the Lord. And when Joshua had let the people go, the children of Israel went, every man to his inheritance, to possess the land. And the people served the Lord all the days of Joshua, and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua, who had seen all the great works of the Lord that he did for Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died when he was 110 years old. And they buried him in the territory of his inheritance, in Timnath-Erez, in the mountains of Ephraim, on the north side of the hill Gaash. And all that generation also were gathered to their fathers, and another generation arose after them, who did not know the Lord, or even the works that he had done for Israel. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and served the Baals. And they abandoned the Lord God of their fathers, who had brought them out of the land of Egypt. And they followed other gods, gods of the people who were all around them. And they bowed down to them, and they provoked the Lord to anger. And they abandoned the Lord and served Baal and Ashtaroth. And the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he delivered them into the hands of plunderers who plundered them, and he sold them into the hands of their enemies all around, so that they could no longer stand against their enemies. Wherever they went, the hand of the Lord was against them for misfortune, as the Lord had said, and as the Lord had sworn to them, and they were greatly distressed. Nevertheless, the Lord raised up judges who delivered them out of the hands of those who plundered them. And yet they would not listen to their judges, but they prostituted themselves to other gods and bowed themselves to them. They turned quickly from the way that their fathers walked in obeying the commandments of the Lord. They did not do so. And when the Lord raised up judges for them, then the Lord was with the judge, and delivered them out of the hand of their enemies all the days of the judge. For the Lord pitied them because of their groaning, because of those who oppressed them and harassed them. And it came to pass, when the judge was dead, that they returned and corrupted themselves more than their fathers in following other gods, to serve them and to bow down to them. They did not cease from their own doings or from their stubborn way. And the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he said, Because this people has transgressed my covenant that I commanded their fathers, and has not listened to my voice, from now on I also will not drive out from them any of the nations that Joshua left when he died, so that through them I may test Israel, whether they will keep the way of the Lord, to walk in it as their fathers kept it. Therefore the Lord left those nations, without driving them out quickly. He did not deliver them into the hand of Joshua. Judges chapter 3. Now these are the nations that the Lord left to test Israel by them, just as many of Israel who had not known all the wars of Canaan, only that the generations of the children of Israel might know, to teach them war, at least those who before knew nothing of the sort. Namely, 5 lords of the Philistines, and all the Canaanites, and the Sidonians, and the Hivites who dwelled in Mount Lebanon, from Mount Baal-Hermon to the border of Hamath. And they were to test Israel, to know whether they would listen to the commandments of the Lord, which he commanded their fathers by the hand of Moses. And the children of Israel dwelled among the Canaanites, Hittites, and Amorites, and Perizzites, and Hivites, and Jebusites. And they took their daughters to be their wives, and gave their daughters to their sons, and they served their gods. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and they forgot the Lord their God, and served the Baals and the Asherim. Therefore the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he sold them into the land of Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia. And the children of Israel served Cushan-Rishathaim 8 years. And when the children of Israel cried to the Lord raised up a deliverer for the children of Israel, who delivered them, Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother. And the Spirit of the Lord came on him, and he judged Israel and went out to war. And the Lord delivered Cushan-Rishathaim, king of Mesopotamia, into his hand, and his hand prevailed against Cushan-Rishathaim. And the land had rest for 40 years. And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, died. And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord strengthened Eglon, the king of Moab, against Israel, because they had done evil in the sight of the Lord. And he gathered to himself the children of Ammon and Amalek, and went and struck Israel, and possessed the city of palm trees. So the children of Israel served Eglon, the king of Moab, for 18 years. But when the children of Israel cried to the Lord raised up a deliverer for them, Ehud, the son of Gera, a Benjamite, a left-handed man. And the children of Israel sent a present with him to Eglon, the king of Moab. But Ehud made himself a dagger that had 2 edges, a cubit in length, and he girded it under his garment on his right thigh. And he brought the present to Eglon, king of Moab. And Eglon was a very fat man. And when he had finished offering the present, he sent away the people who bore the present, but he himself turned back from the quarries that were by Gilgal, and said, I have a secret errand to you, O king. He said, Keep silent. And all who stood by him went out from him. And Ehud came to him, and he was sitting in a summer parlor which he had for himself alone. And Ehud said, I have a message from God to you. And he arose out of his seat. And Ehud stretched out his left hand, and took the dagger from his right thigh, and thrust it into his belly. And the hilt also went in after the blade, and the fat closed on the blade, so that he could not draw the dagger out of his belly. And the excrement came out. Then Ehud went out through the porch, and shut the doors of the parlor behind him, and locked them. When he had gone out, his servants came, and when they saw that, behold, the doors of the parlor were locked, they said, Surely he covers his feet in his summer chamber. And they waited until they were ashamed, and behold, he did not open the doors of the parlor. Therefore they took a key and opened them, and behold, their lord had fallen down dead on the earth. And Ehud escaped while they waited, and passed beyond the quarries, and escaped to Seirah. And it came to pass, when he had come, that he blew a trumpet in the mountains of Ephraim, and the children of Israel went down with him from the mountains. And he went before them. And he said to them, Follow after me, for the Lord has delivered your enemies the Moabites into your hand. And they went down after him, and took the fords of the Jordan toward Moab, and did not permit a man to cross over. And at that time they slew about 10,000 men of Moab, all fit and all men of valor, and not a man escaped. So Moab was subdued that day under the hand of Israel, and the land had rest 80 years. And after him was Shamgar, the son of Anath, who slew 600 men of the Philistines with an ox goad, and he also delivered Israel. Judges chapter 4. And when Ehud was dead, the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord sold them into the hand of Jabin, king of Canaan, who reigned in Hazor. The captain of his army was Sisera, who dwelled in Harosheth Hagoyim. And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, for he had 900 chariots of iron, and he mightily oppressed the children of Israel for 20 years. And Deborah, a prophetess, the wife of Lapidoth, judged Israel at that time. And she dwelled under the palm tree of Deborah between Ramah and Bethel in the mountains of Ephraim. And the children of Israel came up to her for judgment. And she sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kadesh Naphtali, and said to him, Has not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, Go and march toward Mount Tabor, and take with you 10,000 men from the children of Naphtali and of the children of Zebulun? And I will draw to you Sisera, the captain of Jabin's army, with his chariots and his multitude, at the river Kishon, and I will deliver him into your hand. And Barak said to her, If you will go with me, then I will go. But if you will not go with me, then I will not go. And she said, I will surely go with you. However, the journey that you take shall not be for your honor, for the Lord shall deliver Sisera into the hand of a woman. And Deborah arose and went with Barak to Kadesh. And Barak called Zebulun and Naphtali to Kadesh, and he went up with 10,000 men at his feet. And Deborah went up with him. Now Heber, the Kenite, who was the father of the children of Hobab, the father-in-law of Moses, had severed himself from the Kenites and pitched his tent near the plain of Zaanaim, which is by Kadesh. And they reported to Sisera that Barak, the son of Abinoam, had gone up to Mount Tabor. And Sisera gathered together all his chariots, even 900 chariots of iron, and all the people who were with him, from Harosheth Hagoyim to the river Kishon. And Deborah said to Barak, Rise up, for this is the day on which the Lord has delivered Sisera into your hand. Has not the Lord gone out before you? So Barak went down from Mount Tabor with 10,000 men after him. And the Lord defeated Sisera and all his chariots and all his army with the edge of the sword before Barak, so that Sisera descended off his chariot and fled on foot. But Barak pursued after the chariots and after the army to Harosheth Hagoyim, and Sisera's entire army fell on the edge of the sword, and not a man was left. However, Sisera fled away on his feet to the tent of Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite, for there was peace between Jabin the king of Hazor and the house of Heber the Kenite. And Jael went out to meet Sisera and said to him, Turn in, my lord, turn in to me, do not fear. And when he had turned into her into the tent, she covered him with a blanket. And he said to her, Give me, I ask you, a little water to drink, for I am thirsty. And she opened a bottle of milk and gave him a drink and covered him. Again he said to her, Stand by the entrance of the tent, and it shall be that when any man comes and inquires of you and says, Is there any man here? That you shall say, No. Then Jael, Heber's wife, took a tent peg and took a hammer in her hand, and went softly to him, and struck the nail into his temple, and fastened it into the ground, for he was fast asleep and weary. So he died. And behold, as Barak pursued Sisera, Jael came out to meet him, and said to him, Come, and I will show you the man whom you seek. And when he came into her tent, behold, Sisera was lying dead, and the nail was in his temple. So on that day God subdued Jabin the king of Canaan before the children of Israel. And the hand of the children of Israel prospered and prevailed against Jabin the king of Canaan, until they had destroyed Jabin king of Canaan. Judges chapter 5. Then Deborah and Barak the son of Abinoam sang on that day, saying, Praise the Lord for the avenging of Israel, when the people willingly offered themselves. Hear, O you kings, give ear, O you princes. I, even I, will sing to the Lord. I will sing praise to the Lord God of Israel. Lord, when you went out of Seir, when you marched out of the field of Edom, the earth trembled and the heavens dropped. The clouds also dropped water. The mountains melted before the Lord, even Sinai before the Lord God of Israel. In the days of Shamgar the son of Anath, in the days of Jael, the highways were unoccupied, and the travelers walked through byways. The inhabitants of the villages ceased. They ceased in Israel until I, Deborah, arose. I arose a mother in Israel. They chose new gods. Then war was in the gates. Was there a shield or spear seen among 40,000 in Israel? My heart is with the governors of Israel, who offered themselves willingly among the people. Bless the Lord. Speak, you who ride on white donkeys, you who sit in judgment and walk by the way. Those who are delivered from the noise of archers in the places of drawing water, there they shall recount the righteous acts of the Lord, even the righteous acts toward the inhabitants of his villages in Israel. Then the people of the Lord shall go down to the gates. Awake, awake, Deborah. Awake, awake. Utter a song. Arise, Barak, and lead your captives away, you son of Abinoam. Then he made those who remain to have dominion over the nobles among the people. The Lord made me have dominion over the mighty. Out of Ephraim there was a root of those against Amalek. After you, Benjamin, among your people, out of Machir governors came down, and out of Zebulun those who handled the pen of the writer. And the princes of Issachar were with Deborah. Just as Issachar was, so also Barak, and he was sent on foot into the valley. For in the divisions of Reuben there were great thoughts of heart. Why did you abide among the sheepfolds, to hear the bleats of the flocks? For in the divisions of Reuben there were great searchings of heart. Gilead remained beyond the Jordan, and why did Dan remain on ships? Asher continued on the seashore, and abided in its harbors. Zebulun and Naphtali were a people who risked their lives to the death in the high places of the field. The kings came and fought. Then the kings of Canaan fought at Taanach by the waters of Megiddo. They took no plunder of money. They fought from heaven. The stars in their courses fought against Sisera. The river Kishon swept them away, that ancient river, the river Kishon. O my soul, you have trampled down strength. Then the horses' hooves were broken by the means of the galloping of their mighty ones. Curse you, Meroz, said the angel of the Lord. Curse the inhabitants of it bitterly, because they did not come to the help of the Lord, against the mighty. Blessed above women shall be Jael, the wife of Heber the Kenite. She shall be blessed above women in the tent. He asked for water, and she gave him milk. She brought out butter in a noble dish. She put her hand to the nail, and her right hand to the workman's hammer, and she struck Sisera with the hammer. She struck his head when she had pierced and stricken through his temple. At her feet he bowed, he fell, he lay down. At her feet he bowed, he fell. Where he bowed, there he fell down dead. The mother of Sisera looked out a window and cried through the lattice, Why is his chariot so long in coming? Why do the wheels of his chariots remain? Her wise ladies answered her. Indeed, she repeated the answer to herself. Have they not found? Have they not divided the plunder? To every man a young woman or two? To Sisera a plunder of various colors? A plunder of various colors of needlework? Of various colors of needlework on both sides? suitable for the necks of those who take the plunder? So let all your enemies perish, O Lord, but let those who love him be as the sun when it goes forth in its might. And the land had rest 40 years. Judges chapter 6. And the children of Israel did evil in the sight of the Lord, and the Lord delivered them into the hand of Midian for 7 years. And the hand of Midian prevailed against Israel. And because of the Midianites, the children of Israel made for themselves the dens and caves and strongholds that are in the mountains. And so it was, whenever Israel had sown, that the Midianites came up, and the Amalekites, and the children of the east, even they came up against them. And they besieged them, and destroyed the produce of the earth as far as Gaza, and left no sustenance for Israel, neither sheep, nor ox, nor donkey. For they came up with their cattle and their tents, and they came as numerous as grasshoppers, for both they and their camels were without number. And they entered into the land to destroy it. And Israel was greatly impoverished because of the Midianites, and the children of Israel cried out to the Lord. And it came to pass, when the children of Israel cried out to the Lord because of the Midianites, that the Lord sent a prophet to the children of Israel, who said to them, This is what the Lord God of Israel says, I brought you up from Egypt, and brought you out of the house of bondage. And I delivered you out of the hand of the Egyptians, and out of the hand of all who oppressed you, and drove them out from before you, and gave you their land. And I said to you, I am the Lord your God. Do not fear the gods of the Amorites, in whose land you dwell. But you have not obeyed my voice. And an angel of the Lord came, and sat under an oak that was in Ophrah, which belonged to Joash the Abiezrite. And his son Gideon threshed wheat by the winepress to hide it from the Midianites. And the angel of the Lord appeared to him, and said to him, The Lord is with you, you mighty man of valor. And Gideon said to him, O my Lord, if the Lord is with us, then why has all this happened to us? And where are all his miracles that our fathers told us of, saying, Did not the Lord bring us up from Egypt? But now the Lord has forsaken us, and delivered us into the hands of the Midianites. And the Lord looked on him and said, Go in this strength of yours, and you shall save Israel from the hand of the Midianites. Have I not sent you? And he said to him, O my Lord, with what shall I save Israel? Behold, my family is poor in Manasseh, and I am the least in my father's house. And the Lord said to him, Surely I will be with you, and you shall strike the Midianites as one man. And he said to him, If now I have found grace in your sight, then show me a sign that it is you speaking with me. Do not depart from here, I ask you, until I come to you and bring forth my offering and set it before you. And he said, I will remain until you come again. And Gideon went in and prepared a young goat and unleavened cakes from an ephah of flour. He put the meat in a basket, and he put the broth in a pot, and brought them out to him under the oak, and presented them. And the angel of God said to him, Take the meat and the unleavened cakes, and lay them on this rock, and pour out the broth. And he did so. Then the angel of the Lord put forth the end of the staff that was in his hand, and touched the meat and the unleavened cakes, and fire rose up out of the rock, and consumed the flesh and the unleavened cakes. Then the angel of the Lord departed out of his sight. And when Gideon perceived that he was an angel of the Lord, Gideon said, Alas, O Lord God, for I have seen an angel of the Lord face to face. And the Lord said to him, Peace be to you. Do not fear. You shall not die. Then Gideon built an altar there to the Lord, and called it Jehovah Shalom. To this day it is still in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. And it came to pass the same night that the Lord said to him, Take your father's young bull, also the second bull of 7 years old, and throw down the altar of Baal that your father has, and cut down the Asherah that is by it. And build an altar to the Lord your God on the top of this rock in the ordered place, And take the second bull, and offer a burnt sacrifice with the wood of the Asherah that you shall cut down. Then Gideon took 10 men from his servants, and did as the Lord had said to him. And so it was, because he feared his father's household and the men of the city, that he could not do it by day, he did it by night. And when the men of the city arose early in the morning, behold, the altar of Baal was cast down, and the Asherah that was by it was cut down. And the second bull was offered on the altar that was built. And they said to one another, Who has done this thing? And when they inquired and asked, they said, Gideon the son of Joash has done this thing. Then the men of the city said to Joash, Bring out your son that he may die, because he has cast down the altar of Baal, and because he has cut down the Asherah that was by it. And Joash said to all who stood against him, Will you plead for Baal? Will you save him? He who will plead for him, let him be put to death while it is yet morning. If he is a god, let him plead for himself, because someone has cast down his altar. Therefore on that day he called him Jerubbaal, saying, Let Baal plead against him, because he has thrown down his altar. Then all the Midianites and the Amalekites and the children of the east gathered together, and went over and camped in the valley of Jezreel. But the Spirit of the Lord came on Gideon, and he blew a trumpet. And the Abiezrites gathered around him. And he sent messengers throughout all Manasseh, who had also gathered around him. And he sent messengers to Asher, and to Zebulun, and to Naphtali. And they came up to meet them. And Gideon said to God, If you will save Israel by my hand, as you have said, behold, I will put a fleece of wool on the threshing floor. And if the dew is on the fleece only, and it is dry on all the earth beside it, then I shall know that you will save Israel by my hand, as you have said. And it was so, for he rose up early on the next day, and pushed the fleece together, and wrung the dew out of the fleece, a bowl full of water. And Gideon said to God, Do not let your anger burn against me, and I will speak just once more. Let me test you, I ask, just once more with the fleece. Let it now be dry only on the fleece, and on all the ground let there be dew. And God did so that night, for it was dry on the fleece only, and there was dew on all the ground. Judges chapter 7. Then Jerubbaal, who is Gideon, and all the people who were with him, rose up early and camped beside the well of Harod, so that the army of the Midianites were on the north side of them by the hill of Moreh in the valley. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people who are with you are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel boast against me, saying, My own hand has saved me. Now therefore go proclaim in the ears of the people, saying, Whoever is fearful and afraid, let him return and depart early from Mount Gilead. And 22,000 of the people returned, and 10,000 remained. And the Lord said to Gideon, The people are yet too many. Bring them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. And it shall be that those of whom I say to you, This one shall go with you, the same shall go with you. And of whomever I say to you, This one shall not go with you, the same shall not go. So he brought down the people to the water. And the Lord said to Gideon, Everyone who drinks from the water with his tongue, as a dog drinks, you shall set him by himself. Likewise everyone who bows down on his knees to drink. And the number of those who drank, putting their hand to their mouth, was 300 men. But all the rest of the people bowed down on their knees to drink water. And the Lord said to Gideon, I will save you and deliver the Midianites into your hand by the 300 men who drank, and let all the other people go, every man to his place. So the people took provisions and their trumpets in their hands, and he sent all the rest of Israel, every man to his tent, and retained those 300 men. And the army of Midian was beneath him in the valley. And it came to pass the same night that the Lord said to him, Arise, get down to the army, for I have delivered it into your hand. But if you fear to go down to the army with Purah your servant, and you shall hear what they say. And afterward your hands shall be strengthened to go down to the army. Then he went down with Purah his servant to the outside of the armed men who were in the army. And the Midianites and the Amalekites and all the children of the east lay along in the valley as numerous as grasshoppers, and their camels were without number, as numerous as the sand by the seaside. And when Gideon had come, behold, there was a man who told a dream to his companion, and said, Behold, I dreamed a dream, and behold, a cake of barley bread tumbled into the host of Midian, and came to a tent and struck it. It fell and overturned it, so that the tent collapsed. And his companion answered and said, This is nothing other than the sword of Gideon the son of Joash, a man of Israel, for God has delivered Midian and all the army into his hand. And so it was, when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, he worshipped and returned to the camp of Israel and said, Arise, for the Lord has delivered the camp of Midian into your hand. And he divided the 300 men into 3 companies, and he put a trumpet in every man's hand, with empty pitchers and lamps within the pitchers. And he said to them, Look at me, and do likewise. And behold, when I come to the outside of the camp, it shall be that as I do, so you shall do. When I blow with a trumpet, I and all who are with me, then you also blow the trumpets on every side of all the camp, and say, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outside of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, and they had just set the watch. And they blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers that were in their hands. And the 3 companies blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers, and they held the lamps in their left hands, and the trumpets in their right hands, moreover to blow. And they cried, The sword of the Lord and of Gideon. And every man stood in his place all around the camp, and all the army ran and cried and fled. And the 300 blew the trumpets, and the Lord set every man's sword against one another throughout all the army. And the army fled to Bethshittah and Zererah, and to the border of Abel-Meholah by Tabbath. And the men of Israel gathered themselves together out of Naphtali, and out of Asher, and out of all Manasseh, and pursued after the Midianites. And Gideon sent messengers throughout all the mountains of Ephraim, saying, Come down against the Midianites, and take before them the waters to Beth-barah and Jordan. Then all the men of Ephraim gathered themselves together, and took the waters to Beth-barah and the Jordan. And they took 2 princes of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeeb. And they slew Oreb on the rock of Oreb, and they slew Zeeb at the winepress of Zeeb, and pursued Midian. And they brought the heads of Oreb and Zeeb to Gideon on the other side of the Jordan. Judges chapter 8. And the men of Ephraim said to him, Why have you done this, that you did not call us when you went to fight with the Midianites? And they scolded him sharply. And he said to them, What have I done now in comparison with you? Is the harvesting of the leftover grapes of Ephraim not better than the vintage of Abiezer? God has delivered the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeeb, into your hands. And what was I able to do in comparison with you? Then their anger was abated toward him when he said that. And Gideon came to the Jordan, and crossed over, he and the 300 men who were with him, losing strength, yet pursuing them. And he said to the men of Succoth, Give, I ask, loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are losing strength, and I am pursuing after Zebah and Zalmunna, kings of Midian. And the princes of Succoth said, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your army? And Gideon said, Therefore, when the Lord has delivered Zebah and Zalmunna into my hand, then I will tear your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars. And he went up from there to Penuel, and spoke to them likewise. And the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered him. And he also spoke to the men of Penuel, saying, When I come again in peace, I will break down this tower. Now Zebah and Zalmunna were in Karkor, and their armies with them, about 15,000 men, all who were left of all the armies of the children of the east, for 120,000 men who drew the sword had fallen. And Gideon went up by the way of those who dwelled in tents, on the east of Nobah and Jogbehah, and he struck the army, for the army was secure. And when Zebah and Zalmunna fled, he pursued after them, and took the 2 kings of Midian, Zebah and Zalmunna, and defeated the entire army. And Gideon the son of Joash returned from battle before the sun was up, and caught a young man of the men of Succoth, and inquired of him. And he described to him the princes of Succoth, and the elders of it, 77 men. And he came to the men of Succoth, and said, Behold Zebah and Zalmunna, with whom you ridiculed me, saying, Are the hands of Zebah and Zalmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your men who are weary? And he took the elders of the city, and thorns of the wilderness, and briars, and he punished the men of Succoth with them. And he beat down the tower of Penuel, and slew the men of the city. Then he said to Zebah and Zalmunna, What kind of men were those whom you slew at Tabor? And they answered, As you are, so they were. Each one resembled the children of a king. And he said, They were my brothers, the sons of my mother. As the Lord lives, if you had saved them alive, I would not slay you. And he said to Jether, his firstborn, Rise up and slay them. But the youth did not draw his sword, for he feared, because he was still a youth. Then Zebah and Zalmunna said, Rise and fall on us, for as the man is, so is his strength. And Gideon arose and slew Zebah and Zalmunna, and took away the ornaments that were on their camels' necks. Then the men of Israel said to Gideon, Rule over us, both you and your son's son also, for you have delivered us from the hand of Midian. And Gideon said to them, I will not rule over you, nor shall my son rule over you. The Lord shall rule over you. And Gideon said to them, I would desire a request of you, that every man would give me the earrings of his plunder. For they had golden earrings, because they were Ishmaelites. And they answered, We will willingly give them. And they spread a garment, and every man cast in it the earrings of his plunder. And the weight of the golden earrings that he requested was 1,700 shekels of gold, besides ornaments and collars and purple clothing that was on the kings of Midian, and besides the chains that were around their camels' necks. And Gideon made an ephod from it, and put it in his city, Ophrah, and all Israel went there, prostituting themselves after it. That thing became a snare to Gideon and to his house. Thus Midian was subdued before the children of Israel, so that they lifted up their heads no more. And the country was in peace for 40 years in the days of Gideon. And Jerubbaal, the son of Joash, went and dwelled in his own house. And Gideon had 70 sons born to him, for he had many wives. And his concubine, who was in Shechem, also bore him a son, whose name he called Abimelech. And Gideon the son of Joash died at a good old age, and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. And it came to pass, as soon as Gideon was dead, that the children of Israel turned again, and prostituted themselves after the Baals, and made Baal-berith their god. And the children of Israel did not remember the Lord their God, who had delivered them out of the hands of all their enemies on every side, nor did they show kindness to the house of Jerubbaal, namely Gideon, according to all the goodness that he had done for Israel. Judges chapter 9. And Abimelech the son of Jerubbaal went to Shechem to his mother's brothers, and spoke with them and with all the family of the house of his mother's father, saying, Speak, I ask, in the ears of all the men of Shechem. Which is better for you, either that all the sons of Jerubbaal, who are 70 persons, reign over you, or that one reign over you? Remember also that I am your bone and your flesh. And his mother's brothers spoke all these words about him in the ears of all the men of Shechem, and their hearts inclined to follow Abimelech, for they said, He is our brother. And they gave him 70 pieces of silver out of the house of Baal-berith, with which Abimelech hired useless and reckless men who followed him. And he went to his father's house at Ophrah, and slew his brothers, the sons of Jerubbaal, being 70 persons on one stone. However, Jotham, the youngest son of Jerubbaal, was left, for he hid himself. And all the men of Shechem and all Beth-millo gathered together, and went and made Abimelech king by the plain of the pillar that was in Shechem. And when they told it to Jotham, he went and stood on the top of Mount Gerizim, and lifted up his voice, and cried, and said to them, Listen to me, you men of Shechem, that God may listen to you. The trees went forth once to anoint a king over them. And they said to the olive tree, Reign over us. But the olive tree said to them, Should I leave my oil, with which they honor God and man, and go to be promoted over the trees? And the trees said to the fig tree, Come and reign over us. But the fig tree said to them, Should I forsake my sweetness and my good fruit, and go to be promoted over the trees? Then the trees said to the vine, Come and reign over us. And the vine said to them, Should I leave my wine, which cheers God and man, and go to be promoted over the trees? Then all the trees said to the bramble, Come and reign over us. And the bramble said to the trees, If in truth you anoint me king over you, then come and put your trust in my shadow. And if not, let fire come out of the bramble and devour the cedars of Lebanon. Now, therefore, if you have done truly and sincerely in making Abimelech king, and if you have dealt well with Jerubbaal and his house, and have done to him according to what he deserves, for my father fought for you, and risked his life, and delivered you out of the hand of Midian, and you have risen up against my father's house this day, and have slain his sons, 70 persons, on one stone, and have made Abimelech, the son of his maidservant, king over the men of Shechem, because he is your brother. If then you have dealt truly and sincerely with Jerubbaal and with his house this day, then rejoice in Abimelech, and let him also rejoice in you. But if not, let fire come out from Abimelech, and devour the men of Shechem and Beth-millo, and let fire come out from the men of Shechem and from Beth-millo, and devour Abimelech. And Jotham ran away and fled, and went to Beer, and dwelled there for fear of Abimelech his brother. When Abimelech had reigned over Israel 3 years, then God sent an evil spirit between Abimelech and the men of Shechem, and the men of Shechem dealt treacherously with Abimelech, that the cruelty done to the 70 sons of Jerubbaal might come, and their blood be laid on Abimelech their brother, who slew them, and on the men of Shechem, who aided him in the killing of his brothers. And the men of Shechem set an ambush for him on the tops of the mountains, and they robbed all who came by them along that way, and it was told to Abimelech. And Gaal the son of Ebed came with his brothers, and went over to Shechem, and the men of Shechem put their confidence in him. And they went out into the fields, and gathered their vineyards, and trampled the grapes, and made merry, and they went into the house of their God, and ate, and drank, and cursed Abimelech. And Gaal the son of Ebed said, Who is Abimelech, and who is Shechem, that we should serve him? Is he not the son of Jerubbaal? And is Zebul not his officer? Serve the men of Hamor, the father of Shechem. For why should we serve him? If only this people were under my hand, then I would remove Abimelech. And he said to Abimelech, Increase your army and come out. And when Zebul, the ruler of the city, heard the words of Gaal the son of Ebed, his anger was kindled. And he secretly sent messengers to Abimelech, saying, Behold, Gaal the son of Ebed and his brothers have come to Shechem, and behold, they are fortifying the city against you. Now therefore, get up by night, you and the people who are with you, and lie in wait in the field. And it shall be that in the morning, as soon as the sun is up, you shall rise early and attack the city. And behold, when he and the people who are with him come out against you, then you may do to them as you shall find opportunity. And Abimelech and all the people who were with him rose up by night, and they lay in wait against Shechem in 4 companies. And Gaal the son of Ebed went out and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city. And Abimelech and the people who were with him rose up from lying in wait. And when Gaal saw the people, he said to Zebul, Behold, people are coming down from the tops of the mountains. And Zebul said to him, You see the shadow of the mountains as if they were men. And Gaal spoke again and said, See, people are coming down by the middle of the land, and another company is coming along by the plain of Meonanim. Then Zebul said to him, Where is your mouth now, with which you said, Who is Abimelech, that we should serve him? Are these not the people whom you have despised? Go out now, I ask, and fight with them. And Gaal went out before the men of Shechem, and fought with Abimelech. And Abimelech chased him, and he fled before him. And many were overthrown and wounded, even to the entry of the gate. And Abimelech stayed at Arumah, and Zebul drove out Gaal and his brothers, so that they could not dwell in Shechem. And it came to pass on the next day that the people went out into the field, and they told Abimelech. And he took the people and divided them into 3 companies, and lay in wait in the field. And he looked, and behold, the people were coming out of the city, and he rose up against them and struck them. And Abimelech and the company that was with him rushed forward, and stood in the entrance of the gate of the city. And the 2 other companies ran on all the people who were in the fields, and slew them. And Abimelech fought against the city all that day. And he took the city, and slew the people who were in it. And he beat down the city, and sowed it with salt. And when all the men of the tower of Shechem heard that, they entered into a chamber of the house of Elberith. And it was told to Abimelech that all the men of the tower of Shechem were gathered together. And Abimelech went up to Mount Zalmon, he and all the people who were with him. And Abimelech took an axe in his hand, and cut down a bough from the trees, and took it and laid it on his shoulder, and said to the people who were with him, What you have seen me do, hurry and do as I have done. And every man of all the people likewise cut down his bough, and followed Abimelech, and put them against the stronghold, and set the stronghold on fire, so that all the men of the tower of Shechem also died, about 1,000 men and women. Then Abimelech went to Thebez, and besieged Thebez, and took it. But there was a strong tower within the city, and all the men and women, and all those of the city, fled there and shut themselves in, and they went up to the top of the tower. And Abimelech came to the tower and fought against it, and went as far as the door of the tower to burn it with fire. And a certain woman cast a piece of a millstone on Abimelech's head to break his skull. Then he quickly called to the young man, his armor-bearer, and said to him, Draw your sword and slay me, that men do not say of me, A woman slew him. And his young man thrust him through, and he died. And when the men of Israel saw that Abimelech was dead, they departed, every man to his place. Thus God repaid the wickedness of Abimelech, which he had done to his father in slaying his 70 brothers. And God repaid all the evil of the men of Shechem on their heads, and the curse of Jotham, the son of Jerubbaal, came on them. Judges chapter 10. And after Abimelech, Tola, the son of Puah, the son of Dodo, a man of Issachar, arose to defend Israel, and he dwelled in Shamir in the mountains of Ephraim. And he judged Israel 23 years and died, and was buried in Shamir. And after him, Jair, a Gileadite, arose and judged Israel 22 years. And he had 30 sons who rode on 30 donkey colts, and they had 30 cities that are in the land of Gilead, which are called Haveth Jair to this day. And Jair died and was buried in Canaan. And the children of Israel did evil again in the sight of the Lord, and served Baal and Ashtaroth, and the gods of Syria, and the gods of Sidon, and the gods of Moab, and the gods of the children of Ammon, and the gods of the Philistines, and they abandoned the Lord and did not serve him. And the anger of the Lord burned against Israel, and he sold them into the hands of the Philistines, and into the hands of the children of Ammon. And from that year they harassed and oppressed the children of Israel for 18 years, all the children of Israel who were on the other side of the Jordan in the land of the Amorites, which is in Gilead. Moreover, the children of Ammon crossed over the Jordan to fight also against Judah and against Benjamin and against the house of Ephraim, so that Israel was greatly distressed. And the children of Israel cried to the Lord, saying, We have sinned against you, because we have both forsaken our God and also served Baal. And the Lord said to the children of Israel, Did I not deliver you from the Egyptians and from the Amorites, from the children of Ammon and from the Philistines? Also the Sidonians and the Amalekites and the Maonites oppressed you. And you cried to me, and I delivered you out of their hand. Yet you have abandoned me and served other gods. Therefore I will no longer save you. Go and cry to the gods that you have chosen. Let them deliver you in the time of your tribulation. And the children of Israel said to the Lord, We have sinned. Do to us whatever seems good to you. Only deliver us this day, we ask you. And they put away the foreign gods from among them and served the Lord. And his soul was grieved for the misery of Israel. Then the children of Ammon gathered together and camped in Gilead. And the children of Israel assembled themselves together and camped in Mizpah. And the people and princes of Gilead said to one another, What man is he who will begin to fight against the children of Ammon? He shall be head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. Judges chapter 11. Now Jephthah the Gileadite was a mighty man of valor, and he was the son of a harlot. And Gilead fathered Jephthah, and Gilead's wife bore him sons. And his wife's sons grew up, and they drove Jephthah out, and said to him, You shall not inherit in our father's house, for you are the son of another woman. Then Jephthah fled from his brothers, and dwelled in the land of Tob. And worthless men were gathered to Jephthah, and went out with him. And it came to pass in time that the children of Ammon made war against Israel. And so it was that when the children of Ammon made war against Israel, the elders of Gilead went to fetch Jephthah out of the land of Tob. And they said to Jephthah, Come and be our captain, that we may fight with the children of Ammon. And Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, Did you not hate me, and expel me out of my father's house? And why have you come to me now when you are in distress? And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, Therefore we turn again to you now, that you may go with us and fight against the children of Ammon, and be our head over all the inhabitants of Gilead. And Jephthah said to the elders of Gilead, If you bring me home again to fight against the children of Ammon, and the Lord delivers them before me, shall I be your head? And the elders of Gilead said to Jephthah, The Lord is witness between us, if we do not do so according to your words. Then Jephthah went with the elders of Gilead, and the people made him head and captain over them. And Jephthah uttered all his words before the Lord in Mizpah. And Jephthah sent messengers to the king of the children of Ammon, saying, What have you to do with me, that you have come against me to fight in my land? And the king of the children of Ammon answered the messengers of Jephthah, Because Israel took away my land when they came up out of Egypt, from Arnon as far as Jabbok, and to the Jordan. Now therefore restore those lands again peaceably. And Jephthah sent messengers again to the king of the children of Ammon, and said to him, This is what Jephthah says, Israel did not take away the land of Moab, or the land of the children of Ammon, But when Israel came up from Egypt and walked through the wilderness to the Red Sea and came to Kadesh, then Israel sent messengers to the king of Edom, saying, Let me, I ask, pass through your land. But the king of Edom would not listen to it. And in the same manner they sent to the king of Moab, but he would not consent. And Israel remained in Kadesh. Then they went along through the wilderness, and around the land of Edom and the land of Moab, and came by the east side of the land of Moab, and camped on the other side of the Arnon, but did not come within the territory of Moab, for the Arnon was the border of Moab. And Israel sent messengers to Sihon, king of the Amorites, the king of Heshbon, and Israel said to him, Let us pass, we ask you, through your land into our place. But Sihon did not trust Israel to pass through his territory. But Sihon gathered all his people together, and camped in Jahaz, and fought against Israel. And the Lord God of Israel delivered Sihon and all his people into the hand of Israel, and they struck them. So Israel possessed all the land of the Amorites, the inhabitants of that country. And they possessed all the territory of the Amorites, from the Arnon as far as Jabbok, and from the wilderness as far as the Jordan. So now the Lord God of Israel has dispossessed the Amorites from before his people Israel. So should you possess it? Will you not possess what Chemosh your God gives you to possess? So we will possess whomever the Lord our God shall drive out from before us. And now are you anything better than Balak the son of Zippor, king of Moab? Did he ever quarrel with Israel, or did he ever fight against them? While Israel dwelled for 300 years in Heshbon and its towns, and in Aroer and its towns, and in all the cities that are along by the banks of the Arnon, why therefore did you not recover them within that time? Therefore I have not sinned against you, but you do me wrong to war against me. May the Lord, the judge, judge this day between the children of Israel and the children of Ammon. However, the king of the children of Ammon did not listen to the words of Jephthah that he sent to him. Then the Spirit of the Lord came on Jephthah, and he passed over Gilead and Manasseh, and passed over Mizpah of Gilead. And from Mizpah of Gilead he passed over to the children of Ammon. And Jephthah made a vow to the Lord, and said, If you shall without fail deliver the children of Ammon into my hands, then it shall be that whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return in peace from the children of Ammon, shall surely be the Lord's, and I will offer it up for a burnt offering. So Jephthah passed over to the children of Ammon to fight against them, and the Lord delivered them into his hands. And he defeated them with a very great slaughter from Aroer as far as Minnith, 20 cities, and to the plain of the vineyards. Thus the children of Ammon were subdued before the children of Israel. And Jephthah came to his house at Mizpah, and behold, his daughter came out to meet him with tambourines and with dances, and she was his only child. Besides her he had neither son nor daughter. And it came to pass, when he saw her, that he tore his clothes and said, Alas, my daughter, you have brought me very low, and you are one of those who trouble me, for I have opened my mouth to the Lord, and I cannot go back. And she said to him, My father, if you have opened your mouth to the Lord, do to me according to what has proceeded out of your mouth, since the Lord has taken vengeance for you on your enemies, the children of Ammon. And she said to her father, Let this thing be done for me. Let me alone 2 months, that I may go up and down on the mountains and lament my virginity, my companions and I. And he said, Go. And he sent her away for 2 months, and she went with her companions and lamented her virginity on the mountains. And it came to pass at the end of 2 months that she returned to her father, who did with her according to his vow that he had made. And she knew no man. And it was a custom in Israel that the daughters of Israel went yearly, 4 days a year, to lament the daughter of Jephthah the Gileadite. Judges chapter 12. And the men of Ephraim gathered themselves together, and went northward, and said to Jephthah, Why did you cross over to fight against the children of Ammon, and not call us to go with you? We will burn your house on you with fire. And Jephthah said to them, My people and I were at great strife with the children of Ammon, and when I called you, you did not deliver me out of their hands. And when I saw that you did not deliver me, I put my life in my hands and crossed over against the children of Ammon, and the Lord delivered them into my hand. Why then have you come up to me this day to fight against me? Then Jephthah gathered together all the men of Gilead, and fought with Ephraim. And the men of Gilead struck Ephraim, because they said, You Gileadites are fugitives of Ephraim among the Ephraimites, and among the Manassites. And the Gileadites took the passages of the Jordan before the Ephraimites. And so it was that when those Ephraimites who had escaped said, Let me go over, that the men of Gilead said to him, Are you an Ephraimite? If he said, No, then they said to him, Say now, Shibboleth. And he said, Sibboleth, for he could not pronounce it right. Then they took him and slew him at the passages of the Jordan. And at that time 42,000 of the Ephraimites fell. And Jephthah judged Israel 6 years. Then Jephthah the Gileadite died, and was buried in one of the cities of Gilead. And after him Ibzan of Bethlehem judged Israel. And he had 30 sons and 30 daughters, whom he sent abroad, and took in 30 daughters from abroad for his sons. And he judged Israel 7 years. Then Ibzan died and was buried at Bethlehem. And after him Elon, a Zebulunite, judged Israel. And he judged Israel 10 years. And Elon the Zebulunite died, and was buried in Ajalon in the country of Zebulun. And after him Abdon, the son of Hillel, a Pirathonite, judged Israel. And he had 40 sons and 30 nephews, who rode on 70 donkey colts. And he judged Israel 8 years. And Abdon, the son of Hillel the Pirathonite, died, and was buried in Pirathon, in the land of Ephraim, in the mountains of the Amalekites. Judges chapter 13. And the children of Israel again did evil in the sight of the Lord. And the Lord delivered them into the hand of the Philistines for 40 years. And there was a certain man from Zorah, of the family of the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and had not given birth. And the angel of the Lord appeared to the woman, and said to her, Behold now, you are barren and have not given birth, but you shall conceive and bear a son. Now therefore beware, do not drink wine or strong drink, and do not eat any unclean thing. For behold, you shall conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come on his head, for the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb. And he shall begin to deliver Israel out of the hand of the Philistines. Then the woman came and told her husband, saying, A man of God came to me, and his appearance was like the appearance of an angel of God, very awesome. But I did not ask him where he was from, nor did he tell me his name. But he said to me, Behold, you shall conceive and bear a son, and now drink no wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing, for the child shall be a Nazarite to God from the womb to the day of his death. Then Manoah entreated the Lord, and said, O my Lord, let the man of God whom you sent come again to us, and teach us what we shall do for the child who shall be born. And God listened to the voice of Manoah, and the angel of God came again to the woman as she sat in the field. But her husband Manoah was not with her. And the woman hurried and ran and showed her husband, and said to him, Behold, the man who came to me the other day has appeared to me. And Manoah arose and went after his wife, and came to the man, and said to him, Are you the man who spoke to the woman? And he said, I am. And Manoah said, Now let your words come to pass. How shall we order the child, and what will he do? And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Let the woman beware of all that I said to her. She may not eat from anything that comes from the vine, nor let her drink wine or strong drink, nor eat any unclean thing. Let her observe all that I commanded her. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, I ask you, let us detain you, until we shall have made a young goat ready for you. And the angel of the Lord said to Manoah, Though you detain me, I will not eat of your bread. And if you will offer a burnt offering, you must offer it to the Lord. For Manoah did not know that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to the angel of the Lord, What is your name, that when your sayings come to pass, we may honor you? And the angel of the Lord said to him, Why do you ask for my name, since it is wonderful? So Manoah took a young goat with a grain offering, and offered it on a rock to the Lord. And the angel did wondrously, and Manoah and his wife watched. For it came to pass, when the flame went up toward heaven from off the altar, that the angel of the Lord ascended in the flame of the altar. And Manoah and his wife saw it, and fell on their faces to the ground. But the angel of the Lord did not appear any more to Manoah and to his wife. Then Manoah knew that he was an angel of the Lord. And Manoah said to his wife, We shall surely die, because we have seen God. But his wife said to him, If the Lord had desired to kill us, he would not have received a burnt offering and a grain offering from our hands, nor would he have shown us all these things, or would have told us such things as these at this time. And the woman bore a son, and called his name Samson. And the child grew, and the Lord blessed him. And the Spirit of the Lord began to move him at times in the camp of Dan, between Zorah and Eshtaol. Judges chapter 14. And Samson went down to Timnah, and saw a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. And he came up and told his father and his mother, and said, I have seen a woman in Timnah of the daughters of the Philistines. Now therefore get her for me as a wife. Then his father and his mother said to him, Is there not a woman among the daughters of your brothers, or among all my people, that you go to take a wife from the uncircumcised Philistines? And Samson said to his father, Get her for me, for she pleases me well. But his father and his mother did not know that it was from the Lord, that he sought an occasion against the Philistines. For at that time the Philistines had dominion over Israel. Then Samson went down to Timnah, and his father and his mother, and came to the vineyards of Timnah. And behold, a young lion roared at him. And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily on him, and he tore him as he would have torn a young goat. And he had nothing in his hand. But he did not tell his father or his mother what he had done. And he went down and talked with a woman, and she pleased Samson well. And after a time he returned to take her, and he turned aside to see the carcass of the lion. And behold, a swarm of bees and honey were in the carcass of the lion. And he took some of it in his hands, and went on, eating. And he came to his father and his mother, and he gave some to them, and they ate it. But he did not tell them he had taken the honey out of the carcass of the lion. So his father went down to the woman, and Samson made a feast there, for the young men used to do so. And it came to pass, when they saw him, that they brought 30 companions to be with him. And Samson said to them, I will now put forth a riddle to you. If you can certainly figure it out, and declare it to me within the 7 days of the feast, then I will give you 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothing. But if you cannot declare it to me, then you shall give me 30 linen garments and 30 changes of clothing. And they said to him, Put forth your riddle, that we may hear it. And he said to them, Out of the eater came forth food, and out of the strong came forth sweetness. And in 3 days they could not explain the riddle. And it came to pass on the 7th day, that they said to Samson's wife, Entice your husband, that he may declare the riddle to us, lest we burn you and your father's house with fire. Have you called us to take what we have? Is it not so? And Samson's wife wept before him, and said, You hate me, and do not love me. You have put forth a riddle to the children of my people, and have not told it to me. And he said to her, Behold, I have not told it to my father or my mother, and shall I tell it to you? And she wept before him the 7 days while their feast lasted. And it came to pass on the 7th day that he told her, because she pressed him greatly. And she told the riddle to the children of her people. And the men of the city said to him on the 7th day, before the sun went down, What is sweeter than honey, and what is stronger than a lion? And he said to them, If you had not plowed with my heifer, you would not have found out my riddle. And the Spirit of the Lord came on him, and he went down to Ashkelon, and slew 30 men from there, and took their apparel, and gave changes of clothing to those who explained the riddle. And his anger was kindled, and he went up to his father's house. But Samson's wife was given to his companion, who had been his friend. Judges chapter 15. But after a while, in the time of wheat harvest, it came to pass that Samson visited his wife with a young goat. And he said, I will go in to my wife in the chamber. But her father would not permit him to go in. And her father said, I truly thought that you utterly hated her. Therefore I gave her to your companion. Is her younger sister not more beautiful than she? Take her, I ask, instead of her. And Samson said concerning them, Now I shall be more blameless than the Philistines, though I do a displeasure to them. And Samson went and caught 300 foxes, and tied them tail to tail, and took firebrands, and put a torch in the midst between 2 tails. And when he had set the torches on fire, he let them go into the standing grain of the Philistines, and burned up both the shocks and also the standing grain, with the vineyards and olives. Then the Philistines said, Who has done this? And they answered, Samson, the son-in-law of the Timnite, because he has taken his wife and given her to his companion. And the Philistines came up and burned her and her father with fire. And Samson said to them, Because you have done this, yet I will take revenge on you, and after that I will cease. And he struck them ruthlessly with a great slaughter, and he went down and dwelled in the top of the rock of Etam. Then the Philistines went up and camped in Judah, and spread themselves out in Lehi. And the men of Judah said, Why have you come up against us? And they answered, We have come up to bind Samson, to do to him as he has done to us. Then 3,000 men of Judah went to the top of the rock of Etam, and said to Samson, Do you not know that the Philistines are rulers over us? What is this that you have done to us? And he said to them, As they did to me, so I have done to them. And they said to him, We have come down to bind you, that we may deliver you into the hand of the Philistines. And Samson said to them, Swear to me that you will not kill me yourselves. And they spoke to him, saying, No, but we will bind you tightly, and deliver you into their hand, but we will surely not kill you. And they bound him with 2 new cords, and brought him up from the rock. And when he came to Lehi, the Philistines shouted against him. And the Spirit of the Lord came mightily on him, and the cords that were on his arms became as flax that was burned with fire, and his bands loosed from off his hands. And he found a new jawbone of a donkey, and stretched out his hand, and took it, and slew 1,000 men with it. And Samson said, With the jawbone of a donkey, heaps on heaps, with the jaw of a donkey, I have slain 1,000 men. And it came to pass, when he had finished speaking, that he cast away the jawbone out of his hand, and called that place Ramoth Lehi. And he was very thirsty, and called on the Lord, and said, You have given this great deliverance into the hand of your servant, and now shall I die of thirst, and fall into the hand of the uncircumcised? But God split a hollow place that is in Lehi, and water came out of it. And when he drank, his spirit came again, and he revived. Therefore he called the name of it En-Hakkore, which is in Lehi to this day. and he judged Israel 20 years in the days of the Philistines. Judges chapter 16. Then Samson went to Gaza, and saw a harlot there, and went in to her. And it was told to the Gazites, saying, Samson has come here. And they surrounded him, and lay in wait for him all night in the gate of the city. And they were quiet all night, saying, In the morning, when it is day, we shall kill him. And Samson lay until midnight, and at midnight he arose, and took the doors of the gate of the city and the 2 posts, bar and all, and put them on his shoulders, and went away with them, and carried them up to the top of a hill that is before Hebron. And afterward it came to pass that he loved a woman in the valley of Sorek, whose name was Delilah. And the lords of the Philistines came up to her, and said to her, Entice him, and see where his great strength lies, and by what means we may prevail against him, that we may bind him to afflict him. And every one of us will give you 1,100 pieces of silver. And Delilah said to Samson, Tell me, I ask, where your great strength lies, and with what you might be bound to afflict you. And Samson said to her, If they bind me with 7 green bowstrings that were never dried, then I shall be weak and be as another man. Then the lords of the Philistines brought up to her 7 green bowstrings that had not been dried, and she bound him with them. Now there were men lying in wait, staying with her in the chamber. And she said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And he broke the bowstrings, as a thread of yarn is broken when it touches the fire. So his strength was not known. And Delilah said to Samson, Behold, you have mocked me and told me lies. Now tell me, I ask, with what you might be bound. And he said to her, If they bind me tightly with new ropes that have never been used, then I shall be weak and be as another man. Therefore Delilah took new ropes and bound him with them, and said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And there were men in ambush staying in the chamber. And he broke them from off his arms like a thread. And Delilah said to Samson, Here you have mocked me and told me lies. Tell me with what you might be bound. And he said to her, If you weave the 7 locks of my head with a fabric on the loom. And she fastened it with a pin, and said to him, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And he awoke out of his sleep, and went away with the pin of the beam and with the fabric. And she said to him, How can you say I love you when your heart is not with me? You have mocked me these 3 times, and have not told me where your great strength lies. And it came to pass, when she pressed him daily with her words, and urged him, so that his soul was troubled to death, that he told her all his heart, and said to her, A razor has not come on my head, for I have been a Nazarite to God from my mother's womb. If I am shaven, then my strength will go from me, and I shall become weak and be like any other man. And when Delilah saw that he had told her all his heart, she sent and called for the lords of the Philistines, saying, Come up once more, for he has shown me all his heart. Then the lords of the Philistines came up to her and brought money in their hand. And she made him sleep on her knees, and she called for a man. And she had him shave off the 7 locks of his head. And she began to afflict him, and his strength went from him. And she said, The Philistines are upon you, Samson. And he awoke out of his sleep and said, I will go out as before, at other times, and shake myself free. And he did not know that the Lord had departed from him. But the Philistines took him, and put out his eyes, and brought him down to Gaza, and bound him with shackles of bronze. And he ground grain in the prison house. However, the hair of his head began to grow again after he was shaven. Then the lords of the Philistines gathered together to offer a great sacrifice to Dagon, their god, and to rejoice. For they said, Our God has delivered Samson our enemy into our hands. And when the people saw him, they praised their God, for they said, Our God has delivered into our hands our enemy, and the destroyer of our country, who slew many of us. And it came to pass, when their hearts were merry, that they said, Call for Samson, that he may entertain us. And they called for Samson out of the prison house. And he entertained them, and they set him between the pillars. And Samson said to the boy who held him by the hand, Allow me to feel the pillars on which the house stands, that I may lean on them. Now the house was full of men and women, and all the lords of the Philistines were there, and on the roof there were about 3,000 men and women who watched while Samson entertained. And Samson called to the Lord and said, O Lord God, remember me, I ask, and strengthen me, I ask, only this once, O God, that I may at once take vengeance on the Philistines for my 2 eyes. And Samson took hold of the 2 middle pillars on which the house stood, and on which it was held up, of the one with his right hand, and of the other with his left. And Samson said, Let me die with the Philistines. And he pushed with all his might, and the house fell on the lords and on all the people who were in it. So the dead whom he slew at his death were more than those whom he slew in his life. Then his brothers and all the house of his father came down, and took him and brought him up, and buried him between Zorah and Eshtaol, in the burying place of his father Manoah. And he judged Israel 20 years. Judges chapter 17. And there was a man of the mountains of Ephraim, whose name was Micah. And he said to his mother, The 1,100 shekels of silver that were taken from you, those which you cursed and also spoke of in my ears, behold, the silver is with me. I took it. And his mother said, You are blessed of the Lord, my son. And when he had restored the 1,100 shekels of silver to his mother said, I had wholly dedicated the silver to the Lord from my hand for my son to make a carved image and a cast image. Now therefore I will restore it to you. So he restored the money to his mother, and his mother took 200 shekels of silver, and gave them to the founder, who made a carved image and a cast image from it. And they were in the house of Micah. And the man Micah had a house of gods, and made an ephod and teraphim, and consecrated one of his sons, who became his priest. In those days there was no king in Israel, but every man did what was right in his own eyes. And there was a young man out of Bethlehem in Judah, of the family of Judah, who was a Levite, and he was staying there. And the man departed out of the city of Bethlehem in Judah to stay where he could find a place. And he came to the mountains of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, as he journeyed. And Micah said to him, Where do you come from? And he said to him, I am a Levite from Bethlehem in Judah, and I go to stay where I may find a place. And Micah said to him, Dwell with me, and be a father and a priest to me. And I will give you 10 shekels of silver each year, and a suit of apparel and your provisions. So the Levite went in. And the Levite was content to dwell with the man, and the young man was to him as one of his sons. And Micah consecrated the Levite, and the young man became his priest, and was in the house of Micah. Then Micah said, Now I know that the Lord will do good for me, since I have a Levite as my priest. Judges chapter 18. In those days there was no king in Israel, and in those days the tribe of the Danites sought an inheritance for themselves to dwell in, for to that day all their inheritance had not fallen to them among the tribes of Israel. And the children of Dan sent from their family 5 men from their territory, men of valor from Zorah and from Eshtaol, to spy out the land and to search it. And they said to them, Go search the land. So when they came to the mountains of Ephraim, to the house of Micah, they spent the night there. When they were by the house of Micah, they recognized the voice of the young man, the Levite. And they turned in there and said to him, Who brought you here? And what are you doing in this place? And what do you have here? And he said to them, This is what Micah has done for me. He has hired me, and I am his priest. And they said to him, Ask God for counsel, we ask, that we may know whether on the way on which we go shall be prosperous. And the priest said to them, Go in peace. Your way in which you go is before the Lord. Then the 5 men departed and came to Laish, and saw the people who were in it, how they dwelled safely, after the manner of the Sidonians, quiet and secure. And there was no magistrate in the land who might put them to shame for anything. And they were far from the Sidonians, and had no dealings with any man. And they came to their brothers at Zorah and Eshtaol, and their brothers said to them, What do you say? And they said, Arise, that we may go up against them. For we have seen the land, and behold, it is very good. And are you sitting still? Do not hesitate to go and to enter to possess the land. When you go, you shall come to a secure people and to a large land, for God has given it into your hands, a place where there is no lack of anything that is on the earth. And 600 men of the family of the Danites went from there, out of Zorah and out of Eshtaol, equipped with weapons of war. And they went up and camped in Kiriath Jearim in Judah. Therefore they called that place Mahanadan to this day. Behold, it is behind Kiriath Jearim. And they passed from there to the mountains of Ephraim, and came to the house of Micah. Then the 5 men who went to spy out the country of Laish answered and said to their brothers, Do you know that in these houses there is an ephod and teraphim, and a carved image and a cast image? Now therefore consider what you have to do. And they turned there, and came to the house of the young man, the Levite, to the house of Micah, and greeted him. And the 600 men equipped with their weapons of war, who were of the children of Dan, stood by the entrance of the gate. And the 5 men who went to spy out the land went up and came in there, and took the carved image and the ephod and the teraphim and the cast image. And the priest stood in the entrance of the gate with the 600 men who were equipped with weapons of war. And these went into Micah's house and took the carved image, the ephod, and the teraphim, and the cast image. Then the priest said to them, What are you doing? And they said to him, Be silent. Put your hand on your mouth and go with us, and be a father and a priest to us. Is it better for you to be a priest to the house of one man, or for you to be a priest to a tribe and a family in Israel? And the priest's heart was glad, and he took the ephod and the teraphim and the carved image, and went in the midst of the people. So they turned and departed, and put the little ones and the cattle and the carriage in front of them. And when they were a good way from the house of Micah, the men who were in the houses near Micah's house gathered together and overtook the children of Dan. And they cried out to the children of Dan. And they turned their faces and said to Micah, What ails you that you have joined such a company? And he said, You have taken away my gods that I made, and the priest, and you have gone away. And what more do I have? And what is this that you say to me, What ails you? And the children of Dan said to him, Do not let your voice be heard among us, lest angry men attack you, and you lose your life with the lives of your household. And the children of Dan went their way. And when Micah saw that they were too strong for him, he turned and went back to his house. And they took the things that Micah had made, and the priest that he had, and came to Laish, to a people who were quiet and secure. And they struck them with the edge of the sword, and burned the city with fire. And there was no deliverer, because it was far from Sidon, and they had no dealings with any man. And it was in the valley that lies by Beth-rehob, and they built a city and dwelled in it. And they called the name of the city Dan, after the name of Dan their father, who was born to Israel. However, the previous name of the city was Laish. Children of Dan set up the carved image, and Jonathan the son of Gershom, the son of Manasseh, and his sons were priests to the tribe of Dan until the day of the captivity of the land. And they set up for themselves Micah's carved image that he made, all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh. Judges chapter 19. And it came to pass in those days, when there was no king in Israel, that there was a certain Levite staying on the side of the mountains of Ephraim, who took a concubine for himself out of Bethlehem in Judah. And his concubine was unfaithful to him, and went away from him to her father's house to Bethlehem in Judah, and was there 4 whole months. And her husband arose and went after her to speak friendly to her, and to bring her back again, having his servant and a couple of donkeys with him. And she brought him into her father's house, and when the father of the young woman saw him, he was glad to meet him. And his father-in-law, the young woman's father, retained him, and he stayed with him 3 days. So they ate and drank and stayed there. And it came to pass on the 4th day, when they arose early in the morning, that he rose up to depart, and the young woman's father said to his son-in-law, Comfort your heart with some bread, and afterward go your way. And they sat down and ate and drank, both of them together, for the young woman's father had said to the man, Be content, I ask, and remain all night, and let your heart be merry. And when the man rose up to depart, his father-in-law urged him. Therefore he stayed there again that night. And he arose early in the morning on the 5th day to depart, and the young woman's father said, Comfort your heart, I ask. And they remained there until the afternoon, and both of them ate. And when the man rose up to depart, he and his concubine and his servant, his father-in-law, the young woman's father, said to him, Behold, now the day draws toward evening. I ask, remain all night. Behold, the day grows to an end. Spend the night here, that your heart may be merry. And tomorrow get on your way early, that you may go home. But the man would not remain that night, but he rose up and departed, and came near Gavest, which is Jerusalem. And with him there were 2 saddled donkeys. His concubine was also with him. And when they were by Gavest, the day was far spent, and the servant said to his master, Come, I ask, and let us turn into this city of the Jebusites, and spend the night in it. And his master said to him, We will not turn aside here into the city of a foreigner who is not of the children of Israel. We will pass over to Gibeah. And he said to his servant, Come and let us draw near to one of those places to spend all night, in Gibeah or in Ramah. And they passed on and went their way, and the sun went down on them when they were by Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin. And they turned aside there to go in and to stay the night in Gibeah. And when he went in, he sat down in a street of the city, for there was no man who took them into his house to give them lodging. And behold, an old man came from his work out of the field at evening, who was also from the mountains of Ephraim. And he was staying in Gibeah, but the men of the place were Benjamites. And when he had lifted up his eyes, he saw a traveler in the street of the city. And the old man said, Where are you going, and where do you come from? And he said to him, We are passing from Bethlehem in Judah toward the side of the mountains of Ephraim. I am from there. And I went to Bethlehem in Judah, but I am now going to the house of the Lord. And there is no man who will receive me into his house, although there is both straw and feed for our donkeys, and also there is bread and wine for me and for your handmaiden and for the young man who is with your servants. There is no lack of anything. And the old man said, Peace be with you. However, let all your needs lie on me. Only do not spend the night in the street. So he brought him into his house and fed the donkeys. And they washed their feet and ate and drank. Now as they were making their hearts merry, behold, the men of the city, certain sons of Belial, surrounded the house, and beat at the door, and spoke to the master of the house, the old man, saying, Bring out the man who came into your house, that we may know him. And the man, the master of the house, went out to them and said to them, No, my brothers, no, I ask, do not act so wickedly. Seeing that this man has come into my house, do not do this reckless act. Behold, here is my daughter, a maiden, and his concubine. I will bring them out now. And you violate them and do with them what seems good to you, but do not do so vile a thing to this man. But the men would not listen to him. So the man took his concubine and brought her out to them. And they knew her and abused her all the night until the morning. And when the day began to break, they let her go. Then the woman came in right before dawn, and fell down at the door of the man's house where her master was, until it was light. And her master rose up in the morning, and opened the doors of the house, and went out to go on his way. And behold, the woman, his concubine, had fallen down at the door of the house, and her hands were on the threshold. And he said to her, Get up, and let us be going. But there was no answer. Then the man took her up on a donkey, and the man rose up and went to his place. And when he had come into his house, he took a knife, and took hold of his concubine, and divided her, together with her bones, into 12 pieces, and sent her to all the territory of Israel. And so it was that all who saw it said, No such deed has been done or seen from the day that the children of Israel came up out of the land of Egypt to this day. Consider it, take counsel, and speak. Judges chapter 20. Then all the children of Israel, from Dan to Beersheba, with the land of Gilead, went out, and the congregation gathered together as one man to the Lord in Mizpah. And the leaders of all the people, of all the tribes of Israel, presented themselves in the assembly of the people of God, 400,000 footmen who drew the sword. Now the children of Benjamin heard that the children of Israel had gone up to Mizpah. Then the children of Israel said, Tell us, how did this wickedness happen? And the Levite, the husband of the woman who was slain, answered and said, My concubine and I came into Gibeah, which belongs to Benjamin, to stay the night. And the men of Gibeah rose against me, and surrounded the house at night, and intended to kill me. And they violated my concubine, so that she is dead. And I took my concubine, and cut her in pieces, and sent her throughout all the country of the inheritance of Israel, for they have committed lewdness and recklessness in Israel. Behold, you are all children of Israel. Give here your advice and counsel. And all the people arose as one man, saying, We will not, any one of us, go to his tent, nor will we, any one of us, turn into his house. But now this shall be the thing that we will do to Gibeah. We will go up by lot against it, and we will take 10 men of 100 throughout all the tribes of Israel, and 100 of 1,000, and 1,000 out of 10,000, to get provisions for the people, so that when they come to Gibeah of Benjamin, they may do according to all the recklessness that they have done in Israel. So all the men of Israel were gathered against the city, united together as one man. And the tribes of Israel sent men through all the tribe of Benjamin, saying, What wickedness is this that has been done among you? Now therefore, deliver to us the men, the children of Belial, who are in Gibeah, that we may put them to death and remove this evil from Israel. But the children of Benjamin would not listen to the voice of their brothers, the children of Israel. But the children of Benjamin gathered themselves together from the cities to Gibeah to go out to battle against the children of Israel. And out of the cities at that time, the children of Benjamin were numbered 26,000 men who drew the sword, besides the inhabitants of Gibeah, who were numbered 700 chosen men. Among all these people, there were 700 chosen men who were left-handed. Every one could sling stones at a hair's breadth and not miss. And besides Benjamin, the men of Israel were numbered 400,000 men who drew the sword. All these were men of war. And the children of Israel arose and went up to the house of God, and asked counsel of God, and said, Which of us shall go up first to battle against the children of Benjamin? And the Lord said, Judah shall go up first. And the children of Israel rose up in the morning, and camped near Gibeah. And the men of Israel went out to battle against Benjamin. And the men of Israel arranged themselves to fight against them at Gibeah. And the children of Benjamin came forth out of Gibeah, and cut down 22,000 men of the Israelites that day. And the people, the men of Israel, encouraged themselves, and again arranged themselves to fight in the place where they arranged themselves the first day. And the children of Israel went up and wept before the Lord until evening, and asked counsel of the Lord, saying, Shall I go up again to battle against the children of Benjamin my brother? And the Lord said, Go up against him. And the children of Israel came against the children of Benjamin the second day. And Benjamin went forth against them out of Gibeah the second day, and again cut down 18,000 men of the children of Israel. All these drew the sword. Then all the children of Israel and all the people went up and came to the house of God. They wept and sat there before the Lord, and fasted that day until evening, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord. And the children of Israel inquired of the Lord, for the ark of the covenant of God was there in those days, and Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, stood before it in those days, saying, Shall I yet again go out to battle against the children of Benjamin my brother, or shall I cease? And the Lord said, Go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into your hand. And Israel set an ambush all around Gibeah. And the children of Israel went up against the children of Benjamin on the third day, and arranged themselves against Gibeah as at other times. And the children of Benjamin went out against the people, and were drawn away from the city. And they began to strike the people, and kill some as at other times, in the highways, of which one goes up to the house of God, and the other to Gibeah, and in the field, about 30 men of Israel. And the children of Benjamin said, They are struck down before us, as at first. But the children of Israel said, Let us flee and draw them from the city to the highways. And all the men of Israel rose up out of their place, and arranged themselves to fight at Baal-Tamar. And the ambush from Israel came forth out of their places, from the meadows of Gibeah. And 10,000 chosen men out of all Israel came against Gibeah, and the battle was great. But they did not know that evil was near them. And the Lord struck Benjamin before Israel, and that day the children of Israel destroyed 25,100 men of the Benjamites. All these drew the sword. So the children of Benjamin saw that they had been defeated. For the men of Israel gave ground to the Benjamites, because they trusted the ambush that they had set against Gibeah. And the men in ambush hurried and rushed against Gibeah. And the men in ambush drew themselves along and struck all the city with the edge of the sword. Now there was an appointed sign between the men of Israel and the men in ambush, that they should make a great flame with smoke to rise up out of the city. And when the men of Israel retired in the battle, Benjamin began to strike and kill about 30 men of Israel, for they said, Surely they are struck down before us, as in the first battle. But when the flame began to arise out of the city with a pillar of smoke, the Benjamites looked behind them, and behold, the flame of the city ascended to heaven. And when the men of Israel turned again, the men of Benjamin were amazed, for they saw that evil had come on them. Therefore they turned their backs before the men of Israel to the way of the wilderness, but the battle overtook them, and they destroyed those who came out of the cities in the midst of them. Thus they surrounded the Benjamites all around, and chased them, and trampled them down with ease near Gibeah toward the rising sun. And 18,000 men of Benjamin fell. All these were men of valor. And they turned and fled toward the wilderness, to the rock of Rimmon, and they killed 5,000 men in the highways, and pursued hard after them to guide them, and slew 2,000 men. So all who fell from Benjamin that day were 25,000 men who drew the sword. All these were men of valor. But 600 men turned and fled to the wilderness to the rock of Rimmon, and remained in the rock of Rimmon 4 months. And the men of Israel turned again on the children of Benjamin, and struck them with the edge of the sword, the men of every city, as well as the beasts and all that they found. Also they set on fire all the cities that they came to. Judges chapter 21. Now the men of Israel had sworn in Mizpah, saying, Not any of us shall give his daughter to Benjamin as a wife. And the people came to the house of God, and remained there before God until evening, and lifted up their voices, and wept greatly, and said, O Lord God of Israel, why has this come to pass in Israel, that today there should be one tribe lacking in Israel. And it came to pass on the next morning that the people rose early and built an altar there, and offered burnt offerings and peace offerings. And the children of Israel said, Who is there among all the tribes of Israel who did not come up with the congregation to the Lord? For they had made a great oath concerning him who did not come up to the Lord to Mizpah, saying, He shall surely be put to death. And the children of Israel grieved for Benjamin their brother, and said, One tribe is cut off from Israel this day. What shall we do for wives of those who remain, since we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them of our daughters to be their wives? And they said, What one is there of the tribes of Israel who did not come up to Mizpah to the Lord? And behold, none came to the camp from Jabesh-Gilead to the assembly. For the people were numbered, and behold, none of the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead were there. And the congregation sent 12,000 of the most courageous men there, and commanded them, saying, Go and strike the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead with the edge of the sword, with the women and the children. And this is the thing that you shall do. You shall utterly destroy every male and every woman who has lain with a man. And among the inhabitants of Jabesh-Gilead they found 400 young virgins who had known no man by lying with any male, and they brought them to the camp at Shiloh, which is in the land of Canaan. And the whole congregation sent some to speak to the children of Benjamin, who were in the rock of Rimmon, and to proclaim peace to them. And Benjamin came again at that time, and they gave them the wives whom they had kept alive from the women of Jabesh-Gilead. And yet they did not satisfy them. And the people grieved for Benjamin, because the Lord had made a gap in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, What shall we do for wives for those who remain, since the women of Benjamin have been destroyed? And they said, There must be an inheritance for those of Benjamin who have escaped, that a tribe is not destroyed out of Israel. However, we may not give them wives from our daughters, for the children of Israel have sworn, saying, He is cursed who gives a wife to Benjamin. Then they said, Behold, there is a yearly feast of the Lord in Shiloh, in a place that is on the north side of Bethel, on the east side of the highway that goes up from Bethel to Shechem, and on the south of Lebonah. Therefore they commanded the children of Benjamin, saying, Go and lie in wait in the vineyards, and watch. And behold, if the daughters of Shiloh come out to perform their dances, then you come out of the vineyards, and every man catch for himself his wife from the daughters of Shiloh, and then go to the land of Benjamin. And it shall be, when their fathers or their brothers come to us to complain, that we will say to them, Be favorable to them for our sakes, because we did not reserve for each man his wife in the war, for you did not give to them at this time, that you should be guilty. And the children of Benjamin did so, and took wives for themselves according to their number from those who danced, whom they caught. And they went and returned to their inheritance, and repaired the cities, and dwelled in them. And the children of Israel departed from there at that time, every man to his tribe and to his family, and every man went out from there to his inheritance. In those days there was no king in Israel. Every man did what was right in his own eyes. Ruth chapter 1. Now it came to pass in the days when the judges ruled, that there was a famine in the land. And a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons. And the name of the man was Elimelech, and the name of his wife Naomi, and the name of his 2 sons Mahlon and Kilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem, Judah. And they came to the country of Moab, and continued there. And Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, and she was left, and her 2 sons. And they took wives of the women of Moab. The name of the one was Orpah, and the name of the other Ruth. And they dwelled there about 10 years. And Mahlon and Kilion also died, both of them, and the woman was left without her 2 sons and her husband. Then she arose with her daughters-in-law, that she might return from the country of Moab, for she had heard in the country of Moab how the Lord had visited his people in giving them bread. Therefore she went forth out of the place where she was, and her 2 daughters-in-law with her, and they went on the way to return to the land of Judah. And Naomi said to her 2 daughters-in-law, Go, return each to her mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you, as you have dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant that you may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband. Then she kissed them, and they lifted up their voice and wept. And they said to her, Surely we will return with you to your people. And Naomi said, Turn back, my daughters. Why will you go with me? Are there still any sons in my womb, that they may be your husbands? Turn back, my daughters. Go your way, for I am too old to have a husband. If I should say, I have hope, if I should have a husband also tonight, and should also bear sons, would you wait for them until they were grown? Would you refrain from having husbands? No, my daughters, for it grieves me much for your sakes that the hand of the Lord has gone out against me. And they lifted up their voice and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clung to her. And she said, Behold, your sister-in-law has gone back to her people and to her gods. Return after your sister-in-law. And Ruth said, Do not entreat me to leave you or to return from following after you. For where you go, I will go, and where you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. May the Lord do so to me, and more also, if anything but death parts you and me. When she saw that she was steadfastly determined to go with her, then she stopped speaking to her. So the 2 went until they came to Bethlehem. And it came to pass, when they had come to Bethlehem, that all the city was moved about them. And they said, Is this Naomi? And she said to them, Do not call me Naomi. Call me Mara, for the Almighty has dealt very bitterly with me. I went out full, and the Lord has brought me home again empty. Why then do you call me Naomi, seeing the Lord has testified against me, and the Almighty has afflicted me? So Naomi returned, and Ruth the Moabitess, her daughter-in-law with her, who returned out of the country of Moab. And they came to Bethlehem in the beginning of barley harvest. Ruth chapter 2. And Naomi had a kinsman of her husband, a mighty man of wealth, of the family of Elimelech, and his name was Boaz. And Ruth the Moabitess said to Naomi, Let me now go to the field, and glean ears of grain after him in whose sight I shall find grace. And she said to her, Go, my daughter. And she went and came, and gleaned in the field after the reapers. And she happened to descend on a part of the field belonging to Boaz, who was of the family of Elimelech. And behold, Boaz came from Bethlehem, and said to the reapers, The Lord be with you. And they answered him, The Lord bless you. Then Boaz said to his servant who was set over the reapers, Whose young woman is this? And the servant who was set over the reapers answered and said, It is the Moabitish young woman who came back with Naomi out of the country of Moab. And she said, I ask you, let me glean and gather after the reapers among the sheaves. So she came and has continued even from the morning until now, that she remained a little in the house. Then Boaz said to Ruth, Do you not hear, my daughter? Do not go to glean in another field. Do not go from here, but remain here near by my maidens. Let your eyes be on the field that they reap, and go after them. Have I not charged the young men that they shall not touch you? And when you are thirsty, go to the vessels and drink of what the young men have drawn. Then she fell on her face, and bowed herself to the ground, and said to him, Why have I found grace in your eyes, that you should take knowledge of me, seeing I am a foreigner? And Boaz answered and said to her, It has fully been shown to me all that you have done to your mother-in-law since the death of your husband, and how you have left your father and your mother, and the land of your nativity, and have come to a people whom you did not know up until now. The Lord recompense your work, and a full reward be given you of the Lord God of Israel, under whose wings you have come to trust." Then she said, "Let me find favor in your sight, my lord, for you have comforted me, and you have spoken friendly to your handmaid, though I am not similar to one of your handmaidens." And Boaz said to her, "At mealtime come here, and eat of the bread, and dip your morsel in the vinegar." And she sat beside the reapers, and he passed her roasted grain, and she ate and was satisfied, and left. And when she rose up to glean, Boaz commanded his young men, saying, "Let her glean even among the sheaves, and do not reproach her. And also let some of the handfuls fall on purpose for her, and leave them, that she may glean them, and do not rebuke her." So she gleaned in the field until evening, and beat out what she had gleaned, and it was about an ephah of barley. And she took it up and went into the city, and her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned. And she brought forth and gave her what she had reserved after she was satisfied. And her mother-in-law said to her, "Where have you gleaned today, and where did you work? Blessed be he who took knowledge of you." And she showed her mother-in-law with whom she had worked, and said, "The man's name with whom I worked today is Boaz." And Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, "Blessed be he of the Lord, who has not left off his kindness to the living and to the dead." And Naomi said to her, "The man is near of kin to us, one of our next kinsmen." And Ruth the Moabitess said, "He said to me also, 'You shall keep nearby my young men until they have ended all my harvest.'" And Naomi said to Ruth her daughter-in-law, "It is good, my daughter, that you go out with his maidens, that they meet you not in any other field." So she kept nearby the maidens of Boaz, to glean to the end of barley harvest, and of wheat harvest, and dwelled with her mother-in-law. Ruth chapter 3. Then Naomi, her mother-in-law, said to her, "My daughter, shall I not seek rest for you, that it may be well with you? And now isn't Boaz of our family, with whose maidens you were? Behold, he winnows barley tonight in the threshing floor. Wash yourself, therefore, and anoint yourself, and put on your clothing, and get down to the floor. But do not make yourself known to the man until he is done eating and drinking. And it shall be, when he lies down, that you shall mark the place where he lies, and you shall go in and uncover his feet, and lie down. And he will tell you what you shall do." And she said to her, "All that you say to me I will do." And she went down to the floor, and did according to all that her mother-in-law asked her. And when Boaz had eaten and drunk, and his heart was merry, he went to lie down at the end of the heap of grain. And she came softly, and uncovered his feet, and lay down. And it came to pass at midnight, that the man was afraid, and turned himself, and behold, a woman lay at his feet. And he said, "Who are you?" And she answered, "I am Ruth, your handmaid. Spread therefore your garment over your handmaid, for you are a near kinsman." And he said, "Blessed be you of the Lord, my daughter, for you have shown more kindness in the latter end than at the beginning. For you did not follow young men, whether poor or rich. And now, my daughter, fear not. I will do for you all that you require, for all the city of my people know that you are a virtuous woman. And now it is true that I am your near kinsman, although there is a kinsman nearer than I. Remain this night, and it shall be in the morning that if he will perform for you the part of a kinsman, well, let him do the kinsman's part. But if he will not do the part of a kinsman for you, then I will do the part of a kinsman for you, as the Lord lives. Lie down until the morning." And she lay at his feet until the morning, and she rose up before one could know another. And he said, "Let it not be known that a woman came to the floor." Also he said, "Bring the veil that you have on you, and hold it." And when she held it, he measured it 6 measures of barley, and laid it on her, and she went into the city. And when she came to her mother-in-law, she said, "Who are you, my daughter?" And she told her all that the man had done for her. And she said, "These 6 measures of barley he gave me, for he said to me, 'Do not go empty to your mother-in-law.'" Then she said, "Sit still, my daughter, until you know how the matter will fall, for the man will not rest until he has finished the thing this day." Ruth chapter 4. Then Boaz went up to the gate and sat down there. And behold, the kinsman of whom Boaz spoke came by, to whom he said, "Ho, such a one! Turn aside, sit down here." And he turned aside and sat down. And he took 10 men of the elders of the city and said, "Sit down here." And they sat down. And he said to the kinsman, "Naomi, who has come back out of the country of Moab, sells a parcel of land, which was our brother Elimelech's. And I thought to inform you, saying, 'Buy it before the inhabitants and before the elders of my people. If you will redeem it, redeem it. But if you will not redeem it, then tell me, that I may know. For there is no one to redeem it besides you, and I am after you.' And he said, 'I will redeem it.' Then Boaz said, 'The day you buy the field from the hand of Naomi, you must buy it also from Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of the dead, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance.' And the kinsman said, 'I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I mar my own inheritance. You redeem my right to yourself, for I cannot redeem it.' Now this was the manner in former time in Israel concerning redeeming and concerning changing. For to confirm all things, a man plucked off his shoe and gave it to his neighbor. And this was a testimony in Israel. Therefore the kinsman said to Boaz, 'Buy it for yourself.' So he drew off his shoe. And Boaz said to the elders and to all the people, 'You are witnesses this day that I have bought all that was Elimelech's and all that was Kilion's and Mahlon's from the hand of Naomi. Moreover, Ruth the Moabitess, the wife of Mahlon, I have purchased to be my wife, to raise up the name of the dead upon his inheritance, that the name of the dead be not cut off from among his brothers and from the gate of his place. You are witnesses this day.' And all the people who were in the gate and the elders said, 'We are witnesses. The Lord make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and like Leah, 2 who built the house of Israel. And do worthily in Ephrathah, and be famous in Bethlehem. And let your house be like the house of Perez, whom Tamar bore to Judah, of the offspring that the Lord shall give you from this young woman.' So Boaz took Ruth, and she was his wife. And when he went in to her, the Lord gave her conception, and she bore a son. And the women said to Naomi, 'Blessed be the Lord, who has not left you this day without a kinsman, that his name may be famous in Israel. And he shall be to you a restorer of your life, and a nourisher of your old age. For your daughter-in-law, who loves you, who is better to you than 7 sons, has borne him.' And Naomi took the child, and laid it on her bosom, and became nurse to it. And the women, her neighbors, gave it a name, saying, 'There is a son born to Naomi.' And they called his name Obed. He is the father of Jesse, the father of David. Now these are the generations of Perez. Perez begot Hezron, and Hezron begot Ram, and Ram begot Amminadab. And Amminadab begot Nahshon, and Nahshon begot Salmon, and Salmon begot Boaz, and Boaz begot Obed, and Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. 1 Samuel chapter 1. Now there was a certain man of Ramathaim Zophim, of the mountains of Ephraim, and his name was Elkanah, the son of Jeroham, the son of Elihu, the son of Tohu, the son of Zuph, an Ephraimite. And he had 2 wives. The name of one was Hannah, and the name of the other Peninnah. And Peninnah had children, but Hannah had no children. And this man went up yearly out of his city to worship and to sacrifice to the Lord of hosts in Shiloh. And the 2 sons of Eli, Hophni and Phinehas, the priests of the Lord, were there. And when it was the time when Elkanah offered, He gave portions to Peninnah his wife, and to all her sons and her daughters. But to Hannah he gave a worthy portion, for he loved Hannah, but the Lord had closed up her womb. And her adversary also provoked her greatly, to make her suffer emotionally, because the Lord had closed up her womb. And as he did so year after year, when she went up to the house of the Lord, so she provoked her. Therefore she wept and did not eat. Then Elkanah her husband said to her, Hannah, why do you weep? And why do you not eat? And why is your heart grieved? Am I not better to you than 10 sons? So Hannah rose up after they had eaten and after they had drunk in Shiloh. Now Eli the priest sat on a seat by a post of the temple of the Lord. And she was greatly distressed, and prayed to the Lord, and wept greatly. And she vowed a vow, and said, O Lord of hosts, if you will indeed look on the affliction of your handmaiden, and remember me, and not forget your handmaiden, but will give to your handmaiden a male child, then I will give him to the Lord all the days of his life, and no razor shall come on his head. And it came to pass, as she continued praying before the Lord, that Eli observed her mouth. Now Hannah spoke in her heart. Only her lips moved, but her voice was not heard. Therefore Eli thought she was drunk. And Eli said to her, How long will you be drunk? Put away your wine from you. And Hannah answered and said, No, my lord, I am a woman of a sorrowful spirit. I have drunk neither wine nor strong drink, but have poured out my soul before the Lord. Do not consider your handmaiden a daughter of Belial, for I have spoken up to this point out of the abundance of my complaint and grief. Then Eli answered and said, Go in peace, and may the God of Israel grant you your petition that you have asked of him. And she said, Let your handmaiden find grace in your sight. So the woman went her way and ate, and her face was no longer sad. And they rose up early in the morning, and worshipped before the Lord, and came back to Ramah to their house. And Elkanah knew Hannah his wife, and the Lord remembered her. Therefore it came to pass, when the time had come about after Hannah had conceived, that she bore a son, and called his name Samuel, saying, Because I have asked for him from the Lord. And the man Elkanah and all his house went up to offer to the Lord the yearly sacrifice and his vow. But Hannah did not go up, for she said to her husband, I will not go up until the child is weaned, and then I will bring him, that he may appear before the Lord and abide there forever. And Elkanah her husband said to her, Do what seems good to you. Wait until you have weaned him. Only may the Lord establish his word. So the woman stayed and nursed her son until she weaned him. And when she had weaned him, she took him up with her, with 3 bulls and 1 ephah of flour and a bottle of wine, and brought him to the house of the Lord in Shiloh. And the child was young. And they slew a bull and brought the child to Eli. And she said, O my lord, as your soul lives, my lord, I am the woman who stood by you here, praying to the Lord. I prayed for this child, and the Lord has given me my petition that I asked of him. Therefore I have also lent him to the Lord. As long as he lives, he shall be lent to the Lord. And he worshipped the Lord there. 1 Samuel chapter 2. And Hannah prayed and said, My heart rejoices in the Lord. My horn is exalted in the Lord. My mouth is enlarged over my enemies, because I rejoice in your salvation. There is no one holy like the Lord, for there is no one besides you, nor is there any rock like our God. Do not continue talking so exceedingly proudly. Do not let arrogance come out of your mouth, for the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and those who stumbled are girded with strength. Those who were full have hired themselves out for bread, and those who were hungry ceased, so that the barren has borne 7, and she who has many children has become feeble. The Lord kills and makes alive. He brings down to the grave and brings up. The Lord makes poor and makes rich. He brings low and lifts up. He raises up the poor out of the dust and lifts up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world on them. He will watch over the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness, for no man shall prevail by strength. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven he shall thunder on them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength to his king, and exalt the horn of his anointed. And Elkanah went to Ramah to his house, and the child ministered to the Lord before Eli the priest. Now the sons of Eli were sons of Belial. They did not know the Lord. And the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant came with a three-pronged fork in his hand while the meat was boiling, and he thrust it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot. All that the fork brought up the priest took for himself. So they did in Shiloh to all the Israelites who came there. Also, before they burned the fat, the priest's servant came and said to the man who sacrificed, "Give the priest meat to roast, for he will not have boiled meat from you, but raw." And if any man said to him, "Do not let them fail to burn the fat at once, and then take as much as your soul desires," then he would answer him, "No, but you shall give it to me now, and if not, I will take it by force." Therefore the sin of the young men was very great before the Lord, for men hated the offering of the Lord. But Samuel ministered before the Lord, being a child, girded with a linen ephod. Moreover, his mother made him a little coat, and brought it to him from year to year, when she came up with her husband to offer the yearly sacrifice. And Eli blessed Elkanah and his wife, and said, "The Lord give you descendants from this woman for the loan that is lent to the Lord." And they went to their own home. And the Lord visited Hannah, so that she conceived and bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. And the child Samuel grew before the Lord. Now Eli was very old, and heard all that his sons did to all Israel, and how they lay with the women who assembled at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And he said to them, "Why do you do such things? For I hear of your evil dealings from all these people. No, my sons, for it is no good report that I hear. You make the Lord's people transgress. If one man sins against another, the judge shall judge him. But if a man sins against the Lord, who shall entreat for him?" However, they did not listen to the voice of their father, because the Lord willed to slay them. And the child Samuel grew on, and was in favor both with the Lord and also with men. And a man of God came to Eli, and said to him, "This is what the Lord says. Did I plainly appear to the house of your father when they were in Egypt in Pharaoh's house? And did I choose him out of all the tribes of Israel to be my priest, to offer on my altar, to burn incense, to wear an ephod before me? And did I give to the house of your father all the offerings made by fire from the children of Israel? Why do you kick at my sacrifice and at my offering that I have commanded in my habitation, and honor your sons above me, to make yourselves fat with the best of all the offerings of my people Israel? Therefore the Lord God of Israel says, I said indeed that your house and the house of your father should walk before me forever. But now the Lord says, Far be it from me, for those who honor me I will honor, and those who despise me shall be neglected. Behold, the days are coming, when I will cut off your arm and the arm of your father's house, that there shall not be an old man in your house. And you shall see an enemy in my habitation, in all the wealth that God shall give Israel. And there shall not be an old man in your house forever. And the man of yours whom I shall not cut off from my altar shall consume your eyes and grieve your heart. And all the increase of your house shall die in the prime of life. And this shall be a sign to you that shall come on your 2 sons, on Hophni and Phinehas. In one day both of them shall die. And I will raise up for myself a faithful priest, who shall do according to what is in my heart and in my mind. And I will build him a secure house, and he shall walk before my anointed forever. And it shall come to pass that everyone who is left in your house shall come and bow down to him for a piece of silver and a morsel of bread, and shall say, Put me, I ask you, into one of the priest's offices, that I may eat a piece of bread.